Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 17. The Logging Bee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 17. The Logging Bee. There was a man in our town, in our town, in our town. There was a man in our town, he made a logging bee. And he bought lots of whiskey to make the loggers frisky, to make the loggers frisky at his logging bee. The devil sat on a log heap, a log heap, a log heap, a red-hot burning log heap, a grinning at the bee. And there was lots of swearing, of boasting and of daring, of fighting and of tearing at that logging bee. J.W.D.M. A logging bee followed the burning of the fallow, as a matter of course. In the bush, where hands are few and labour commands an enormous rate of wages, these gatherings are considered indispensable, and much has been written in their praise. But to me they present the most disgusting picture of a bush life. They are noisy, riotous, drunken meetings, often terminating in violent quarrels, sometimes even in bloodshed. Accidents of the most serious nature often occur, and very little work is done when we consider the number of hands employed and the great consumption of food and liquor. I am certain, in our case, had we hired with the money expended in providing for the bee 2 or 3 industrious, hard-working men, we should have got through twice as much work, and have had it done well, and have been the gainers in the end. People in the woods have a craze for giving and going to bees, and run to them with as much eagerness as a peasant runs to a racecourse or a fair, plenty of strong drink and excitement making the chief attraction of a bee. In raising a house or barn, a bee may be looked upon as a necessary evil, but these gatherings are generally conducted in a more orderly manner than those for logging. Fewer hands are required, and they are generally under the control of the carpenter who puts up the frame, and if they get drunk during the raising, they are liable to meet with very serious accidents. 32 men, gentle and simple, were invited to our bee, and the maid and I were engaged for 2 days preceding the important one in baking and cooking for the entertainment of our guests. When I looked at the quantity of food we had prepared, I thought it could never be all eaten, even by 32 men. It was a burning hot day towards the end of July when our loggers began to come in, and the gee and ha to encourage the oxen resounded on every side. There was my brother S., with his frank English face, a host in himself. Lieutenant, in his blouse, wide white trousers, and red sash, his broad straw hat shading a dark, manly face that would have been a splendid property for a bandit chief. The 4 gay, reckless, idle sons of famous at any spree, but incapable of the least mental or physical exertion, who considered hunting and fishing as the sole aim and object of life. These young men rendered very little assistance themselves, and their example deterred others who were inclined to work. There were the 2 R's, who came to work and to make others work, my good brother-in-law, who had volunteered to be the grog boss, and a host of other settlers, among whom I recognised Moodie's old acquaintance, Dan Simpson, with his lank red hair and freckled face, the Youngs, the Hunters, with their round black curly heads and rich Irish brogue, poor C., with his long, spare, consumptive figure and thin, sickly face. Poor fellow, he has long since been gathered to his rest. There was the ruffian squatter P., from Clear Lake, the dread of all honest men, the brutal M., who treated oxen as if they had been logs by beating them with handspikes, and there was old Whittles, with his low forehead and long nose, a living witness of the truth of phrenology, if his large organ of acquisitiveness and his want of consciousness could be taken in evidence. Yet in spite of his derelictions from honesty, he was a hard-working, good-natured man, who, if he cheated you in a bargain, or took away some useful article in mistake from your homestead, never wronged his employer in his day's work. He was a curious sample of cunning and simplicity, quite a character in his way, and the largest eater I ever chanced to know. From this ravenous propensity for he eat his food like a famished wolf, he had obtained his singular name of Whittles. During the first year of his settlement in the bush, with a very large family to provide for, he had been often in want of food. One day he came to my brother with a very long face. "Mr. S., I'm no beggar, but I be obliged to you for a loaf of bread. I declare to you on my honour that I have not had a bit of wittles to devour for 2 whole days." He came to the right person with his petition. Mr. S., with a liberal hand, relieved his wants, but he entailed upon him the name of Old Whittles as part payment. His daughter, who was a very pretty girl, had stolen a march upon him into the wood, with a lad whom he by no means regarded with a favourable eye. When she returned, the old man confronted her and her lover with this threat, which I suppose he considered the most awful punishment that he could devise. "March into the house, Madame Maria, and if ever I catch you with that scamp again, I'll tie you up to a stump all day and give you no wittles." I was greatly amused by overhearing a dialogue between Old Whittles and one of his youngest sons, a sharp, Yankeefied looking boy, who had lost one of his eyes, but the remaining orb looked as if it could see all ways at once. "I say, Saul, how come you to tell that tarnation tearing lie to Mr. S. yesterday? Didn't you expect that you'd catch a good walloping for the like of that? Lying may be excusable in a man, but 'tis a terrible bad habit for a boy." "Lord, father, that warn't a lie. I told Mr. S. our cow warn't in his peas. No more she were, she was in his wheat." "But she was in the peas all night, boy." "That were nothing to me. She warn't in just then. Sure, I won't get a licking for that." "No, no, you're a good boy. But mind what I tell you, and don't bring me into a scrape with any of your real lies." Prevarication, the worst of falsehoods, was a virtue in his eyes. So much for the old man's morality. Monaghan was in his glory, prepared to work or fight, whichever should come uppermost; and there was old Thomas and his sons, the contractors for the clearing, to expedite whose movements the bee was called. Old Thomas was a very ambitious man in his way. Though he did not know A from B, he took into his head that he had received a call from heaven to convert the heathen in the wilderness, and every Sunday he held a meeting in our logger's shanty, for the purpose of awakening sinners and bringing over Injin pagans to the true faith. His method of accomplishing this object was very ingenious. He got his wife, Peggy, or my Paggy, as he called her, to read aloud to him a text from the Bible until he knew it by heart; and he had, as he said truly, a good remembrancer, and never heard a striking sermon but he retained the most important passages, and retailed them second hand to his bush audience. I must say that I was not a little surprised at the old man's eloquence when I went one Sunday over to the shanty to hear him preach. Several wild young fellows had come on purpose to make fun of him; but his discourse, which was upon the text, "We shall all meet before the judgment seat of Christ," was rather too serious a subject to turn into a jest, with even old Thomas for the preacher. All went on very well until the old man gave out a hymn, and led off in such a loud, discordant voice that my little Katie, who was standing between her father's knees, looked suddenly up and said, "Mamma, what a noise old Thomas makes!" This remark led to a much greater noise, and the young men, unable to restrain their long suppressed laughter, ran tumultuously from the shanty. I could have whipped the little elf, but small blame could be attached to a child of 2 years old, who had never heard a preacher, especially such a preacher as the old backwoodsman, in her life. Poor man! He was perfectly unconscious of the cause of the disturbance, and remarked to us after the service was over, "Well, ma'am, did we not get on famously? Now warn't that a bootiful discourse?" "It was indeed, much better than I expected." "Yes, yes, I knew it would please you. It had quite an effect on those wild fellows. A few more such sermons will teach them good behaviour. Ah, the bush is a bad place for young men. The farther in the bush, say I, the farther from God, and the nearer to hell. I told that wicked Captain L. of Dummerso the other Sunday, and, says he, 'If you don't hold your confounded jaw, you old fool, I'll kick you there.' Now, ma'am, now, sir, was not that bad manners in a gentleman, to use such appropriate epitaphs to a humble servant of God like I." And thus the old man ran on for an hour, dilating upon his own merits and the sins of his neighbours. There was John R , from Smithtown, the most notorious swearer in the district; a man who esteemed himself clever, nor did he want for natural talent, but he had converted his mouth into such a sink of iniquity that it corrupted the whole man, and all the weak and thoughtless of his own sex who admitted him into their company. I had tried to convince John R , for he often frequented the house under the pretence of borrowing books, of the great crime that he was constantly committing, and of the injurious effect it must produce upon his own family; but the mental disease had taken too deep a root to be so easily cured. Like a person labouring under some foul disease, he contaminated all he touched. Such men seem to make an ambitious display of their bad habits in such scenes, and if they afford a little help, they are sure to get intoxicated and make a row. There was my friend, old Ned Dunn, who had been so anxious to get us out of the burning fallow. There was the whole group of Dummer Pines; Levi, the little wiry, witty poacher; Cornish Bill, the honest-hearted old peasant, with his stalwart figure and uncouth dialect; and David and Nettle, good men and true; and Malachi Croak, a queer, withered-up monkey man, that seemed like some mischievous elf, flitting from heap to heap to make work and fun for the rest; and many others were at that bee who have since found a rest in the wilderness. Adam T., H., J. M., H. N. These, at different times, lost their lives in those bright waters in which, on such occasions as these, they used to sport and frolic to refresh themselves during the noonday heat. Alas! how many who were then young and in their prime, that river and its lakes have swept away. Our men worked well until dinner time, when, after washing in the lake, they all sat down to the rude board which I had prepared for them, loaded with the best fare that could be procured in the bush: pea soup, legs of pork, venison, eel, and raspberry pies, garnished with plenty of potatoes, and whiskey to wash them down, besides a large iron kettle of tea. To pour out the latter and dispense it round devolved upon me. My brother and his friends, who were all temperance men, and consequently the best workers in the field, kept me and the maid actively employed in replenishing their cups. The dinner passed off tolerably well. Some of the lower order of the Irish settlers were pretty far gone, but they committed no outrage upon our feelings by either swearing or bad language, a few harmless jokes alone circulating among them. Some one was funning old Wittals for having eaten 7 large cabbages at Mr. Teasby a few days previous. His son Saul thought himself, as in duty bound, to take up the cudgel for his father. "Now, I guess that's a lie, anyhow. Fayther was sick that day, and I tell you he only ate 5." This announcement was followed by such an explosion of mirth that the boy looked fiercely round him, as if he could scarcely believe the fact that the whole party were laughing at him. Malachi Croak, who was good-naturedly drunk, had discovered an old pair of cracked bellows in a corner, which he placed under his arm, and applying his mouth to the pipe, and working his elbows to and fro, pretended that he was playing upon the bagpipes, every now and then letting the wind escape in a shrill squeak from this novel instrument. "Arrah, ladies and gintlemen, do jist turn your sweet little eyes upon me whilst I play for your edifications the last illigant tune which my old grandmother taught me. Och hone, 'tis 1,000 pities that such musical old crathers should be suffered to die at all, to be poked away into a dirthy, dark hole, when their candles should be burning atop of a bushel, giving light to the house. And then it is that she was the illigant dancer, stepping out so lively and frisky, just so." And here he minced to and fro, affecting the airs of a fine lady. The supposititious bagpipe gave an uncertain, ominous howl, and he flung it down and started back with a ludicrous expression of alarm. "Alive, is it ye are? Ye croaking old divil, is that the tune you taught your son?" "Och, my old granny taught me, but now she is dead, that a drop of neat whiskey is good for the head. It would make a man spake when just ready to die. If you doubt it, my boys, I'd advise you to try. Och, my old granny sleeps with her head on a stone. Now, Malach, don't trouble the gulls when I'm gone. I tried to obey her, but och, I am sure there's no sorrow on earth that the angels can't cure. Och, I took her advice, I'm a bachelor still, and I dance and I play with such excellent skill," taking up the bellows and beginning to dance, "that the dear little crathurs are striving in vain, which first shall my hand or my fortune obtain." "Malach!" shouted a laughing group, "how was it that the old lady taught you to go a-courting?" "Arrah, that's a secret. I don't let out old granny's secrets," said Malachi, gracefully waving his head to and fro to the squeaking of the bellows; then, suddenly tossing back the long, dangling black elf locks that curled down the sides of his lank yellow cheeks, and winking knowingly with his comical little deep-seated black eyes, he burst out again: "Wid the blarney I'd win the most dainty proud dame, no gull can resist the soft sound of that same. Wid the blarney, my boys, if you doubt it, go thry; but hand here the bottle, my whistle is dry." The men went back to the field, leaving Malachi to amuse those who remained in the house; and we certainly did laugh our fill at his odd capers and conceits. Then he would insist upon marrying our maid. There could be no refusal; have her he would. The girl, to keep him quiet, laughingly promised that she would take him for her husband. This did not satisfy him; she must take her oath upon the Bible to that effect. Mary pretended that there was no Bible in the house, but he found an old spelling book upon a shelf in the kitchen, and upon it he made her swear, and called upon me to bear witness to her oath, and that she was now his betrothed, and he would go the next day with her to the praist. Poor Mary had reason to repent her frolic, for he stuck close to her the whole evening, tormenting her to fulfil her contract. After the sun went down, the logging band came in to supper, which was all ready for them. Those who remained sober ate the meal in peace, and quietly returned to their own homes, while the vicious and the drunken stayed to brawl and fight. After having placed the supper on the table, I was so tired with the noise and heat and fatigue of the day, that I went to bed, leaving to Mary and my husband the care of the guests. The little bed chamber was only separated from the kitchen by a few thin boards, and unfortunately for me and the girl, who was soon forced to retreat thither, we could hear all the wickedness and profanity going on in the next room. My husband, disgusted with the scene, soon left it and retired into the parlour, with the few of the loggers who at that hour remained sober. The house rang with the sound of unhallowed revelry, profane songs, and blasphemous swearing. It would have been no hard task to have imagined these miserable, degraded beings fiends instead of men. How glad I was when they at last broke up, and we were once more left in peace to collect to broken glasses and cups, and the scattered fragments of that hateful feast. We were obliged to endure a second and a third repetition of this odious scene before 16 acres of land were rendered fit for the reception of our fall crop of wheat. My hatred to these tumultuous, disorderly meetings was not in the least decreased by my husband being twice seriously hurt while attending them. After the second injury he received, he seldom went to them himself, but sent his oxen and servant in his place. In these odious gatherings, the sober, moral, and industrious man is more likely to suffer than the drunken and profane, as during the delirium of drink these men expose others to danger as well as themselves. The conduct of many of the settlers, who considered themselves gentlemen, and would have been very much affronted to have been called otherwise, was often more reprehensible than that of the poor Irish emigrants, to whom they should have set an example of order and sobriety. The behaviour of these young men drew upon them the severe but just censures of the poorer class, whom they regarded in every way as their inferiors. "That blackguard calls himself a gentleman. In what respect is he better than us?" was an observation too frequently made use of at these gatherings. To see a bad man in the very worst point of view, follow him to a B. Be he profane, licentious, quarrelsome, or a rogue, all his native wickedness will be fully developed there. Just after the last of these logging bees, we had to part with our good servant Mary, and just at a time when it was the heaviest loss to me. Her father, who had been a dairyman in the north of Ireland, an honest, industrious man, had brought out upwards of £100 to this country. With more wisdom than is generally excised by Irish emigrants, instead of sinking all his means in buying a bush farm, he hired a very good farm in Cavan, with cattle, and returned to his old avocation. The services of his daughter, who was an excellent dairymaid, were required to take the management of the cows, and her brother brought a waggon and horses all the way from the front to take her home. This event was perfectly unexpected, and left me without a moment's notice to provide myself with another servant, at a time when servants were not to be had, and I was perfectly unable to do the least thing. My little Addie was sick almost to death with the summer complaint, and the eldest still too young to take care of herself. This was but the beginning of trouble. Ague and lake fever had attacked our new settlement. The men in the shanty were all down with it, and my husband was confined to his bed on each alternate day, unable to raise hand or foot, and raving in the delirium of the fever. In my sister and brother's families, scarcely a healthy person remained to attend upon the sick, and at Harriet's Falls 9 persons were stretched upon the floor of one log cabin, unable to help themselves or one another. After much difficulty, and only by offering enormous wages, I succeeded in procuring a nurse to attend upon me during my confinement. The woman had not been a day in the house before she was attacked by the same fever. In the midst of this confusion, and with my precious little Addie lying insensible on a pillow at the foot of my bed, expected at every moment to breathe her last, on the night of the 26th of August the boy I had so ardently coveted was born. The next day, old Pine carried his wife, my nurse, away upon his back, and I was left to struggle through, in the best manner I could, with a sick husband, a sick child, and a new-born babe. It was a melancholy season, one of severe mental and bodily suffering. Those who have drawn such agreeable pictures of a residence in the backwoods never dwell upon the periods of sickness, when, far from medical advice, and often, as in my case, deprived of the assistance of friends by adverse circumstances, you are left to languish unattended upon the couch of pain. The day that my husband was free of the fit, he did what he could for me and his poor sick babes; but, ill as he was obliged to sow the wheat to enable the man to proceed with the drag, and was therefore necessarily absent in the field the greater part of the day. I was very ill, yet for hours at a time I had no friendly voice to cheer me, to prefer me a drink of cold water, or to attend the poor babe; and worse, still worse, there was no one to help that pale marble child who lay so cold and still, with half-closed violet eyes, as if death had already chilled her young heart in his iron grasp. There was not a breath of air in our close, burning bed-closet, and the weather was sultry beyond all that I have since experienced. How I wished that I could be transported to a hospital at home, to enjoy the common care that in such places is bestowed upon the sick. Bitter tears flowed continually from my eyes over those young children. I had asked of heaven a son, and there he lay, helpless by the side of his almost equally helpless mother, who could not lift him up in her arms or still his cries, while the pale, fair angel, with her golden curls, who had lately been the admiration of all who saw her, no longer recognised my voice, or was conscious of my presence. I felt that I could almost resign the long and eagerly hoped-for son, to win one more smile from that sweet, suffering creature. Often did I weep myself to sleep, and wake to weep again with renewed anguish. And my poor little Katie, herself under 3 years of age, how patiently she bore the loss of my care and every comfort. How earnestly the dear thing strove to help me. She would sit on my sick bed and hold my hand, and ask me to look at her and speak to her; would inquire why Addie slept so long, and when she would awake again. Those innocent questions went like arrows to my heart. Lieutenant, the husband of my dear Amelia, at length heard of my situation. His inestimable wife was from home, nursing her sick mother, but he sent his maidservant up every day for a couple of hours, and the kind girl despatched a messenger 9 miles through the woods to Dummer, to fetch her younger sister, a child of 12 years old. Oh, how grateful I felt for these signal mercies, for my situation for nearly a week was one of the most pitiable that could be imagined. The sickness was so prevalent that help was not to be obtained for money, and without the assistance of that little girl, young as she was, it is more than probable that neither myself nor my children would ever have risen from that bed of sickness. The conduct of our man Jacob during this trying period was marked with the greatest kindness and consideration. On the days that his master was confined to his bed with the fever, he used to place a vessel of cold water and a cup by his bedside, and put his honest English face in at my door to know if he could make a cup of tea or toast a bit of bread for the mistress before he went into the field. Katie was indebted to him for all meals. He baked and cooked and churned, milked the cows and made up the butter, as well and as carefully as the best female servant could have done. As to poor John Monaghan, he was down with fever in the shanty, where 4 other men were all ill with the same terrible complaint. I was obliged to leave my bed and endeavour to attend to the wants of my young family long before I was really able. When I made my first attempt to reach the parlour, I was so weak that, at every step, I felt as if I should pitch forward to the ground, which seemed to undulate beneath my feet like the floor of a cabin in a storm at sea. My husband continued to suffer for many weeks with the ague, and when he was convalescent, all the children, even the poor babe, were seized with it, nor did it leave us until late in the spring of 1835. The Emigrant's Farewell. Rise, Mary, meet me on the shore, and tell our tale of sorrow o'er. There must we meet to part no more. Rise, Mary, rise. Come, dearest, come, though all in vain, once more beside you summer main, we'll plight our hopeless vows again. Unclose thine eyes. My bark amidst the surges tossed, I go by evil fortunes crossed, my earthly hopes for ever lost, love's dearest prize. But when thy hand is clasped in mine, I'll laugh at fortune nor repine, in life, in death, for ever thine, then check these sighs. They move a bosom steeled to bear its own unwonted load of care, that will not bend beneath despair. Rise, dearest, rise. Life's but a troubled dream at best. These comes a time when grief shall rest, kind, faithful hearts shall yet be blessed, 'neath brighter skies. End of chapter 17. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, September 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 18. A Trip to Stony Lake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 18. A Trip to Stony Lake. O Nature! In thy ever-varying face, by rocky shore or 'neath the forest tree, what love divine, what matchless skill I trace! My full warm heart responsive thrills to thee. Yea, in my throbbing bosom's inmost core, thou reign'st supreme, and in thy sternest mood, thy votary bends in rapture to adore the mighty Maker, who pronounced thee good. Thy broad, majestic brow still bears his seal, and when I cease to love, oh, may I cease to feel. My husband had long promised me a trip to Stony Lake, and in the summer of 1835, before the harvest commenced, he gave Mr. Y , who kept the mill at the rapids below Clear Lake, notice of our intention, and the worthy old man and his family made due preparation for our reception. The little girls were to accompany us. We were to start at sunrise, to avoid the heat of the day, to go up as far as Mr. Y.'s in our canoe, re-embark with his sons above the rapids in birch bark canoes, go as far up the lake as we could accomplish by daylight, and return at night. the weather being very warm and the moon at full. Before 6 o'clock we were all seated in the little craft, which spread her white sail to a foaming breeze, and sped merrily over the blue waters. The lake on which our clearing stood was about 1.5 miles in length, and about 3/4 of a mile in breadth, a mere pond when compared with the Bay of Quinte, Ontario, and the inland seas of Canada. But it was our lake, and, consequently, it had 10,000 beauties in our eyes, which would scarcely have attracted the observation of a stranger. At the head of the Katchawanook, the lake is divided by a long neck of land, that forms a small bay on the right-hand side, and a very brisk rapid on the left. The banks are formed of large masses of limestone, and the cardinal flower and the tiger lily seem to have taken an especial fancy to this spot, and to vie with each other in the display of their gorgeous colours. It is an excellent place for fishing. The water is very deep close to the rocky pavement that forms the bank, and it has a pebbly bottom. Many a magic hour, at rosy dawn or evening grey, have I spent with my husband on this romantic spot, our canoe fastened to a bush, and ourselves intent upon ensnaring the black bass, a fish of excellent flavour that abounds in this place. Our paddles soon carried us past the narrows, and through the rapid water, the children sitting quietly at the bottom of the boat, enchanted with all they heard and saw, begging papa to stop and gather water lilies, or to catch one of the splendid butterflies that hovered over us; and often the little Addie darted her white hand into the water, to grasp at the shadow of the gorgeous insects as they skimmed along the waves. After passing the rapids, the river widened into another small lake, perfectly round in form, and having in its centre a tiny green island, in the midst of which stood, like a shattered monument of bygone storms, one blasted black ash tree. The Indians call this lake Besikakoon, but I do not know the exact meaning of the word. Some say that it means the Indian's grave, others the lake of the one island. It is certain that an Indian girl is buried beneath that blighted tree, but I never could learn the particulars of her story, and perhaps there was no tale connected with it. She might have fallen a victim to disease during the wanderings of her tribe, and been buried on that spot; or she might have been drowned, which would account for her having been buried away from the rest of her people. This little lake lies in the heart of the wilderness. There is but one clearing upon its shores, and that had been made by lumberers many years before. The place abounded with red cedar. A second growth of young timber had grown up in this spot, which was covered also with raspberry bushes, several hundred acres being entirely overgrown with this delicious berry. It was here annually that we used to come in large picnic parties to collect this valuable fruit for our winter preserves, in defiance of black flies, mosquitoes, snakes, and even bears, all which have been encountered by berry pickers upon this spot, as busy and as active as themselves, gathering an ample repast from nature's bounteous lap. And oh, what beautiful wild shrubs and flowers grew up in that neglected spot! Some of the happiest hours I spent in the bush are connected with reminiscences of Irving's shanty, for so the raspberry grounds were called. The clearing could not be seen from the shore. You had to scramble through a cedar swamp to reach the sloping ground which produced the berries. The mill at the Clear Lake Rapids was about 3 miles distant from our own clearing, and after stemming another rapid, and passing between two beautiful wooded islands, the canoe rounded a point, and the rude structure was before us. A wilder and more romantic spot than that which the old hunter had chosen for his homestead in the wilderness could scarcely be imagined. The waters of Clear Lake here empty themselves through a narrow, deep, rocky channel, not exceeding 1/4 of a mile in length, and tumble over a limestone ridge of 10 or 12 feet in height, which extends from one bank of the river to the other. The shores on either side are very steep, and the large oak trees, which have anchored their roots in every crevice of the rock, throw their fantastic arms far over the foaming waterfall, the deep green of their massy foliage forming a beautiful contrast with the white, flashing waters that foam over the chute, at least 50 feet below the brow of the limestone rock. By a flight of steps cut in the banks, we ascended to the platform above the river, on which Mr. Y 's house stood. It was a large, rough-looking log building, surrounded by barns and sheds of the same primitive material. The porch before the door was covered with hops, and the room of general resort, into which it immediately opened, was of large dimensions, the huge fireplace forming the most striking feature. On the hearthstone, hot as was the weather, blazed a great fire, encumbered with all sorts of culinary apparatus, which, I am inclined to think, had been called into requisition for our sole benefit and accommodation. The good folks had breakfasted long before we started from home, but they would not hear of our proceeding to Stony Lake until after we had dined. It was only 8 o'clock a.m., and we had still 4 hours to dinner, which gave us ample leisure to listen to the old man's stories, ramble round the premises, and observe all the striking features of the place. Mr. Y was a Catholic, and the son of a respectable farmer from the south of Ireland. Some few years before, he had emigrated with a large family of 7 sons and 2 daughters, and being fond of field sports, and greatly taken with the beauty of the locality in which he had pitched his tent in the wilderness, he determined to raise a mill upon the dam which nature had provided to his hands, and wait patiently until the increasing immigration should settle the townships of Smith and Douro, render the property valuable, and bring plenty of grist to the mill. He was not far wrong in his calculations, and though for the first few years he subsisted entirely by hunting, fishing, and raising what potatoes and wheat he required for his own family, on the most fertile spots he could find on his barren lot, very little corn passed through the mill. At the time we visited his place, he was driving a thriving trade, and all the wheat that was grown in the neighbourhood was brought by water to be ground at Y 's mill. He had lost his wife a few years after coming to the country, but his 2 daughters, Betty and Nora, were excellent housewives, and amply supplied her loss. From these amiable women we received a most kind and hearty welcome, and every comfort and luxury within their reach. They appeared a most happy and contented family. The sons, a fine, hardy, independent set of fellows, were regarded by the old man with pride and affection. Many were his anecdotes of their prowess in hunting and fishing. His method of giving them an aversion to strong drink while very young amused me greatly, but it is not every child that could have stood the test of his experiment. "When they were little chaps, from 5 to 6 years of age, I made them very drunk," he said. "So drunk that it brought on severe headache and sickness, and this so disgusted them with liquor that they never could abide the sight of it again. I have only one drunkard among the 7, and he was such a weak, puling crathur that I dared not try the same game with him, lest it should kill him. 'Tis his nature, I suppose, and he can't help it; but the truth is, that to make up for the sobriety of all the rest, he is killing himself with drink." Nora gave us an account of her catching a deer that had got into the enclosure the day before. "I went out," she said, "early in the morning to milk the cows, and I saw a fine young buck struggling to get through a pale of the fence, in which, having entangled his head and horns, I knew by the desperate efforts he was making to push aside the rails, that if I was not quick in getting hold of him, he would soon be gone." "And did you dare to touch him?" "If I had had Mat's gun, I would have shot him, but he would have made his escape long before I could run to the house for that, so I went boldly up to him, and got him by the hind legs, and though he kicked and struggled dreadfully, I held on till Mat heard me call, and ran to my help, and cut his throat with his hunting knife. So you see," she continued, with a good-natured laugh, "I can beat our hunters hollow. They hunt the deer, but I can catch a buck with my hands." While we were chatting away, great were the preparations making by Miss Betty and a very handsome American woman who had recently come thither as a help. One little barefooted garsoon was shelling peas in an Indian basket. Another was stringing currants into a yellow pie dish, and a third was sent to the rapids with his rod and line, to procure a dish of fresh fish, to add to the long list of bush dainties that were preparing for our dinner. It was in vain that I begged our kind entertainers not to put themselves to the least trouble on our account, telling them that we were now used to the woods, and contented with anything. They were determined to exhaust all their stores to furnish forth the entertainment. Nor can it be wondered at that, with so many dishes to cook, and pies and custards to bake, instead of dining at 12, it was past 2 o'clock before we were conducted to the dinner table. I was vexed and disappointed at the delay, as I wanted to see all I could of the spot we were about to visit, before night and darkness compelled us to return. The feast was spread in a large outhouse, the table being formed of 2 broad deal boards laid together, and supported by rude carpenter's stools. A white linen cloth, a relic of better days, concealed these arrangements. The board was covered with an indescribable variety of roast and boiled, of fish, flesh, and fowl. My readers should see a table laid out in a wealthy Canadian farmer's house before they can have any idea of the profusion displayed in the entertainment of 2 visitors and their young children. Besides venison, pork, chickens, ducks, and fish of several kinds, cooked in a variety of ways, there was a number of pumpkin, raspberry, cherry, and currant pies, with fresh butter and green cheese, as the new cream cheese is called, molasses, preserves, and pickled cucumbers, besides tea and coffee, the latter, be it known, I had watched the American woman boiling in the frying pan. It was a black-looking compound, and I did not attempt to discuss its merits. The vessel in which it had been prepared had prejudiced me, and rendered me very sceptical on that score. We were all very hungry, having tasted nothing since 5 o'clock in the morning, and contrived, out of the variety of good things before us, to make an excellent dinner. I was glad, however, when we rose to prosecute our intended trip up the lake. The old man, whose heart was now thoroughly warmed with whiskey, declared that he meant to make one of the party, and Betty, too, was to accompany us, her sister Nora kindly staying behind to take care of the children. We followed a path, along the top of the high ridge of limestone rock, until we had passed the falls and the rapids above, when we found Pat and Matt Y waiting for us on the shore below, in 2 beautiful new birch bark canoes, which they had purchased the day before from the Indians. Miss Betty, Matt, and myself were safely stowed into one, while the old miller and his son Pat and my husband embarked in the other, and our steersman pushed off into the middle of the deep and silent stream, the shadow of the tall woods towering so many feet above us, casting an inky hue upon the waters. The scene was very imposing, and after paddling for a few minutes in shade and silence, we suddenly emerged into light and sunshine, and Clear Lake, which gets its name from the unrivalled brightness of its waters, spread out its azure mirror before us. The Indians regard this sheet of water with peculiar reverence. It abounds in the finest sorts of fish, the salmon trout, the delicious white fish, masquinongé, and black and white bass. There is no island in this lake, no rice beds, nor stick nor stone to break its tranquil beauty, and, at the time we visited it, there was but one clearing upon its shores. The log hut of the squatter P, commanding a beautiful prospect up and down the lake, stood upon a bold slope fronting the water. All the rest was unbroken forest. We had proceeded about a mile on our pleasant voyage, when our attention was attracted by a singular natural phenomenon, which Matt Y called the Battery. On the right-hand side of the shore rose a steep perpendicular wall of limestone, that had the appearance of having been laid by the hand of man, so smooth and even was its surface. After attaining a height of about 50 feet, a natural platform of 8 or 10 yards broke the perpendicular line of the rock, when another wall, like the first, rose to a considerable height, terminating in a second and third platform of the same description. Fire, at some distant period, had run over these singularly beautiful terraces, and a second growth of poplars and balm of gileads, relieved by their tender green and light airy foliage, the sombre indigo tint of the heavy pines that nodded like the plumes of a funeral hearse over the fair young dwellers on the rock. The water is 40 feet deep at the base of this precipice, which is washed by the waves. After we had passed the battery, Mat Y turned to me and said, "That is a famous place for bears. Many a bear have I shot among those rocks." This led to a long discussion on the wild beasts of the country. "I do not think that there is much danger to be apprehended from them," said he; "but I once had an ugly adventure with a wolf 2 winters ago, on this lake." I was all curiosity to hear the story, which sounded doubly interesting told on the very spot, and while gliding over those lovely waters. "We were lumbering at the head of Stony Lake, about 8 miles from here, my 4 brothers, myself, and several other hands. The winter was long and severe. Although it was the first week in March, there was not the least appearance of a thaw, and the ice on these lakes was as firm as ever. I had been sent home to fetch a yoke of oxen, to draw the saw logs down to the water, our chopping being all completed, and the logs ready for rafting. I did not think it necessary to encumber myself with my rifle, and was, therefore, provided with no weapon of defence but the long gad I used to urge on the cattle. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I rounded Sandy Point, that long point which is about a mile ahead of us on the left shore, when I first discovered that I was followed, but at a great distance, by a large wolf. At first I thought little of the circumstance, beyond a passing wish that I had brought my gun. I knew that he would not attack me before dark, and it was still 2 long hours to sundown, so I whistled and urged on my oxen, and soon forgot the wolf, when, on stopping to repair a little damage to the peg of the yoke, I was surprised to find him close at my heels. I turned and ran towards him, shouting as loud as I could, when he slunk back, but showed no inclination to make off. Knowing that he must have companions near, by his boldness, I shouted as loud as I could, hoping that my cries might be heard by my brothers, who would imagine that the oxen had got into the ice, and would come to my assistance. I was now winding my way through the islands in Stony Lake. The sun was setting red before me, and I had still 3 miles of my journey to accomplish. The wolf had become so impudent that I kept him off by pelting him with snowballs, and once he came so near that I struck him with the gad. I now began to be seriously alarmed, and from time to time shouted with all my strength, and you may imagine my joy when these cries were answered by the report of a gun. My brothers had heard me, and the discharge of a gun for a moment seemed to daunt the wolf. He uttered a long howl, which was answered by the cries of a large pack of the dirty brutes from the wood. It was only just light enough to distinguish objects, and I had to stop and face my enemy to keep him at bay. I saw the skeleton forms of 6 more of them slinking among the bushes that skirted a low island, and tired and cold, I gave myself and the oxen up for lost, when I felt the ice tremble on which I stood, and heard men running at a little distance. "Fire your guns!" I cried out as loud as I could. My order was obeyed, and such a yelling and howling immediately filled the whole forest as would have chilled your very heart. The thievish varmints instantly fled away into the bush. I never felt the least fear of wolves until that night, but when they meet in large bands like cowardly dogs, they trust to their numbers and grow fierce. If you meet with one wolf, you may be certain that the whole pack are at no great distance. We were fast approaching Sandy Point, a long white ridge of sand running half across the lake, and though only covered with scattered groups of scrubby trees and brush, it effectually screened Stony Lake from our view. There were so many beautiful flowers peeping through the dwarf green bushes, that, wishing to inspect them nearer, Mat kindly ran the canoe ashore, and told me that he would show me a pretty spot, where an Indian, who had been drowned during a storm off that point, was buried. I immediately recalled the story of Susan Moore's father, but Mat thought that he was interred upon one of the islands farther up. "It is strange," he said, "that they are such bad swimmers. The Indian, though unrivalled by us whites in the use of the paddle, is an animal that does not take readily to the water, and among them who can swim seldom use it as a recreation. Pushing our way through the bushes, we came to a small opening in the underwood, so thickly grown over with wild Canadian roses in full blossom that the air was impregnated with a delightful odour. In the centre of this bed of sweets rose the humble mound that protected the bones of the red man from the ravenous jaws of the wolf and the wild cat. It was completely covered with stones, and from among the crevices had sprung a tuft of blue harebells, waving as wild and free as if they grew among the bonny red heather on the glorious hills of the north, or shook their tiny bells to the breeze on the broom-encircled commons of England. The harebell had always, from a child, been with me a favourite flower, and the first sight of it in Canada, growing upon that lonely grave, so flooded my soul with remembrances of the past that, in spite of myself, the tears poured freely from my eyes. There are moments when it is impossible to repress those outgushings of the heart, those floodgates of the soul that sever, in passion's tide to part for ever. If Matt and his sister wondered at my tears, they must have suspected the cause, for they walked too a little distance, and left me to the indulgence of my feelings. I gathered those flowers, and placed them in my bosom, and kept them for many a day. They had become holy when connected with sacred home recollections, and the never-dying affections of the heart which the sight of them recalled. A shout from our companions in the other canoe made us retrace our steps to the shore. They had already rounded the point, and were wondering at our absence. Oh, what a magnificent scene of wild and lonely grandeur burst upon us as we swept round the little peninsula, and the whole majesty of Stony Lake broke upon us at once. Another Lake of the Thousand Isles, in miniature, and in the heart of the wilderness. Imagine a large sheet of water, some 15 miles in breadth and 25 in length, taken up by islands of every size and shape, from the lofty naked rock of red granite to the rounded hill covered with oak trees to its summit, while others were level with the waters, and of a rich emerald green only fringed with a growth of aquatic shrubs and flowers. Never did my eyes rest on a more lovely or beautiful scene. Not a vestige of man or of his works was there. The setting sun, that cast such a gorgeous flood of light upon this exquisite panorama, bringing out some of these lofty islands in strong relief, and casting others into intense shade, shed no cheery beam upon church spire or cottage pane. We beheld the landscape, savage and grand in its primeval beauty. As we floated among the channels between these rocky, picturesque isles, I asked Matt how many of them there were. "I never could succeed," he said, "in counting them all. One Sunday, Pat and I spent a whole day in going from one to the other, to try and make out how many there were; but we could only count up to 140 before we gave up the task in despair. There are a great many of them, more than any one would think; and what is very singular, the channel between them is very deep, sometimes above 40 feet, which accounts for the few rapids to be found in this lake. It is a glorious place for hunting, and the waters, undisturbed by steamboats, abound in all sorts of fish. Most of these islands are covered with huckleberries, wild grapes, high and low bush cranberries, blackberries, wild cherries, gooseberries, and several sorts of wild currants grow here in profusion. There is one island among these groups, but I never could light upon the identical one, where the Indians yearly gather their wampum grass. They come here to collect the best birch bark for their canoes, and to gather wild onions. In short, from the game, fish, and fruit which they collect among the islands of this lake, they chiefly depend for their subsistence. They are very jealous of the settlers in the country coming to hunt and fish here, and tell many stories of wild beasts and rattlesnakes that abound along its shores. But I, who have frequented the lake for years, was never disturbed by anything, beyond the adventure with the wolf, which I have already told you. The banks of this lake are all steep and rocky, and the land along the shore is barren and totally unfit for cultivation. Had we time to run up a few miles further, I could have showed you some places well worth a journey to look at; but the sun is already down, and it will be dark before we get back to the mill." The other canoe now floated alongside, and Pat agreed with his brother that it was high time to return. With reluctance I turned from this strangely fascinating scene. As we passed under one bold rocky island, Mat said, laughingly, "That is Mount Rascal." "How did it obtain that name?" "Oh, we were out here berrying, with our good priest, Mr. B . This island promised so fair that we landed upon it, and after searching for an hour, we returned to the boat without a single berry, upon which Mr. B named it Mount Rascal. The island was so beautiful it did not deserve the name, and I christened it Oak Hill, from the abundance of oak trees which clothed its steep sides. The wood of this oak is so heavy and hard that it will not float in the water, and it is in great request for the runners of lumber sleighs, which have to pass over very bad roads. The breeze, which had rendered our sail up the lake so expeditious and refreshing, had stiffened into a pretty high wind, which was dead against us all the way down. Betty now knelt in the bow, and assisted her brother, squaw fashion, in paddling the canoe; but, in spite of all their united exertions, it was past 10 o'clock before we reached the mill. The good Norah was waiting tea for us. She had given the children their supper 4 hours ago, and the little creatures, tired with using their feet all day, were sound asleep upon her bed. After supper, several Irish songs were sung, while Pat played upon the fiddle, and Betty and Mat enlivened the company with an Irish jig. It was midnight when the children were placed on my cloak at the bottom of the canoe, and we bade adieu to this hospitable family. The wind being dead against us, we were obliged to dispense with the sail, and take to our paddles. The moonlight was as bright as day, the air warm and balmy, and the aromatic, resinous smell exuded by the heat from the balm of Gilead and the pine trees in the forest, added greatly to our sense of enjoyment as we floated past scenes so wild and lonely, isles that assumed a mysterious look and character in that witching hour. In moments like these, I ceased to regret my separation from my native land, and, filled with the love of nature, my heart forgot for the time the love of home. The very spirit of peace seemed to brood over the waters, which were broken into 1,000 ripples of light by every breeze that stirred the rice blossoms, or whispered through the shivering aspen trees. The far-off roar of the rapids, softened by distance, and the long mournful cry of the night owl, alone broke the silence of the night. Amid these lonely wilds, the soul draws nearer to God, and is filled to overflowing by the overwhelming sense of his presence. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when we fastened the canoe to the landing, and Moodie carried up the children to the house. I found the girl still up with my boy, who had been very restless during our absence. My heart reproached me as I caught him to my breast for leaving him so long. In a few minutes he was consoled for past sorrows, and sleeping sweetly in my arms. A Canadian Song. Come, launch the light canoe. The breeze is fresh and strong, the summer skies are blue, and 'tis joy to float along, away o'er the waters, the bright glancing waters, the many-voiced waters, as they dance in light and song. When the great Creator spoke, on the long unmeasured night, the living day spring broke, and the waters owned his might. The voice of many waters, of glad, rejoicing waters, of living, leaping waters, first hailed the dawn of light. Where foaming billows glide to earth's remotest bound, the rushing ocean tide rolls on the solemn sound. God's voice is in the waters, the deep, mysterious waters, the sleepless, dashing waters, still breathe its tones around. End of chapter 18. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty. November 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 19. The Old Dragoon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 19. The Old Dragoon. I am indebted to my husband for this sketch. Behold that man with lanky locks, which hang in strange confusion o'er his brow, and nicely scan his garments, rent and patched, in colours varied like a pictured map, and watch his restless glance, now grave, now gay, as saddening thought or merry humours flash, sweeps o'er the deep-marked lines which care hath left, as when the world is steeped in blackest night, the forked lightning flashes through the sky, and all around leaps into life and light, to sink again in darkness blacker still. Yes, look upon that face lugubrious, long, as thoughtfully he stands with folded arms, amid his realm of charred and spectral stumps, which once were trees, but now, with sprawling roots, cling to the rocks which peep above the soil. Ay, look again, and say if you discern the faintest trace of warrior bold, the gait erect and proud, the steady glance that speaks the fearless soul, watchful and prompt to do what man can do, when duty calls. All wrecked and reckless now, but let the trumpet's soul-inspiring sound wake up the brattling echoes of the woods, then watch his kindling eye, his eagle glance, while thoughts of glorious fields and battles won, and visions bright of joyous, hopeful youth, sweep o'er his soul. A soldier now once more, touched by the magic sound, he rears his head, responsive to the well-known martial note, and stands again a hero mid his rags. It is delightful to observe a feeling of contentment under adverse circumstances. We may smile at the rude and clumsy attempts of the remote and isolated backwoodsman to attain something like comfort, but happy he who, with the buoyant spirits of the light-hearted Irishman, contrives to make himself happy even when all others would be miserable. A certain degree of dissatisfaction with our present circumstances is necessary to stimulate us to exertion, and thus to enable us to secure future comfort. But where the delusive prospect of future happiness is too remote for any reasonable hope of ultimate attainment, then surely it is true wisdom to make the most of the present, and to cultivate a spirit of happy contentment with the lot assigned to us by Providence. Old Simpson, or the Old Dragoon, as he was generally called, was a good sample of this happy character, and I shall proceed to give the reader a sketch of his history, and a description of his establishment. He was one of that unfortunate class of discharged soldiers who are tempted to sell their pensions often far below their true value, for the sake of getting a lot of land in some remote settlement, where it is only rendered valuable by the labour of the settler, and where they will have the unenviable privilege of expending the last remains of their strength in clearing a patch of land for the benefit of some grasping storekeeper who has given them credit while engaged in the work. The Old Dragoon had fixed his abode on the verge of an extensive beaver meadow, which was considered a sort of natural curiosity in the neighbourhood, and where he managed, by cutting the rank grass in the summer time, to support several cows, which afforded the chief subsistence of his family. He had also managed, with the assistance of his devoted partner Judy, to clear a few acres of poor rocky land on the sloping margin of the level meadow, which he planted year after year with potatoes. Scattered over this small clearing, here and there might be seen the butt end of some half-burnt hemlock tree, which had escaped the general combustion of the log heaps, and now formed a striking contrast to the white limestone rocks which showed their rounded surfaces above the meagre soil. The Old Dragoon seemed, moreover, to have some taste for the picturesque, and by way of ornament had left standing sundry tall pines and hemlocks neatly girdled to destroy their foliage, the shade of which would have been detrimental to the blessed praties which he designed to grow in his clearing, but which in the meantime, like martyrs at the stake, stretched their naked branches imploringly towards the smiling heavens. As he was a kind of hermit from choice, and far removed from other settlers, whose assistance is so necessary in new settlements, old Simpson was compelled to resort to the most extraordinary contrivances while clearing his land. Thus, after felling the trees, instead of chopping them into lengths, for the purpose of facilitating the operation of piling them preparatory to burning, which would have cost him too much labour, he resorted to the practice of niggering, as it is called, which is simply laying light pieces of round timber across the trunks of the trees, and setting fire to them at the point of contact, by which means the trees are slowly burned through. It was while busily engaged in this interesting operation that I first became acquainted with the subject of this sketch. Some 20 or 30 little fires were burning briskly in different parts of the blackened field, and the old fellow was watching the slow progress of his silent niggers, and replacing them from time to time as they smouldered away. After threading my way among the uncouth logs, blazing and smoking in all directions, I encountered the old man, attired in an old hood or bonnet of his wife Judy, with his patched canvas trousers rolled up to his knees, one foot bare, and the other furnished with an old boot, which from its appearance had once belonged to some more aristocratic foot. His person was long, straight, and sinewy, and there was a light springiness and elasticity in his step which would have suited a younger man, as he skipped along with a long handspike over his shoulder. He was singing a stave from the Enniskillen Dragoon when I came up with him. With his silver-mounted pistols and his long carbine, long life to the brave Enniskillen Dragoon. His face would have been one of the most lugubrious imaginable, with his long, tangled hair hanging confusedly over it, in a manner which has been happily compared to a bewitched haystack, had it not been for a certain humorous twitch, or convulsive movement, which affected one side of his countenance, whenever any droll idea passed through his mind. It was with a twitch of this kind, and a certain indescribable twinkle of his somewhat melancholy eye, as he seemed intuitively to form a hasty conception of the oddity of his appearance to a stranger unused to the bush, that he welcomed me to his clearing. He instantly threw down his handspike, and leaving his niggers to finish their work at their leisure, insisted on our going to his house to get something to drink. On the way, I explained to him the object of my visit, which was to mark out, or blaze, the side lines of a lot of land I had received as part of a military grant, immediately adjoining the beaver meadow, and I asked him to accompany me, as he was well acquainted with the different lots. "Och, by all manner of means, and welcome. The devil a foot of the way, but I know as well as my own clearing. But come into the house and get a drink of milk, and a bite of bread and butter, for sorrow a drop of the whiskey has crossed my teeth for the last month, and it's but poor entertainment for man or baste I can offer you, but sure you're heartily welcome." The precincts of the homestead were divided and subdivided into an infinity of enclosures, of all shapes and sizes. The outer enclosure was a bush fence, formed of trees felled on each other in a row, and the gaps filled up with brushwood. There was a large gate, swung with wooden hinges, and a wooden latch to fasten it. The smaller enclosures were made with round poles tied together with bark. The house was the rudest description of shanty, with hollowed basswood logs fitting into each other somewhat in the manner of tiles for a roof, instead of shingles. No iron was to be seen, in the absence of which there was plenty of leathern hinges, wooden latches for locks, and bark strings instead of nails. There was a large fireplace at one end of the shanty, with a chimney constructed of split laths, plastered with a mixture of clay and cow dung. As for windows, these were luxuries which could well be dispensed with. The open door was an excellent substitute for them in the daytime, and at night none were required. When I ventured to object to this arrangement, that he would have to keep the door shut in the winter time, the old man replied, in the style so characteristic of his country, "Sure it will be time enough to think of that when the cold weather sits in." Everything about the house wore a Robinson Crusoe aspect, and though there was not any appearance of original plan or foresight, there was no lack of ingenious contrivance to meet every want as it arose. Judy dropped us a low curtsy as we entered, which was followed by a similar compliment from a stout girl of 12, and 2 or 3 more of the children, who all seemed to share the pleasure of their parents in receiving strangers in their unpretending tenement. Many were the apologies that poor Judy offered for the homely cheer she furnished us, and great was her delight at the notice we took of the "childer." She set little Biddy, who was the pride of her heart, to reading the Bible, and she took down a curious machine from a shelf, which she had "conthrived out of her own heid," as she said, for teaching the children to read. This was a flat box or frame filled with sand, which saved paper, pens, and ink. Poor Judy had evidently seen better days, but with a humble and contented spirit she blessed God for the food and scanty raiment their labour afforded them. Her only sorrow was the want of "edication" for the children. She would have told us a long story about her trials and sufferings before they had attained their present comparative comfort and independence; but, as we had a tedious scramble before us through cedar swamps, beaver meadows, and piny ridges, the old dragoon cut her short, and we straightway started on our toilsome journey. Simpson, in spite of a certain dash of melancholy in his composition, was one of those happy fellows of the "light heart and thin pair of breeches" school, who, when they meet with difficulty or misfortune, never stop to measure its dimensions, but hold in their breath and run lightly over, as in crossing a bog, where to stand still is to sink. Off then we went, with the old dragoon skipping and bounding on before us, over fallen trees and mossy rocks, now ducking under the low tangled branches of the white cedar, then carefully piloting us along rotten logs, covered with green moss, to save us from the discomfort of wet feet. All this time he still kept one of his feet safely ensconced in the boot, while the other seemed to luxuriate in the water, as if there was something amphibious in his nature. We soon reached the beaver meadow, which extended 2 or 3 miles, sometimes contracting into a narrow gorge between the wooded heights, then spreading out again into an ample field of verdure, and presenting everywhere the same unvarying level surface, surrounded with rising grounds, covered with the dense unbroken forest, as if its surface had formerly been covered by the waters of a lake, which in all probability has been the case at some not very remote period. In many places the meadow was so wet that it required a very large share of faith to support us in passing over its surface; but our friend the dragoon soon brought us safe through all dangers to a deep ditch, which he had dug to carry off the superfluous water from the part of the meadow which he owned. When we had obtained firm footing on the opposite side, we sat down to rest ourselves before commencing the operation of blazing, or marking the trees with our axes along the side line of my lot. Here the mystery of the boot was explained. Simpson very coolly took it off from the hitherto favoured foot, and drew it on the other. He was not a bit ashamed of his poverty, and candidly owned that this was the only boot he possessed, and he was desirous of giving each of his feet fair play. Nearly the whole day was occupied in completing our job, in which the dragoon assisted us, with the most hearty good will, enlivening us with his inexhaustible fund of good humour and drollery. It was nearly dark when we got back to his shanty, where the kind-hearted Judy was preparing a huge pot of potatoes and other combustibles, as Simpson called the other eatables, for our entertainment. Previous to starting on our surveying expedition, we had observed Judy very earnestly giving some important instructions to one of her little boys, on whom she seemed to be most seriously impressing the necessity of using the utmost diligence. The happy contentment which now beamed in poor Judy's still comely countenance bespoke the success of the messenger. She could not call up spirits from the vasty deep of the cellar, but she had procured some whiskey from her next door neighbour, some 5 or 6 miles off, and there it stood somewhat ostentatiously on the table in a greybeard, with a corn cob, or ear of Indian corn, stripped of its grain for a cork, smiling most benevolently on the family circle, and looking 100 welcomes to the strangers. An indescribably enlivening influence seemed to exude from every pore of that homely earthen vessel, diffusing mirth and good humour in all directions. The old man jumped and danced about on the rough floor of the shanty, and the children sat giggling and nudging each other in a corner, casting a timid look from time to time at their mother, for fear she might check them for being over bold. "Is it crazy ye are entirely, ye old omodhone?" said Judy, whose notions of propriety were somewhat shocked with the undignified levity of her partner. "The likes of you I never seed. Ye are too foolage entirely. Have done now wid your deviltries, and set the stools for the gentlemens, while I get the supper for yez." Our plentiful though homely meal was soon discussed, for hunger, like a good conscience, can laugh at luxury, and the greybeard made its appearance with the usual accompaniments of hot water and maple sugar, which Judy had scraped from the cake, and placed in a saucer on the table before us. The old dragoon, despising his wife's admonitions, gave way freely to his feelings, and knew no bounds to his hilarity. He laughed and joked, and sang snatches of old songs picked up in the course of his service at home and abroad. At length Judy, who looked on him as a rale janius, begged him to "sing the gintlemens the song he made when he first came to the country." Of course we ardently seconded the motion, and nothing loth, the old man, throwing himself back on his stool, and stretching out his long neck, poured forth the following ditty, with which I shall conclude my hasty sketch of the old dragoon. "Och, it's here I'm entirely continted, in the wild woods of sweet Merikay. God's blessing on him that invented big ships for our crossing the sea. Here praties go bigger nor turnips, and though cruel hard is our work, in old Ireland we'd nothing but praties, but here we've praties and pork. I live on the banks of a meadow, now see that my maning you take. It bates all the bogs of old Ireland, 6 months in the year it's a lake. Bad luck to the beavers that damned it. I wish them all kilt for their pains, for sure though the creatures are clever, 'tis certain they've drowned my domains. I've built a log hut of the timber that grows on my charmin' estate, and an illegal root house erected, just facing the front of my gate. And I've made me an illigant pig-sty, well littered with straw and wid hay, and it's there, free from noise of the chilther, I sleep in the heat of the day. It's there I'm entirely at ease, sir, and enjoy all the comforts of home. I stretch out my legs as I please, sir, and dream of the pleasures to come. Sure it's pleasant to hear the frogs croaking when the sun's going down in the sky, and my Judy sits quietly smoking, while the praties are boiled till they're dry. Och, then, if you love independence, and have money your passage to pay, you must quit the old country entirely, and start in the middle of May. J.W.D.M. End of chapter 19. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 20. Disappointed Hopes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 20. Disappointed Hopes. Stern disappointment, in thy iron grasp the soul lies stricken. So the timid deer, who feels the foul fangs of the felon wolf clenched in his throat, grown desperate for life, turns on his foes and battles with the fate that hems him in, and only yields in death. The summer of '35 was very wet, a circumstance so unusual in Canada that I have seen no season like it during my sojourn in the country. Our wheat crop promised to be both excellent and abundant, and the clearing and seeding 16 acres, one way or another, had cost us more than £50. Still, we hoped to realise something handsome by the sale of the produce, and as far as appearances went, all looked fair. The rain commenced about a week before the crop was fit for the sickle, and from that time until nearly the end of September was a mere succession of thunder showers, days of intense heat, succeeded by floods of rain. Our fine crop shared the fate of all other fine crops in the country. It was totally spoiled, the wheat grew in the sheaf, and we could scarcely save enough to supply us with bad, sticky bread. The rest was exchanged at the distillery for whiskey, which was the only produce which could be obtained for it. The storekeepers would not look at it, or give either money or goods for such a damaged article. My husband and I had worked hard in the field. It was the first time I had ever tried my hand at field labour, but our ready money was exhausted, and the steamboat stock had not paid us 1 farthing. We could not hire, and there was no help for it. I had a hard struggle with my pride before I would consent to render the least assistance on the farm, but reflection convinced me that I was wrong, that Providence had placed me in a situation where I was called upon to work, that it was not only my duty to obey that call, but to exert myself to the utmost to assist my husband, and help to maintain my family. Ah, glorious poverty! Thou art a hard taskmaster, but in thy soul-ennobling school I have received more godlike lessons, have learned more sublime truths, than ever I acquired in the smooth highways of the world. The independent in soul can rise above the seeming disgrace of poverty, and hold fast their integrity in defiance of the world and its selfish and unwise maxims. To them no labour is too great, no trial too severe. They will unflinchingly exert every faculty of mind and body before they will submit to become a burden to others. The misfortunes that now crowded upon us were the result of no misconduct or extravagance on our part, but arose out of circumstances which we could not avert nor control. Finding too late the error into which we had fallen, in suffering ourselves to be cajoled and plundered out of our property by interested speculators, we braced our minds to bear the worst, and determined to meet our difficulties calmly and firmly, nor suffer our spirits to sink under calamities which energy and industry might eventually repair. Having once come to this resolution, we cheerfully shared together the labours of the field. One in heart and purpose, we dared remain true to ourselves, true to our high destiny as immortal creatures, in our conflict with temporal and physical wants. We found that manual toil, however distasteful to those unaccustomed to it, was not after all such a dreadful hardship, that the wilderness was not without its rose, the hard face of poverty without its smile. If we occasionally suffered severe pain, we often experienced great pleasure, and I have contemplated a well-hoed ridge of potatoes on that bush farm with as much delight as in years long past I had experienced in examining a fine painting in some well-appointed drawing-room. I can now look back with calm thankfulness on that long period of trial and exertion, with thankfulness that the dark clouds that hung over us, threatening to blot us from existence, when they did burst upon us, were full of blessings. When our situation appeared perfectly desperate, then we were on the threshold of a new state of things, which was born out of that very distress. In order to more fully illustrate the necessity of a perfect and childlike reliance upon the mercies of God, who, I most firmly believe, never deserts those who have placed their trust in him, I will give a brief sketch of our lives during the years 1836 and 1837. Still confidently expecting to realise an income, however small, from the steamboat stock, we had involved ourselves considerably in debt, in order to pay our servants and obtain the common necessaries of life, and we owed a large sum to 2 Englishmen in Dummer for clearing 10 more acres upon the farm. Our utter inability to meet these demands weighed very heavily upon my husband's mind. All superfluities in the way of groceries were now given up, and we were compelled to rest satisfied upon the produce of the farm. Milk, bread, and potatoes during the summer became our chief, and often for months our only fare. As to tea and sugar, they were luxuries we could not think of, although I missed the tea very much. We rang the changes upon peppermint and sage, taking the one herb at our breakfast, the other at our tea, until I found an excellent substitute for both in the root of the dandelion. The first year we came to this country, I met with an account of dandelion coffee, published in the New York Albion, given by a Dr. Harrison of Edinburgh, who earnestly recommended it as an article of general use. "It possesses," he says, all the fine flavour and exhilarating properties of coffee, without any of its deleterious effects. The plant being of a soporific nature, the coffee made from it, when drank at night, produces a tendency to sleep, instead of exciting wakefulness, and may be safely used as a cheap and wholesome substitute for the Arabian berry, being equal in substance and flavour to the best Mocha coffee. I was much struck with this paragraph at the time, and for several years felt a great inclination to try the doctor's coffee. But something or other always came in the way, and it was put off till another opportunity. During the fall of '35, I was assisting my husband in taking up a crop of potatoes in the field, and observing a vast number of fine dandelion roots among the potatoes, it brought the dandelion coffee back to my memory, and I determined to try some for our supper. Without saying anything to my husband, I threw aside some of the roots, and when we left work, collecting a sufficient quantity for the experiment, I carefully washed the roots quite clean, without depriving them of the fine brown skin which covers them, and which contains the aromatic flavour, which so nearly resembles coffee that it is difficult to distinguish it from it while roasting. I cut my roots into small pieces, the size of a kidney bean, and roasted them on an iron baking pan in the stove oven, until they were as brown and crisp as coffee. I then ground and transferred a small cupful of the powder to the coffee pot, pouring upon it scalding water, and boiling it for a few minutes briskly over the fire. The result was beyond my expectations. The coffee proved excellent, far superior to the common coffee we procured at the stores. To persons residing in the bush, and to whom tea and coffee are very expensive articles of luxury, the knowledge of this valuable property of a plant, scattered so abundantly through their fields, would prove highly beneficial. For years we used no other article, and my Indian friends who frequented the house gladly adopted the root, and made me show them the whole process of manufacturing it into coffee. Experience taught me that the root of the dandelion is not so good when applied to this purpose in the spring as it is in the fall. I tried it in the spring, but the juice of the plant, having contributed to the production of leaves and flowers, was weak, and destitute of the fine bitter flavours so peculiar to coffee. The time of gathering the potato crop is the best suited for collecting and drying the roots of the dandelion, and as they always abound in the same hills, both may be accomplished at the same time. Those who want to keep a quantity for winter may wash and cut up the roots and dry them on boards in the sun. They will keep for years, and can be roasted when required. Few of our colonists are acquainted with the many uses to which this neglected but most valuable plant may be applied. I will point out a few which have come under my own observation, convinced as I am that the time will come when this hardy weed, with its golden flowers and curious seed vessels, which form a constant plaything to the little children rolling about and luxuriating among the grass, in the sunny month of May, will be transplanted into our gardens, and tended with due care. The dandelion, planted in trenches and blanched to a beautiful cream colour with straw, makes an excellent salad, quite equal to endive, and is more hardy and requires less care. In many parts of the United States, particularly in new districts where vegetables are scarce, it is used early in the spring and boiled with pork as a substitute for cabbage. During our residence in the bush, we found it, in the early part of May, a great addition to the dinner table. In the township of Dummer, the settlers boil the tops, and add hops to the liquor which they ferment, and from which they obtain excellent beer. I have never tasted this simple beverage, but I have been told by those who use it that it is equal to the table beer used at home. Necessity has truly been termed the mother of invention, for I contrived to manufacture a variety of dishes almost out of nothing while living in her school. When entirely destitute of animal food, the different variety of squirrels supplied us with pies, stews, and roasts. Our barn stood at the top of the hill near the bush, and in a trap set for such small deer, we often caught from 10 to 12 a day. The flesh of the black squirrel is equal to that of the rabbit, and the red, and even the little chipmunk is palatable when nicely cooked. But from the lake, during the summer, we derived the larger portion of our food. The children called this piece of water "Mamma's pantry," and many a good meal has the munificent father given to his poor dependent children from its well-stored depths. Moodie and I used to rise at daybreak, and fish for an hour after sunrise, when we returned, he to the field, and I to dress the little ones, clean up the house, assist with the milk, and prepare the breakfast. Oh, how I enjoyed these excursions on the lake! The very idea of our dinner depending upon our success added double zest to our sport. One morning we started as usual before sunrise. A thick mist still hung like a fine veil upon the water when we pushed off, and anchored at our accustomed place. Just as the sun rose, and the haze parted and drew up like a golden sheet of transparent gauze, through which the dark woods loomed out like giants, a noble buck dashed into the water, followed by 4 Indian hounds. We then discovered a canoe full of Indians just below the rapids, and another not many yards from us, that had been concealed by the fog. It was a noble sight, that gallant deer exerting all his energy, and stemming the water with such matchless grace, his branching horns held proudly aloft, his broad nostrils distended, and his fine eye fixed intently upon the opposite shore. Several rifle balls whizzed past him. The dogs followed hard upon his track. But my very heart leapt for joy when, in spite of all his foes, his glossy hoofs spurned the opposite bank, and he plunged headlong into the forest. My beloved partner was most skilful in trolling for bass and masquinonge. His line he generally fastened to the paddle, and the motion of the oar gave a lifelike vibration to the queer-looking mice and dragon-flies I used to manufacture from squirrel fur or scarlet and white cloth, to tempt the finny wanderers of the wave. When too busy himself to fish for our meals, little Katie and I ventured out alone in the canoe, which we anchored in any promising fishing spot, by fastening a harrow tooth to a piece of rope, and letting it drop from the side of little vessel. By the time she was 5 years old, my little mermaid could both steer and paddle the light vessel, and catch small fish which were useful for soup. During the winter of '36, we experienced many privations. The ruffian squatter P, from Clear Lake, drove from the barn a fine young bull we were rearing, and for several weeks all trace of the animal was lost. We had almost forgotten the existence of poor Whiskey, when a neighbour called and told Moodie that his yearling was at P.'s, and that he would advise him to get it back as soon as possible. Moodie had to take some wheat to Wise Mill, and as the squatter lived only a mile further, he called at his house, and there, sure enough, he found the lost animal. With the greatest difficulty he succeeded in regaining his property, but not without many threats of vengeance from the parties who had stolen it. To these he paid no regard, but a few days after 6 fat hogs, on which we depended for all our winter store of animal food, were driven into the lake and destroyed. The death of these animals deprived us of 3 barrels of pork, and half starved us through the winter. That winter of '36, how heavily it wore away! The grown flour, frosted potatoes, and scant quantity of animal food rendered us all weak, and the children suffered much from the ague. One day, just before the snow fell, Moodie had gone to Peterborough for letters. Our servant was sick in bed with the ague, and I was nursing my little boy, Dunbar, who was shaking with the cold fit of his miserable fever, when Jacob put his honest, round, rosy face in at the door. "Give me the master's gun, ma'am. There's a big buck feeding on the rice bed near the island." I took down the gun, saying, "Jacob, you have no chance. There is but 1 charge of buckshot in the house." "One chance is better nor none," said Jacob, as he commenced loading the gun. "Who knows what may happen to oie? Mayhap oie may chance to kill un, and you and the measter and the wee bairns may have zummat savoury for supper yet." Away walked Jacob with Moodie's manton over his shoulder. A few minutes after, I heard the report of the gun, but never expected to see anything of the game, when Jacob suddenly bounced into the room half wild with delight. "The beast is dead as a door-nail. Zure how the measter will laugh when he sees the fine buck that oie ha' shot." "And have you really shot him?" "Come and see. 'Tis worth your while to walk down to the landing to look at un." Jacob got a rope, and I followed him to the landing, where, sure enough, lay a fine buck, fastened in tow of the canoe. Jacob soon secured him by the hind legs to the rope he had brought, and with our united efforts we at last succeeded in dragging our prize home. All the time he was engaged in taking off the skin, Jacob was anticipating the feast that we were to have, and the good fellow chuckled with delight when he hung the carcase quite close to the kitchen door, that his "measter" might run against it when he came home at night. This event actually took place. When Moodie opened the door, he struck his head against the dead deer. "What have you got here?" "A fine buck, zur," said Jacob, bringing forward the light, and holding it up in such a manner that all the merits of the prize could be seen at a glance. "A fine one, indeed. How did we come by it?" "It was shot by oie," said Jacob, rubbing his hands in a sort of ecstasy. "The beast is the first oie ever shot in my life. He, he, he!" "You shot that fine deer, Jacob? And there was only one charge in the gun. Well done. You must have taken good aim." "Why, zur, I took no aim at all. I just punted the gun at the deer, and shut my eyes and let fly at un. 'Twas Providence killed un, not I." "I believe you," said Moodie. "Providence has hitherto watched over us, and kept us from actual starvation." The flesh of the deer, and the good broth that I was able to obtain from it, greatly assisted in restoring our sick to health. But long before that severe winter terminated, we were again out of food. Mrs. had given to Katie, in the fall, a very pretty little pig, which she had named Spot. The animal was a great favourite with Jacob and the children, and he always received his food from their hands at the door, and followed them all over the place like a dog. We had a noble hound called Hector, between whom and the pet pig there existed the most tender friendship. Spot always shared with Hector the hollow log which served him for a kennel, and we often laughed to see Hector lead Spot round the clearing by his ear. After bearing the want of animal food until our souls sickened at the bad potatoes and grown flour bread, we began, that is, the elders of the family, to cast very hungry eyes upon Spot, but no one liked to propose having him killed. At last Jacob spoke his mind upon the subject. "I've heard, zur, that the Jews never eat pork, but we Christians doos, and are right glad of the chance. Now, zur, I've been thinking that 'tis no manner of our use keeping that beast Spot. If he were as ow, now, there might be some sense in the thing, and we all feel weak for a morsel of meat. Suppose I kill him, he won't make a bad piece of pork." Moodie seconded the move, and, in spite of the tears and prayers of Katie, her uncouth pet was sacrificed to the general wants of the family. But there were two members of the house who disdained to eat a morsel of the victim, poor Katie and the dog Hector. At the self-denial of the first I did not at all wonder, for she was a child full of sensibility and warm affections. But the attachment of the brute creature to his old playmate filled us all with surprise. Jacob first drew our attention to the strange fact. "That dog," he said, as we were passing through the kitchen while he was at dinner, "do teach us Christians a lesson, how to treat our friends. Why, zur, he'll not eat a morsel of Spot. I have tried and tempted him in all manner of ways, and he only doos near and turn up his nose when I hold him a bit to taste." He offered the animal a rib of the fresh pork as he finished speaking, and the dog turned away with an expression of aversion, and on a repetition of the act walked from the table. Human affection could scarcely have surpassed the love felt by this poor animal for his playfellow. His attachment to Spot, that could overcome the pangs of hunger, for, like the rest of us, he was half starved, must have been strong indeed. Jacob's attachment to us, in its simplicity and fidelity, greatly resembled that of the dog; and sometimes, like the dog, he would push himself in where he was not wanted, and gratuitously give his advice, and make remarks which were not required. Mr. K , from Cork, was asking Moodie many questions about the partridges of the country, and, among other things, he wanted to know by what token you were able to discover their favourite haunts. Before Moodie could answer this last query, a voice responded, through a large crack in the boarded wall which separated us from the kitchen, "They always bides where they's drum." This announcement was received with a burst of laughter that greatly disconcerted the natural philosopher in the kitchen. On the 21st of May of this year, my second son, Donald, was born. The poor fellow came in hard times. The cows had not calved, and our bill of fare, now minus the deer and Spot, only consisted of bad potatoes and still worse bread. I was rendered so weak by want of proper nourishment that my dear husband, for my sake, overcame his aversion to borrowing, and procured a quarter of mutton from a friend. This, with kindly presents from neighbours, often as badly off as ourselves, a loin of a young bear, and a basket containing a loaf of bread, some tea, some fresh butter, and oatmeal, went far to save my life. Shortly after my recovery, Jacob, the faithful, good Jacob, was obliged to leave us, for we could no longer afford to pay wages. What was owing to him had to be settled by sacrificing our best cow, and a great many valuable articles of clothing from my husband's wardrobe. Nothing is more distressing than being obliged to part with articles of dress which you know that you cannot replace. Almost all my clothes had been appropriated to the payment of wages, or to obtain garments for the children, excepting my wedding dress, and the beautiful baby linen which had been made by the hands of dear and affectionate friends for my first-born. These were now exchanged for coarse, warm flannels, to shield her from the cold. Moodie and Jacob had chopped 8 acres during the winter, but these had to be burnt off and logged up before we could put in a crop of wheat for the ensuing fall. Had we been able to retain this industrious, kindly English lad, this would have been soon accomplished, but his wages, at the rate of £30 per annum, were now utterly beyond our means. Jacob had formed an attachment to my pretty maid, Mary Pine, and before going to the Southern States, to join an uncle who resided in Louisville, an opulent tradesman who had promised to teach him his business, Jacob thought it as well to declare himself. The declaration took place on a log of wood near the back door, and from my chamber window I could both hear and see the parties without being myself observed. Mary was seated very demurely at one end of the log, twisting the strings of her checked apron, and the loving Jacob was busily whittling the other extremity of their rustic seat. There was a long silence. Mary stole a look at Jacob, and he heaved a tremendous sigh, something between a yawn and a groan. "Meary," he said, "I must go." "I knew that afore," returned the girl. "I had summat to say to you, Meary. Do you think you will miss I?" looking very affectionately, and twitching nearer. "What put that into your head, Jacob?" This was said very demurely. "I thought, may be, Meary, that your feelings might be zummat like my own. I feel zore about the heart, Meary, and it's all come of parting with you. Don't you feel queerish too?" "Can't say that I do, Jacob. I shall soon see you again," pulling violently at her apron string. "Meary, I'm afeard you don't feel like I." "P'raps not. Women can't feel like men. I'm sorry that you are going, Jacob, for you have been very kind and obliging, and I wish you well." "Meary," cried Jacob, growing desperate at her coyness, and getting quite close up to her, "will you marry I? Say yees or no." This was coming close to the point. Mary drew farther from him, and turned her head away. "Meary," said Jacob, seizing upon the hand that held the apron string, "do you think you can better yoursel'? If not, why, I'm your man. Now do just turn about your head and answer I." The girl turned round and gave him a quick, shy glance, then burst out into a simpering laugh. "Mary, will you take I?" jogging her elbow. "I will," cried the girl, jumping up from the log, and running into the house. "Well, that bargain's made," said the lover, rubbing his hands, "and now I'll go and bid Measter and Missus good bye." The poor fellow's eyes were full of tears, for the children, who loved him very much, clung crying about his knees. "God bless yees all," sobbed the kind-hearted creature. "Don't forget Jacob, for he'll never forget you. Good boy." Then, turning to Mary, he threw his arms round her neck, and bestowed upon her fair cheek the most audible kiss I ever heard. "And don't you forget me, Mary. In 2 years I will be back to marry you, and maybe I may come back a rich man." Mary, who was an exceedingly pretty girl, shed some tears at the parting, but in a few days she was as gay as ever, and listening with great attention to the praises bestowed upon her beauty by an old bachelor, who was her senior by 25 years. But then he had a good farm, a saddle mare, and plenty of stock, and was reputed to have saved money. The saddle mare seemed to have great weight in old Ralph T.'s wooing, and I used laughingly to remind Mary of her absent lover, and beg her not to marry Ralph T.'s mare. The Canadian Hunter's Song. The northern lights are flashing on the rapids' restless flow, and o'er the wild waves dashing, swift darts the light canoe. The merry hunters come. What cheer, what cheer! We've slain the deer. Hurrah, you're welcome home. The blithesome horn is sounding, and the woodman's loud halloo, and joyous steps are bounding to meet the birch canoe. Hurrah, the hunters come! And the woods ring out to their merry shout, as they drag the dun deer home. The hearth is brightly burning, the rustic board is spread, to greet the sire returning. The children leave their bed. With laugh and shout they come, that merry band, to grasp his hand and bid him welcome home. End of chapter 20. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, November 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 21. The Little Stumpy Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 21. The Little Stumpy Man. There was a little man, I'll sketch him if I can, for he clung to mine and me, like the old man of the sea, and in spite of taunt and scoff, we could not pitch him off, for the cross-grained, waspish elf cared for no one but himself. Before I dismiss for ever the troubles and sorrows of 1836, I would fain introduce to the notice of my readers some of the odd characters with whom we became acquainted during that period. The first that starts vividly to my recollection is the picture of a short, stumpy, thick-set man, a British sailor too, who came to stay one night under our roof, and took quiet possession of his quarters for 9 months, and whom we are obliged to tolerate from the simple fact that we could not get rid of him. During the fall, Moodie had met this individual, whom I will call Mr. Malcolm, in the mail coach going up to Toronto. Amused with his eccentric and blunt manners, and finding him a shrewd, clever fellow in conversation, Moodie told him that if ever he came into his part of the world he should be glad to renew their acquaintance. And so they parted, with mutual good will, as men often part who have travelled a long journey in good fellowship together, without thinking it probable they should ever meet again. The sugar season had just commenced with the spring thaw. Jacob had tapped a few trees in order to obtain sap to make molasses for the children, when his plans were frustrated by the illness of my husband, who was again attacked with the ague. Towards the close of a wet, sloppy day, while Jacob was in the wood, chopping, and our servant gone to my sister, who was ill, to help to wash, as I was busy baking bread for tea, my attention was aroused by a violent knocking at the door, and the furious barking of our dog Hector. I ran to open it, when I found Hector's teeth clenched in the trousers of a little dark, thick-set man, who said in a gruff voice, "Call off your dog. What the devil do you keep such an infernal brute about the house for? Is it to bite people who come to see you?" Hector was the best behaved, best tempered animal in the world. He might have been called a gentlemanly dog. So little was there of the unmannerly puppy in his behaviour, that I was perfectly astonished at his ungracious conduct. I caught him by the collar, and not without some difficulty succeeded in dragging him off. "Is Captain Moodie within?" said the stranger. "He is, sir, but he is ill in bed, too ill to be seen." "Tell him a friend," he laid a strong stress upon the last word, "a particular friend, must speak to him." I now turned my eyes to the face of the speaker with some curiosity. I had taken him for a mechanic, from his dirty, slovenly appearance, and his physiognomy was so unpleasant that I did not credit his assertion that he was a friend of my husband, for I was certain that no man who possessed such a forbidding aspect could be regarded by Moodie as a friend. I was about to deliver his message, but the moment I let go Hector's collar, the dog was at him again. "Don't strike him with your stick," I cried, throwing my arms over the faithful creature. "He is a powerful animal, and if you provoke him, he will kill you." I at last succeeded in coaxing Hector into the girl's room, where I shut him up, while the stranger came into the kitchen, and walked to the fire to dry his wet clothes. I immediately went into the parlour, where Moodie was lying upon a bed near the stove, to deliver the stranger's message. But before I could say a word, he dashed in after me, and going up to the bed, held out his broad, coarse hand with, "How are you, Mr. Moodie? You see I have accepted your kind invitation sooner than either you or I expected. If you will give me house room for the night, I shall be obliged to you." This was said in a low, mysterious voice, and Moodie, who was still struggling with the hot fit of his disorder, and whose senses were not a little confused, stared at him with a look of vague bewilderment. The countenance of the stranger grew dark. "You cannot have forgotten me. My name is Malcolm." "Yes, sir, I remember you now," said the invalid, holding out his burning, feverish hand. "To my home, such as it is, you are welcome?" I stood by in wondering astonishment, looking from one to the other, as I had no recollection of ever hearing my husband mention the name of the stranger. But, as he had invited him to share our hospitality, I did my best to make him welcome, though in what manner he was to be accommodated puzzled me not a little. I placed the arm-chair by the fire, and told him that I would prepare tea for him as soon as I could. "It may be as well to tell you, Mrs. Moodie," he said sulkily, for he was evidently displeased by my husband's want of recognition on his first entrance, "that I have had no dinner." I sighed to myself, for I well knew that our larder boasted of no dainties, and from the animal expression of our guest's face, I rightly judged that he was fond of good living. By the time I had fried a rasher of salt pork, and made a pot of dandelion coffee, the bread I had been preparing was baked. But grown flour will not make light bread, and it was unusually heavy. For the first time I felt heartily ashamed of our humble fare. I was sure that he for whom it was provided was not one to pass it over in benevolent silence. He might be a gentleman, I thought, but he does not look like one. And a confused idea of who he was, and where Moodie had met him, began to float through my mind. I did not like the appearance of the man, but I consoled myself that he was only to stay for one night, and I could give up my bed for that one night, and sleep on a bed on the floor by my sick husband. When I re-entered the parlour to cover the table, I found Moodie fallen asleep, and Mr. Malcolm reading. As I placed the tea things on the table, he raised his head, and regarded me with a gloomy stare. He was a strange-looking creature. His features were tolerably regular, his complexion dark, with a good colour. His very broad and round head was covered with a perfect mass of close, black, curling hair, which in growth, texture, and hue, resembled the wiry, curly hide of a water-dog. His eyes and mouth were both well-shaped, but gave, by their sinister expression, an odious and doubtful meaning to the whole of his physiognomy. The eyes were cold, insolent, and cruel, and as green as the eyes of a cat. The mouth bespoke a sullen, determined, and sneering disposition, as if it belonged to one brutally obstinate, one who could not by any gentle means be persuaded from his purpose. Such a man in a passion would have been a terrible wild beast, but the current of his feelings seemed to flow in a deep, sluggish channel, rather than in a violent or impetuous one, and, like William Penn when he reconnoitred his unwelcome visitors through the keyhole of the door, I looked at my strange guest and liked him not. Perhaps my distant and constrained manner made him painfully aware of the fact, for I am certain that, from the first hour of our acquaintance, a deep-rooted antipathy existed between us, which time seemed rather to strengthen than diminish. He ate of his meals sparingly, and with evident disgust. The only remarks which dropped from him were, "You make bad bread in the bush. Strange that you can't keep your potatoes from the frost. I should have thought that you could have had things more comfortable in the woods." "We have been very unfortunate," I said, "since we came to the woods. I am sorry that you should be obliged to share the poverty of the land. It would have given me much pleasure could I have set before you a more comfortable meal." "Oh, don't mention it. So that I get good pork and potatoes, I shall be contented." What did these words imply? An extension of his visit? I hoped that I was mistaken, but before I could lose any time in conjecture, my husband awoke. The fit had left him, and he rose and dressed himself, and was soon chatting cheerfully with his guest. Mr. Malcolm now informed him that he was hiding from the sheriff of the N district's officers, and that it would be conferring upon him a great favour if he would allow him to remain at his house for a few weeks. "To tell you the truth, Malcolm," said Moodie, "we are so badly off that we can scarcely find food for ourselves and the children. It is out of our power to make you comfortable, or to keep an additional hand, without he is willing to render some little help on the farm. If you can do this, I will endeavour to get a few necessaries on credit, to make your stay more agreeable." To this proposition Malcolm readily assented, not only because it released him from all sense of obligation, but because it gave him a privilege to grumble. Finding that his stay might extend to an indefinite period, I got Jacob to construct a rude bedstead out of 2 large chests that had transported some of our goods across the Atlantic, and which he put in a corner of the parlour. This I provided with a small hair mattress, and furnished with what bedding I could spare. For the first fortnight of his sojourn, our guest did nothing but lie upon that bed, and read, and smoke, and drink whiskey and water from morning until night. By degrees he let out part of his history, but there was a mystery about him which he took good care never to clear up. He was the son of an officer in the navy, who had not only attained a very high rank in the service, but, for his gallant conduct, had been made a knight companion of the Bath. He had himself served his time as a midshipman on board his father's flagship, but had left the navy and accepted a commission in the Buenos Ayrean service during the political struggles in that province. He had commanded a sort of privateer under the government, to whom, by his own account, he had rendered many very signal services. Why he left South America and came to Canada, he kept a profound secret. He had indulged in very vicious and dissipated courses since he came to the province, and by his own account had spent upwards of £4,000 in a manner not over creditable to himself. Finding that his friends would answer his bills no longer, He took possession of a grant of land obtained through his father's interest up in Harvey, a barren township on the shores of Stony Lake; and, after putting up his shanty, and expending all his remaining means, he found that he did not possess 1 acre out of the whole 400 that would yield a crop of potatoes. He was now considerably in debt, and the lands, such as they were, had been seized, with all his effects, by the sheriff, and a warrant was out for his own apprehension, which he contrived to elude during his sojourn with us. Money he had none, and beyond the dirty fear-not blue seaman's jacket which he wore, a pair of trousers, of the coarse cloth of the country, an old black vest that had seen better days, and 2 blue-checked shirts. Clothes he had none. He shaved but once a week, never combed his hair, and never washed himself. A dirtier or more slovenly creature never before was dignified by the title of a gentleman. He was, however, a man of good education, of excellent abilities, and possessed a bitter, sarcastic knowledge of the world; but he was selfish and unprincipled in the highest degree. His shrewd observations and great conversational powers had first attracted my husband's attention, and, as men seldom show their bad qualities on a journey, he thought him a blunt, good fellow, who had travelled a great deal, and could render himself a very agreeable companion by a graphic relation of his adventures. He could be all this when he chose to relax from his sullen, morose mood; and much as I disliked him, I have listened with interest for hours to his droll descriptions of South American life and manners. Naturally indolent, and a constitutional grumbler, it was with the greatest difficulty that Moodie could get him to do anything beyond bringing a few pails of water from the swamp for the use of the house, and he often passed me carrying water up from the lake without offering to relieve me of the burden. Mary, the betrothed of Jacob, called him a perfect beast; but he, returning good for evil, considered her a very pretty girl, and paid her so many uncouth attentions that he roused the jealousy of honest Jake, who vowed that he would give him a good lumping if he only dared to lay a finger upon his sweetheart. With Jacob to back her, Mary treated the Zebear, as Jacob termed him, with vast disdain, and was so saucy to him that, forgetting his admiration, he declared he would like to serve her as the Indians had done a scolding woman in South America. They attacked her house during the absence of her husband, cut out her tongue, and nailed it to the door, by way of knocker, and he thought that all women who could not keep a civil tongue in their head should be served in the same manner. "And what should be done to men who swear and use ondacent language?" quoth Mary indignantly. "Their tongues should be slit, and given to the dogs. Faugh! You are such a nasty fellow that I don't think Hector would eat your tongue." "I'll kill that beast," muttered Malcolm, as he walked away. I remonstrated with him on the impropriety of bandying words with our servants. "You see," I said, "the disrespect with which they treat you, and if they presume upon your familiarity to speak to our guest in this contemptuous manner, they will soon extend the same conduct to us." "But, Mrs. Moodie, you should reprove them." "I cannot, sir, while you continue, by taking liberties with the girl, and swearing at the man, to provoke them to retaliation." "Swearing? What harm is there in swearing? A sailor cannot live without oaths." "But a gentleman might, Mr. Malcolm. I should be sorry to consider you in any other light." "Ah! You are such a prude, so methodistical. You make no allowance for circumstances. Surely in the woods we may dispense with the hypocritical, conventional forms of society, and speak and act as we please." "So you seem to think; but you see the result." "I have never been used to the society of ladies, and I cannot fashion my words to please them; and I won't, that's more," he muttered to himself as he strode off to Moodie in the field. I wished from my very heart that he was once more on the deck of his piratical South American craft. One night he insisted on going out in the canoe to spear maskinonge with Moodie. The evening turned out very chill and foggy, and before 12 they returned, with only 1 fish, and half frozen with cold. Malcolm had got twinges of rheumatism, and he fussed and sulked and swore and quarrelled with everybody and everything, until Moodie, who was highly amused by his petulance, advised him to go to his bed and pray for the happy restoration of his temper. "Temper!" he cried. "I don't believe there's a good-tempered person in the world. It's all hypocrisy. I never had a good temper. My mother was an ill-tempered woman, and ruled my father, who was a confoundedly severe, domineering man. I was born in an ill temper. I was an ill-tempered child. I grew up an ill-tempered man. I feel worse than ill-tempered now, and when I die, it will be in an ill temper." "Well," quoth I, "Moodie has made you a tumbler of hot punch, which may help to drive out the cold and the ill temper, and cure the rheumatism." "Ay, your husband's a good fellow, and worth 2 of you, Mrs. Moodie. He makes some allowance for the weakness of human nature, and can excuse even my ill temper." I did not choose to bandy words with him, and the next day the unfortunate creature was shaking with the ague. A more intractable, outrageous, impatient I never had the ill fortune to nurse. During the cold fit, he did nothing but swear at the cold, and wished himself roasting; and during the fever, he swore at the heat, and wished that he was sitting in no other garment than his shirt on the north side of an iceberg. And when the fit at last left him, he got up and ate such quantities of fat pork, and drank so much whiskey punch, that you would have imagined he had just arrived from a long journey, and had not tasted food for a couple of days. He would not believe that fishing in the cold night air upon the water had made him ill, but raved that it was all my fault for having laid my baby down on his bed while it was shaking with the ague. Yet, if there were the least tenderness mixed up in his iron nature, it was the affection he displayed for that young child. Dunbar was just 20 months old, with bright dark eyes, dimpled cheeks, and soft, flowing, golden hair, which fell round his infant face in rich curls. The merry, confiding little creature formed such a contrast to his own surly, unyielding temper, that perhaps the very circumstance made the bond of union between them. When in the house, the little boy was seldom out of his arms, and whatever were Malcolm's faults, he had none in the eyes of the child, who used to cling around his neck, and kiss his rough, unshaven cheeks with the greatest fondness. "If I could afford it, Moodie," he said one day to my husband, "I should like to marry. I want some one upon whom I could vent my affections." And, wanting that some one in the form of a woman, he contented himself with venting them upon the child. As the spring advanced, and after Jacob left us, he seemed ashamed of sitting in the house doing nothing, and therefore undertook to make us a garden, or to make garden, as the Canadians term preparing a few vegetables for the season. I procured the necessary seeds, and watched with no small surprise the industry with which our strange visitor commenced operations. He repaired the broken fence, dug the ground with the greatest care, and laid it out with a skill and neatness of which I had believed him perfectly incapable. In less than 3 weeks, the whole plot presented a very pleasing prospect, and he was really elated by his success. "At any rate," he said, "we shall no longer be starved on bad flour and potatoes. We shall have peas, and beans, and beets, and carrots, and cabbage in abundance, besides the plot I have reserved for cucumbers and melons." "Ah," thought I, "does he indeed mean to stay with us until the melons are ripe?" And my heart died within me, for he not only was a great additional expense, but he gave a great deal of additional trouble, and entirely robbed us of all privacy, as our very parlour was converted into a bedroom for his accommodation. Besides that, a man of his singularly dirty habits made a very disagreeable inmate. The only redeeming point in his character, in my eyes, was his love for Dunbar. I could not entirely hate a man who was so fondly attached to my child. To the 2 little girls he was very cross, and often chased them from him with blows. He had, too, an odious way of finding fault with everything. I never could cook to please him, and he tried in the most malicious way to induce Moodie to join in his complaints. All his schemes to make strife between us, however, failed, and were generally visited upon himself. In no way did he ever seek to render me the least assistance. Shortly after Jacob left us, Mary Pine was offered higher wages by a family at Peterborough, and for some time I was left with 4 little children and without a servant. Moodie always milked the cows, because I never could overcome my fear of cattle, and though I had occasionally milked when there was no one else in the way, it was in fear and trembling. Moodie had to go down to Peterborough, but before he went he begged Malcolm to bring me what water and wood I required, and to stand by the cattle while I milked the cows, and he would himself be home before night. He started at 6 in the morning, and I got the pail to go and milk. Malcolm was lying upon his bed reading. "Mr. Malcolm, will you be so kind as to go with me to the fields for a few minutes while I milk?" "Yes." Then, with a sulky frown, "But I want to finish what I am reading." "I will not detain you long." "Oh, no! I suppose about an hour. You are a shocking bad milker." "True. I never went near a cow until I came to this country, and I have never been able to overcome my fear of them." "More shame for you! A farmer's wife, and afraid of a cow! Why, these little children would laugh at you." I did not reply, nor would I ask him again. I walked slowly to the field, and my indignation made me forget my fear. I had just finished milking, and, with a brimming pail, was preparing to climb the fence and return to the house, when a very wild ox we had came running with headlong speed from the wood. All my fears were alive again in a moment. I snatched up the pail, and, instead of climbing the fence and getting to the house, I ran with all the speed I could command down the steep hill towards the lake shore. My feet caught in a root of the many stumps in the path, and I fell to the ground, my pail rolling many yards ahead of me. Every drop of my milk was spilt upon the grass. The ox passed on. I gathered myself up and returned home. Malcolm was very fond of new milk, and he came to meet me at the door. "Hi, hi! Where's the milk?" "No milk for the poor children to day," said I, showing him the inside of the pail, with a sorrowful shake of the head, for it was no small loss to them and me. "How the devil's that? So you were afraid to milk the cows? Come away, and I will keep off the bugaboos." "I did milk them, no thanks to your kindness, Mr. Malcolm. But—" "But what?" "The ox frightened me, and I fell and spilt all the milk." "Whew! Now don't go and tell your husband that it was all my fault. If you had had a little patience, I would have come when you asked me, but I don't choose to be dictated to, and I won't be made a slave by you or any one else." "Then why do you stay, sir, where you consider yourself so treated?" said I. "We are all obliged to work to obtain bread. We give you the best share. Surely the return we ask for it is but small." "You make me feel my obligations to you when you ask me to do anything. If you left it to my better feelings, we should get on better." "Perhaps you are right. I will never ask you to do anything for me in future." "Oh, now that's all mock humility. In spite of the tears in your eyes, you are as angry with me as ever. But don't go to make mischief between me and Moodie. If you'll say nothing about my refusing to go with you, I'll milk the cows for you myself to-night." "And can you milk?" said I, with some curiosity. "Milk? Yes. And if I were not so confoundedly low-spirited and lazy, I could do 1,000 other things too. But now, don't say a word about it to Moodie." I made no promise, but my respect for him was not increased by his cowardly fear of reproof from Moodie, who treated him with a kindness and consideration which he did not deserve. The afternoon turned out very wet, and I was sorry that I should be troubled with his company all day in the house. I was making a shirt for Moodie from some cotton that had been sent me from home, and he placed himself by the side of the stove, just opposite, and continued to regard me for a long time with his usual sullen stare. I really felt half afraid of him. "Don't you think me mad," said he. "I have a brother deranged. He got a stroke of the sun in India, and lost his senses in consequence. But sometimes I think it runs in the family." What answer could I give to this speech,
but mere evasive commonplace. "You won't say what you really think," he continued. "I know you hate me, and that makes me dislike you. Now what would you say if I told you I had committed a murder, and that it was the recollection of that circumstance that made me at times so restless and unhappy?" I looked up in his face, not knowing what to believe. "'Tis fact," said he, nodding his head, and I hoped that he would not go mad like his brother and kill me. "Come, I'll tell you all about it. I know the world would laugh at me for calling such an act murder, and yet I have been such a miserable man ever since that I feel it was. There was a noted leader among the rebel Buenos Ayrians, whom the government wanted much to get hold of. He was a fine, dashing, handsome fellow. I had often seen him, but we never came to close quarters. One night I was lying wrapped up in my poncho at the bottom of my boat, which was rocking in the surf, waiting for 2 of my men, who were gone on shore. There came to the shore this man and one of his people, and they stood so near the boat that I could distinctly hear their conversation. I suppose it was the devil who tempted me to put a bullet through the man's heart. He was an enemy to the flag under which I fought, but he was no enemy to me. I had no right to become his executioner. But still the desire to kill him, for the mere devilry of the thing, came so strongly upon me that I no longer tried to resist it. I rose slowly upon my knees. The moon was shining very bright at the time. Both he and his companion were too earnestly engaged to see me, and I deliberately shot him through the body. He fell with a heavy groan back into the water, but I caught the last look he threw upon the moonlight skies before his eyes glazed in death. Oh, that look! So full of despair, of unutterable anguish! It haunts me yet. It will haunt me for ever. I would not have cared if I had killed him in strife, but in cold blood, and he so unsuspicious of his doom. Yes, it was murder. I know by this constant tugging at my heart that it was murder. What do you say to it?" "I should think as you do, Mr. Malcolm. It is a terrible thing to take away the life of a fellow creature without the least provocation." "Ah, I know you would blame me. But he was an enemy after all. I had a right to kill him. I was hired by the government under whom I served to kill him. And who shall condemn me?" "No one more than your own heart." "It is not the heart, but the brain that must decide in questions of right and wrong," said he. "I acted from impulse, and shot that man. Had I reasoned upon it for 5 minutes, the man would be living now. But what's done cannot be undone. Did I ever show you the work I wrote upon South America?" "Are you an author?" said I, incredulously. "To be sure I am. Murray offered me £100 for my manuscript, but I would not take it. Shall I read to you some passages from it?" I am sorry to say that his behaviour in the morning was uppermost in my thoughts, and I had no repugnance in refusing. "No, don't trouble yourself. I have the dinner to cook, and the children to attend to, which will cause a constant interruption. You had better defer it to some other time." "I shan't ask you to listen to me again," said he, with a look of offended vanity; but he went to his trunk, and brought out a large manuscript, written on foolscap, which he commenced reading to himself with an air of great self-importance, glancing from time to time at me, and smiling disdainfully. Oh, how glad I was when the door opened, and the return of Moodie broke up this painful tete-a-tete. From the sublime to the ridiculous is but a step. The very next day, Mr. Malcolm made his appearance before me, wrapped in a great coat belonging to my husband, which literally came down to his heels. At this strange apparition I fell a-laughing. "For God's sake, Mrs. Moodie, lend me a pair of inexpressibles. I have met with an accident in crossing the fence, and mine are torn to shreds, gone to the devil entirely." "Well, don't swear. I'll see what can be done for you." I brought him a new pair of fine drab-coloured kerseymere trousers that had never been worn. Although he was eloquent in his thanks, I had no idea that he meant to keep them for his sole individual use from that day thenceforth. But, after all, what was the man to do? He had no trousers and no money, and he could not take to the woods. Certainly his loss was not our gain. It was the old proverb reversed. The season for putting in the potatoes had now arrived. Malcolm volunteered to cut the sets, which was easy work that could be done in the house, and over which he could lounge and smoke; but Moodie told him that he must take his share in the field, that I had already sets enough saved to plant half an acre, and would have more prepared by the time they were required. With many growls and shrugs, he felt obliged to comply, and he performed his part pretty well, the execrations bestowed upon the mosquitoes and black flies forming a sort of safety valve to let off the concentrated venom of his temper. When he came in to dinner, he held out his hands to me. "Look at these hands." "They are blistered with the hoe." "Look at my face." "You are terribly disfigured by the black flies, but Moodie suffers just as much, and says nothing." "Bah! The only consolation one feels for such annoyances is to complain. Oh, the woods! The cursed woods! How I wish I were out of them!" The day was very warm, but in the afternoon I was surprised by a visit from an old maiden lady, a friend of mine from C. She had walked up with a Mr. Crow from Peterborough, a young, brisk-looking farmer in breeches and top boots, just out from the old country, who naturally enough thought he would like to roost among the woods. He was a little, lively, good-natured manny, with a real Anglo-Saxon face, rosy, high cheek-boned, with full lips and a turned-up nose, and, like most little men, was a great talker and very full of himself. He had belonged to the secondary class of farmers, and was very vulgar, both in person and manners. I had just prepared tea for my visitors when Malcolm and Moodie returned from the field. There was no affectation about the former. He was manly in his person, and blunt even to rudeness, and I saw by the quizzical look which he cast upon the spruce little crow that he was quietly quizzing him from head to heel. A neighbour had sent me a present of maple molasses, and Mr. Crow was so fearful of spilling some of the rich syrup upon his drab shorts that he spread a large pocket handkerchief over his knees, and tucked another under his chin. I felt very much inclined to laugh, but restrained the inclination as well as I could, and if the little creature would have sat still, I could have quelled my rebellious propensity altogether; but up he would jump at every word I said to him, and make me a low, jerking bow, often with his mouth quite full, and the treacherous molasses running over his chin. Malcolm sat directly opposite to me and my volatile next-door neighbour. He saw the intense difficulty I had to keep my gravity, and was determined to make me laugh out. So, coming slyly behind my chair, he whispered in my ear with the gravity of a judge, "Mrs. Moodie, that must have been the very chap who first jumped Jim Crow." This appeal obliged me to run from the table. Moodie was astonished at my rudeness, and Malcolm, as he resumed his seat, made the matter worse by saying, "I wonder what is the matter with Mrs. Moodie. She is certainly very hysterical this afternoon." The potatoes were planted, and the season of strawberries, green peas, and young potatoes come, but still Malcolm remained our constant guest. He had grown so indolent, and gave himself so many airs, that Moodie was heartily sick of his company, and gave him many gentle hints to change his quarters; but our guest was determined to take no hint. For some reason best known to himself, perhaps out of sheer contradiction, which formed one great element in his character, he seemed obstinately bent upon remaining where he was. Moodie was busy underbushing for a fall fallow. Malcolm spent much of his time in the garden, or lounging about the house. I had baked an eel pie for dinner, which, if prepared well, is by no means an unsavoury dish. Malcolm had cleaned some green peas, and washed the first young potatoes we had drawn that season with his own hands, and he was reckoning upon the feast he should have on the potatoes with childish glee. The dinner at length was put upon the table. The vegetables were remarkably fine, and the pie looked very nice. Moodie helped Malcolm, as he always did, very largely, and the other covered his plate with a portion of peas and potatoes, when, lo and behold, my gentleman began making a very wry face at the pie. "What an infernal dish!" he cried, pushing away his plate with an air of great disgust. "These eels taste as if they had been stewed in oil. Moodie, you should teach your wife to be a better cook." The hot blood burnt upon Moodie's cheek. I saw indignation blazing in his eye. "If you don't like what is prepared for you, sir, you may leave the table, and my house, if you please. I will put up with your ungentlemanly and ungrateful conduct to Mrs. Moodie no longer." Out stalked the offending party. I thought to be sure we had got rid of him, and though he deserved what was said to him, I was sorry for him. Moodie took his dinner, quietly remarking, "I wonder he could find it in his heart to leave those fine peas and potatoes." He then went back to his work in the bush, and I cleared away the dishes and churned, for I wanted butter for tea. About 4 o'clock, Mr. Malcolm entered the room. "Mrs. Moodie," said he, in a more cheerful voice than usual, "where's the boss?" "In the wood, under bushing." I felt dreadfully afraid that there would be blows between them. "I hope, Mr. Malcolm, that you are not going to him with any intention of a fresh quarrel." "Don't you think I have been punished enough by losing my dinner?" said he, with a grin. "I don't think we shall murder one another." He shouldered his axe, and went whistling away. After striving for a long while to stifle my foolish fears, I took the baby in my arms, and little Dunbar by the hand, and ran up to the bush where Moodie was at work. At first I only saw my husband, but the strokes of an axe at a little distance soon guided my eyes to the spot where Malcolm was working away, as if for dear life. Moodie smiled, and looked at me significantly. How could the fellow stomach what I said to him? Either great necessity or great meanness must be the cause of his knocking under. I don't know whether most to pity or despise him. "Put up with it, dearest, for this once. He is not happy, and must be greatly distressed." Malcolm kept aloof, ever and anon casting a furtive glance towards us. At last little Dunbar ran to him, and held up his arms to be kissed. The strange man snatched him to his bosom, and covered him with caresses. It might be love to the child that had quelled his sullen spirit, or he might really have cherished an affection for us deeper than his ugly temper would allow him to show. At all events, he joined us at tea as if nothing had happened, and we might truly say that he had obtained a new lease of his long visit. But what could not be effected by words or hints of ours was brought about a few days after by the silly observation of a child. He asked Katie to give him a kiss, and he would give her some raspberries he had gathered in the bush. "I don't want them. Go away. I don't like you, you little stumpy man." His rage knew no bounds. He pushed the child from him, and vowed that he would leave the house that moment. That she could not have thought of such an expression herself. She must have been taught it by us. This was an entire misconception on his part, but he would not be convinced that he was wrong. Off he went, and Moodie called after him, "Malcolm, as I am sending to Peterborough to-morrow, the man shall take in your trunk." He was too angry even to turn and bid us good-bye, but we had not seen the last of him yet. 2 months after, we were taking tea with a neighbour, who lived a mile below us on the small lake. Who should walk in but Mr. Malcolm? He greeted us with great warmth for him, and when we rose to take leave, he rose and walked home by our side. Surely the little stumpy man is not returning to his old quarters? I am still a babe in the affairs of men. Human nature has more strange varieties than any one menagerie can contain, and Malcolm was one of the oddest of her odd species. That night he slept in his old bed below the parlour window, and for 3 months afterwards he stuck to us like a beaver. He seemed to have grown more kindly, or we had got more used to his eccentricities, and let him have his own way. Certainly he behaved himself much better. He neither scolded the children, nor interfered with the maid, nor quarrelled with me. He had greatly discontinued his bad habit of swearing, and he talked of himself and his future prospects with more hope and self-respect. His father had promised to send him a fresh supply of money, and he proposed to buy of Moodie the clergy reserve, and that they should farm the 2 places on shares. This offer was received with great joy as an unlooked-for means of paying our debts, and extricating ourselves from present and overwhelming difficulties, and we looked upon the little stumpy man in the light of a benefactor. So matters continued until Christmas Eve, when our visitor proposed walking into Peterborough in order to give the children a treat of raisins to make a Christmas pudding. "We will be quite merry to-morrow," he said. "I hope we shall eat many Christmas dinners together, and continue good friends." He started after breakfast, with the promise of coming back at night; but night came, the Christmas passed away, months and years fled away, but we never saw the little stumpy man again. He went away that day with a stranger in a waggon from Peterborough, and never afterwards was seen in that part of Canada. We afterwards learned that he went to Texas, and it is thought that he was killed at St. Antonio, but this is mere conjecture. Whether dead or living, I feel convinced that "we ne'er shall look upon his like again." Oh, the days when I was young! Oh, the days when I was young, a playful little boy, when my piping treble rung to the notes of early joy. Oh, the sunny days of spring, when I sat beside the shore, and heard the small birds sing. Shall I never hear them more? And the daisies scattered round, half hid amid the grass, lay like gems upon the ground, too gay for me to pass. How sweet the milkmaid sung, as she sat beside her cow, how clear her wild notes rung, there's no music like it now. As I watched the ship's white sail, mid the sunbeams on the sea, spreading canvas to the gale, how I longed with her to be. I thought not of the storm, nor the wild cries on her deck, when writhed her graceful form mid the hurricane and wreck, and I launched my little ship, with her sails and hold beneath, deep laden on each trip, with berries from the heath. Ah, little did I know, when I longed to be a man, of the gloomy cares and woe that meet in life's brief span. Oh, the happy nights I lay with my brothers in their beds, where we soundly slept till day shone brightly o'er our heads, and the blessed dreams that came to fill my heart with joy. Oh, that I now could dream, as I dreamt a little boy. The sun shone brighter then, and the moon more soft and clear, for the wiles of crafty men I had not learned to fear, but all seemed fair and gay as the fleecy clouds above. I spent my hours in play, and my heart was full of love. I loved the heath-clad hill, and I loved the silent vale, with its dark and purling rill that murmured in the gale. Of sighs I'd none to share, they were stored for riper years, when I drained the dregs of care with many bitter tears. My simple daily fare, in my little tiny mug, how fain was I to share with Cato on the rug. Yes, he'd give his honest paw, and he licked my happy face. He was true to nature's law, and I thought it no disgrace. There's a voice so soft and clear, and a step so gay and light, that charms my listening ear in the visions of the night. And my father bids me haste in the deep fond tones of love, and leave this dreary waste for brighter realms above. Now I am old and grey, my bones are racked with pain, and time speeds fast away. But why should I complain? There are joys in life's young morn that dwell not with the old, like the flowers the wind hath torn from the stem all bleak and cold. The weary heart may mourn o'er the withered hopes of youth, but the flowers so rudely shorn still leave the seeds of truth. And there's hope for hoary men when they're laid beneath the sod, for we'll all be young again when we meet around our God. J.W.D.M. End of chapter 21. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, November 2010.
Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 22, The Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 22, The Fire. Now, Fortune, do thy worst. For many years thou, with relentless and unsparing hand, hast sternly poured on our devoted heads the poisoned phials of thy fiercest wrath. The early part of the winter of 1837, a year never to be forgotten in the annals of Canadian history, was very severe. During the month of February, the thermometer often ranged from 18 to 27 degrees below zero. Speaking of the coldness of one particular day, a genuine brother Jonathan remarked, with charming simplicity, that it was 30 degrees below zero that morning, and it would have been much colder if the thermometer had been longer. The morning of the 7th was so intensely cold that everything liquid froze in the house. The wood that had been drawn for the fire was green, and it ignited too slowly to satisfy the shivering impatience of women and children. I vented mine in audibly grumbling over the wretched fire, at which I in vain endeavoured to thaw frozen bread, and to dress crying children. It so happened that an old friend, the maiden lady before alluded to, had been staying with us for a few days. She had left us for a visit to my sister, and, as some relatives of hers were about to return to Britain by the way of New York, and had offered to convey letters to friends at home, I had been busy all the day before preparing a packet for England. It was my intention to walk to my sister's with this packet, directly the important affair of breakfast had been discussed, but the extreme cold of the morning had occasioned such delay that it was late before the breakfast things were cleared away. After dressing, I found the air so keen that I could not venture out without some risk to my nose, and my husband kindly volunteered to go in my stead. I had hired a young Irish girl the day before. Her friends were only just located in our vicinity, and she had never seen a stove until she came to our house. After Moodie left, I suffered the fire to die away in the Franklin stove in the parlour, and went into the kitchen to prepare bread for the oven. The girl, who was a good-natured creature, had heard me complain bitterly of the cold, and the impossibility of getting the green wood to burn, and she thought that she would see if she could not make a good fire for me and the children against my work was done. Without saying one word about her intention, she slipped out through a door that opened from the parlour into the garden, ran round to the wood yard, filled her lap with cedar chips, and, not knowing the nature of the stove, filled it entirely with the light wood. Before I had the least idea of my danger, I was aroused from the completion of my task by the crackling and roaring of a large fire, and a suffocating smell of burning soot. I looked up at the kitchen cooking stove. All was right there. I knew I had left no fire in the parlour stove, but not being able to account for the smoke and the smell of burning, I opened the door, and to my dismay found the stove red hot, from the front plate to the topmost pipe that let out the smoke through the roof. My first impulse was to plunge a blanket, snatched from the servant's bed, which stood in the kitchen, into cold water. This I thrust into the stove, and upon it threw cold water until all was cool below. I then ran up to the loft, and by exhausting all the water in the house, even to that contained in the boilers upon the fire, contrived to cool down the pipes which passed through the loft. I then sent the girl out of doors to look at the roof, which, as a very deep fall of snow had taken place the day before, I hoped would be completely covered, and safe from all danger of fire. She quickly returned, stamping and tearing her hair, and making a variety of uncouth outcries, from which I gathered that the roof was in flames. This was terrible news, with my husband absent, no man in the house, and 1.25 miles from any other habitation. I ran out to ascertain the extent of the misfortune, and found a large fire burning in the roof between the two stove pipes. The heat of the fires had melted off all the snow, and a spark from the burning pipe had already ignited the shingles.
A ladder, which for several months had stood against the house, had been moved 2 days before to the barn, which was at the top of the hill near the road. There was no reaching the fire through that source. I got out the dining table, and tried to throw water upon the roof by standing on a chair placed upon it, but I only expended the little water that remained in the boiler, without reaching the fire. The girl still continued weeping and lamenting. "You must go for help," I said. "Run as fast as you can to my sister's, and fetch your master." "And leave you, marm, and the childer alone wid the burning house?" "Yes, yes. Don't stay one moment." "I have no shoes, marm, and the snow is so deep." "Put on your master's boots. Make haste, or we shall be lost before help comes." The girl put on the boots and started shrieking "Fire!" the whole way. This was utterly useless, and only impeded her progress by exhausting her strength. After she had vanished from the head of the clearing into the wood, and I was left quite alone, with the house burning over my head, I paused one moment to reflect what had best be done. The house was built of cedar logs. In all probability it would be consumed before any help could arrive. There was a brisk breeze blowing up from the frozen lake, and the thermometer stood at 18 degrees below zero. We were placed between the two extremes of heat and cold, and there was as much danger to be apprehended from the one as the other. In the bewilderment of the moment, the direful extent of the calamity never struck me. We wanted but this to put the finishing stroke to our misfortunes, to be thrown naked, houseless, and penniless upon the world. What shall I save first? Was the thought just then uppermost in my mind. Bedding and clothing appeared the most essentially necessary, and without another moment's pause, I set to work with a right good will to drag all that I could from my burning home. While little Agnes, Dunbar, and baby Donald filled the air with their cries, Katie, as if fully conscious of the importance of exertion, assisted me in carrying out sheets and blankets, and dragging trunks and boxes some way up the hill, to be out of the way of the burning brands when the roof should fall in. How many anxious looks I gave to the head of the clearing as the fire increased, and the large pieces of burning pine began to fall through the boarded ceiling, about the lower rooms where we were at work. The children I had kept under a large dresser in the kitchen, but it now appeared absolutely necessary to remove them to a place of safety. To expose the young, tender things to the direful cold was almost as bad as leaving them to the mercy of the fire. At last I hit upon a plan to keep them from freezing. I emptied all the clothes out of a large, deep chest of drawers, and dragged the empty drawers up the hill. These I lined with blankets, and placed a child in each drawer, covering it well over with the bedding, giving to little Agnes the charge of the baby to hold between her knees, and keep well covered until help should arrive. Ah, how long it seemed coming! The roof was now burning like a brush heap, and unconsciously the child and I were working under a shelf, upon which were deposited several pounds of gunpowder which had been procured for blasting a well, as all our water had to be brought uphill from the lake. This gunpowder was in a stone jar, secured by a paper stopper. The shelf upon which it stood was on fire, but it was utterly forgotten by me at the time, and even afterwards, when my husband was working on the burning loft over it. I found that I should not be able to take many more trips for goods. As I passed out of the parlour for the last time, Katie looked up at her father's flute, which was suspended upon 2 brackets, and said, "Oh, dear mamma, do save papa's flute. He will be so sorry to lose it." God bless the dear child for the thought. The flute was saved, and as I succeeded in dragging out a heavy chest of clothes, and looked up once more despairingly to the road, I saw a man running at full speed. It was my husband. Help was at hand, and my heart uttered a deep thanksgiving as another and another figure came upon the scene. I had not felt the intense cold, although without cap or bonnet or shawl, with my hands bare and exposed to the bitter, biting air. The intense excitement, the anxiety to save all I could, had so totally diverted my thoughts from myself, that I had felt nothing of the danger to which I had been exposed. But now that help was near, my knees trembled under me, I felt giddy and faint, and dark shadows seemed dancing before my eyes. The moment my husband and brother-in-law entered the house, The latter exclaimed, "Moodie, the house is gone! Save what you can of your winter stores and furniture."
Moodie thought differently. Prompt and energetic in danger, and possessing admirable presence of mind and coolness when others yield to agitation and despair, he sprang upon the burning loft and called for water. Alas! there was none. "Snow! snow! Hand me up pails full of snow!" Oh, it was bitter work filling those pails with frozen snow, but Mr. T and I worked at it as fast as we were able. The violence of the fire was greatly checked by covering the boards of the loft with this snow. More help had now arrived. Young B and S had brought the ladder down with them from the barn, and were already cutting away the burning roof, and flinging the flaming brands into the deep snow. "Mrs. Moodie, have you any pickled meat?" "We have just killed one of our cows, and salted it for winter stores." "Well, then, fling the beef into the snow, and let us have the brine." This was an admirable plan. Wherever the brine wetted the shingles, the fire turned from it, and concentrated into one spot. But I had not time to watch the brave workers on the roof. I was fast yielding to the effects of over excitement and fatigue, when my brother's team dashed down the clearing, bringing my excellent old friend Miss B and the servant girl. My brother sprang out, carried me back into the house, and wrapped me up in one of the large blankets scattered about. In a few minutes I was seated with the dear children in the sleigh, and on the way to a place of warmth and safety. Katie alone suffered from the intense cold. The dear little creature's feet were severely frozen, but were fortunately restored by her uncle discovering the fact before she approached the fire, and rubbing them well with snow. In the meanwhile, the friends we had left so actively employed at the house succeeded in getting the fire under before it had destroyed the walls. The only accident that occurred was to a poor dog that Moodie had called Snarleyow. He was struck by a burning brand thrown from the house, and crept under the barn and died. Beyond the damage done to the building, the loss of our potatoes and 2 sacks of flour, we had escaped in a manner almost miraculous. This fact shows how much can be done by persons working in union, without bustle and confusion, or running in each other's way. Here were 6 men who, without the aid of water, succeeded in saving a building which at first sight almost all of them had deemed past hope. In after years, when entirely burnt out in a disastrous fire that consumed almost all we were worth in the world, some 400 persons were present, with a fire engine to second their endeavours, yet all was lost. Every person seemed in the way, and though the fire was discovered immediately after it took place, nothing was done beyond saving some of the furniture. Our party was too large to be billeted upon one family. Mrs. T took compassion upon Moodie, myself, and the baby, while their uncle received the 3 children to his hospitable home. It was some weeks before Moodie succeeded in repairing the roof, the intense cold preventing any one from working in such an exposed situation. The news of our fire travelled far and wide. I was reported to have done prodigies, and to have saved the greater part of our household goods before help arrived. Reduced to plain prose, these prodigies shrink into the simple, and by no means marvellous fact, that during the excitement I dragged out chests which, under ordinary circumstances, I could not have moved, and that I was unconscious both of the cold and the danger to which I was exposed while working under a burning roof, which, had it fallen, would have buried both the children and myself under its ruins. These circumstances appeared far more alarming, as all real danger does, after they were past. The fright and over-exertion gave my health a shock from which I did not recover for several months, and made me so fearful of fire that from that hour it haunts me like a nightmare. Let the night be ever so serene, all stoves must be shut up, and the hot embers covered with ashes before I dare retire to rest, and the sight of a burning edifice, so common a spectacle in large towns in this country, makes me really ill. This feeling was greatly increased after a second fire, when, for some torturing minutes, a lovely boy, since drowned, was supposed to have perished in the burning house. Our present fire led to a new train of circumstances, for it was the means of introducing to Moodie a young Irish gentleman who was staying at my brother's house.
John E was one of the best and gentlest of human beings. His father, a captain in the army, had died while his family were quite young, and had left his widow with scarcely any means beyond the pension she received at her husband's death, to bring up and educate a family of 5 children. A handsome, showy woman, Mrs. E soon married again, and the poor lads were thrown upon the world. The eldest, who had been educated in the church, first came to Canada in the hope of getting some professorship in the college, or of opening a classical school. He was a handsome, gentlemanly, well-educated young man, but constitutionally indolent, a natural defect which seemed common to all the males of the family, and which was sufficiently indicated by their soft, silky fair hair and milky complexions. R had the good sense to perceive that Canada was not the country for him. He spent a week under our roof, and we were much pleased with his elegant tastes and pursuits, but my husband strongly advised him to try and get a situation as a tutor in some family at home. This he afterwards obtained. He became tutor and travelling companion to the young Lord M, and has since got an excellent living. John, who had followed his brother to Canada without the means of transporting himself back again, was forced to remain, and was working with Mr. S for his board. He proposed to Moodie working his farm upon shares, and as we were unable to hire a man, Moodie gladly closed with his offer, and during the time he remained with us, we had every reason to be pleased with the arrangement. It was always a humiliating feeling to our proud minds that hirelings should witness our dreadful struggle with poverty, and the strange shifts we were forced to make in order to obtain even food. But John E had known and experienced all that we had suffered in his own person, and was willing to share our home with all its privations. Warm-hearted, sincere, and truly affectionate, a gentleman in word, thought, and deed, we found his society and cheerful help a great comfort. Our odd meals became a subject of merriment, and the peppermint and sage tea drank with a better flavour when we had one who sympathised in all our trials, and shared all our toils to partake of it with us. The whole family soon became attached to our young friend, and after the work of the day was over, greatly we enjoyed an hour's fishing on the lake. John E said that we had no right to murmur, as long as we had health, a happy home, and plenty of fresh fish, milk, and potatoes. Early in May we received an old Irishwoman into our service, who for 4 years proved a most faithful and industrious creature; and what with John E to assist my husband on the farm, and old Jenny to help me to nurse the children and manage the house, our affairs, if they were no better in a pecuniary point of view, at least presented a more pleasing aspect at home. We were always cheerful, and sometimes contented, and even happy. How great was the contrast between the character of our new inmate and that of Mr. Malcolm! The sufferings of the past year had been greatly increased by the intolerable nuisance of his company, while many additional debts had been contracted in order to obtain luxuries for him which we never dreamed of purchasing for ourselves. Instead of increasing my domestic toils, John did all in his power to lessen them, and it always grieved him to see me iron a shirt, or wash the least article of clothing for him. "You have too much to do already. I cannot bear to give you the least additional work," he would say; and he generally expressed the greatest satisfaction at my method of managing the house and preparing our simple fare. The little ones he treated with the most affectionate kindness, and gathered the whole flock about his knees the moment he came into his meals. On a wet day, when no work could be done abroad, Moodie took up his flute, or read aloud to us while John and I sat down to work. The young emigrant, early cast upon the world and his own resources, was an excellent hand at the needle. He would make or mend a shirt with the greatest precision and neatness, and cut out and manufacture his canvas trousers and loose summer coats with as much adroitness as the most experienced tailor; darn his socks, and mend his boots and shoes, and often volunteered to assist me in knitting the coarse yarn of the country into socks for the children, while he made them moccasins from the dressed deerskins that we obtained from the Indians. Scrupulously neat and clean in his person, the only thing which seemed to ruffle his calm temper was the dirty work of logging. He hated to come in from the field with his person and clothes begrimed with charcoal and smoke. Old Jenny used to laugh at him for not being able to eat his meals without first washing his hands and face. "Och, my dear heart, you're too particular entirely. We've no time in the woods to be clean," she would say to him in answer to his request for soap and a towel. "And is it soap ye're a-wantin'? I tell you that the same is not to the fore. Bating the throuble of making, it's little soap that the mistress can get to wash the clothes for us and the childer without your wasting it making your purty skin as white as a lady's. Do, darlint, go down to the lake and wash there. That basin is big enough anyhow." And John would laugh, and go down to the lake to wash in order to appease the wrath of the old woman. John had a great dislike to cats, and even regarded with an evil eye our old pet cat Peppermint, who had taken a great fancy to share his bed and board. "If I tolerate our own cat," he would say, "I will not put up with such a nuisance as your friend Amelia sends us in the shape of her ugly Tom. Why, where in the world do you think I found that beast sleeping last night?" I expressed my ignorance. "In our potato pot. Now you will agree with me that potatoes dressed with cat's hair is not a very nice dish. The next time I catch Master Tom in the potato pot, I will kill him." "John, you are not in earnest. Mrs. would never forgive any injury done to Tom, who is a great favourite." "Let her keep him at home, then. Think of the brute coming a mile through the woods to steal from us all he can find, and then sleeping off the effects of his depredations in the potato pot." I could not help laughing, but I begged John by no means to annoy Amelia by hurting her cat. The next day, while sitting in the parlour at work, I heard a dreadful squall, and rushed to the rescue. John was standing, with a flushed cheek, grasping a large stick in his hand, and Tom was lying dead at his feet. "Oh, the poor cat!" "Yes, I have killed him, but I am sorry for it now. What will Mrs. say?" "She must not know it. I have told you the story of the pig that Jacob killed. You had better bury it with the pig." John was really sorry for having yielded in a fit of passion to do so cruel a thing, yet a few days after he got into a fresh scrape with Mrs. Animals. The hens were laying up at the barn. John was very fond of fresh eggs, but some strange dog came daily and sucked the eggs. John had vowed to kill the first dog he found in the act. Mr. had a very fine bull-dog, which he valued very highly, but with Amelia, Chowder was an especial favourite. Bitterly had she bemoaned the fate of Tom, and many were the inquiries she made of us as to his sudden disappearance. One afternoon, John ran into the room. "My dear Mrs. Moodie, what is Mrs.'s dog like?" "A large bull-dog, brindled black and white." "Then, by Jove, I've shot him." "John, John! You mean me to quarrel in earnest with my friend. How could you do it?" "Why, how the deuce should I know her dog from another? I caught the big thief in the very act of devouring the eggs from under your sitting hen, and I shot him dead without another thought. But I will bury him, and she will never find it out a bit more than she did who killed the cat." Some time after this, Emilia returned from a visit at P. The first thing she told me was the loss of the dog. She was so vexed at it, she had had him advertised, offering a reward for his recovery. I, of course, was called upon to sympathise with her, which I did with a very bad grace. I did not like the beast, I said. He was cross and fierce, and I was afraid to go up to her house while he was there. "Yes, but to lose him so! It is so provoking, and him such a valuable animal. I could not tell how deeply she felt the loss. She would give $4 to find out who had stolen him. How near she came to making the grand discovery, the sequel will show. Instead of burying him with the murdered pig and cat, John had scratched a shallow grave in the garden, and concealed the dead brute. After tea, Emilia requested to look at the garden, and I, perfectly unconscious that it contained the remains of the murdered Chowder, led the way. Mrs., whilst gathering a handful of fine green peas, suddenly stooped, and looking earnestly at the ground, called to me, "Come here, Susanna, and tell me what has been buried here. It looks like the tail of a dog." She might have added, "of my dog." Murder, it seems, will out. By some strange chance, the grave that covered the mortal remains of Chowder had been disturbed, and the black tail of the dog was sticking out. "What can it be?" said I, with an air of perfect innocence. "Shall I call Jenny and dig it up?" "Oh, no, my dear, it has a shocking smell. But it does look very much like Chowder's tail." "Impossible! How could it come among my peas?" "True. Besides, I saw Chowder with my own eyes yesterday, following a team, and George C. hopes to recover him for me." "Indeed! I am glad to hear it. How these mosquitoes sting! Shall we go back to the house?" While we returned to the house, John, who had overheard the whole conversation, hastily disinterred the body of Chowder, and placed him in the same mysterious grave with Tom and the pig. Moodie and his friend finished logging up the 8 acres which the former had cleared the previous winter. Besides putting in a crop of peas and potatoes, and an acre of Indian corn, reserving the fallow for fall wheat, while we had the promise of a splendid crop of hay off the 16 acres that had been cleared in 1834. We were all in high spirits, and everything promised fair, until a very trifling circumstance again occasioned us much anxiety and trouble, and was the cause of our losing most of our crop. Moodie was asked to attend a bee, which was called to construct a corduroy bridge over a very bad piece of road. He and J.E. were obliged to go that morning with wheat to the mill, but Moodie lent his yoke of oxen for the work. The driver selected for them at the bee was the brutal M., a man noted for his ill treatment of cattle, especially if the animals did not belong to him. He gave one of the oxen such a severe blow over the loins with a handspike that the creature came home perfectly disabled, just as we wanted his services in the hayfield and harvest. Moodie had no money to purchase, or even to hire a mate for the other ox, but he and John hoped that by careful attendance upon the injured animal he might be restored to health in a few days. They conveyed him to a deserted clearing a short distance from the farm, where he would be safe from injury from the rest of the cattle, and early every morning we went in the canoe to carry poor Duke a warm mash, and to watch the progress of his recovery. Ah, ye who revel in this world's wealth, how little can you realise the importance which we, in our poverty, attach to the life of this valuable animal. Yes, it even became the subject of prayer, for the bread for ourselves and our little ones depended greatly upon his recovery. We were doomed to disappointment. After nursing him with the greatest attention and care for some weeks, the animal grew daily worse, and suffered such intense agony as he lay groaning upon the ground, unable to rise, that John shot him to put him out of pain. Here, then, were we left without oxen to draw in our hay or secure our other crops. A neighbour, who had an odd ox, kindly lent us the use of him when he was not employed on his own farm, and John and Moodie gave their own work for the occasional loan of a yoke of oxen for a day. But with all these drawbacks, and in spite of the assistance of old Jenny and myself in the field, a great deal of the produce was damaged before it could be secured. The whole summer we had to labour under this disadvantage. Our neighbours were all too busy to give us any help, and their own teams were employed in saving their crops. Fortunately, the few acres of wheat we had to reap were close to the barn, and we carried the sheaves thither by hand, old Jenny proving an invaluable help, both in the harvest and hayfield. Still, with all these misfortunes, Providence watched over us in a signal manner. We were never left entirely without food. Like the widow's cruse of oil, our means, though small, were never suffered to cease entirely. We had been for some days without meat, when Moodie came running in for his gun. A great she-bear was in the wheat field at the edge of the wood, very busily employed in helping to harvest the crop. There was but one bullet, and a charge or two of buckshot in the house, but Moodie started to the wood with a single bullet in his gun, followed by a little terrier dog that belonged to John E. Old Jenny was busy at the wash-tub, but the moment she saw her master running up the clearing, and knew the cause, she left her work, and snatching up the carving knife, ran after him, that in case the bear should have the best of the fight, she would be there to help the master. Finding her shoes incommode her, she flung them off in order to run faster. A few minutes after came the report of the gun, and I heard Moodie halloo to E., who was cutting stakes for a fence in the wood. I hardly thought it possible that he could have killed the bear, but I ran to the door to listen. The children were all excitement, which the sight of the black monster, borne down the clearing upon 2 poles, increased to the wildest demonstrations of joy. Moodie and John were carrying the prize, and old Jenny, brandishing her carving knife, followed in the rear. The rest of the evening was spent in skinning, and cutting up, and salting the ugly creature, whose flesh filled a barrel with excellent meat, in flavour resembling beef, while the short grain and juicy nature of the flesh gave to it the tenderness of mutton. This was quite a godsend, and lasted us until we were able to kill 2 large fat hogs in the fall. A few nights after, Moodie and I encountered the mate of Mrs. Bruin, while returning from a visit to Amelia in the very depth of the wood. We had been invited to meet our friend's father and mother, who had come up on a short visit to the woods, and the evening passed away so pleasantly that it was near midnight before the little party of friends separated. The moon was down. The wood, through which we had to return, was very dark, the ground being low and swampy, and the trees thick and tall. There was, in particular, one very ugly spot, where a small creek crossed the road. This creek could only be passed by foot passengers scrambling over a fallen tree, which, in a dark night, was not very easy to find. I begged a torch of Mr., but no torch could be found. Emilia laughed at my fears. Still, knowing what a coward I was in the bush of a night, she found up about an inch of candle, which was all that remained from the evening's entertainment. This she put into an old lanthorn. "It will not last you long, but it will carry you over the creek." This was something gained, and off we set. It was so dark in the bush that our dim candle looked like a solitary red spark in the intense surrounding darkness, and scarcely served to show us the path. We went chatting along, talking over the news of the evening, Hector running on before us, when I saw a pair of eyes glare upon us from the edge of the swamp, with the green bright light emitted by the eyes of a cat. "Did you see those terrible eyes, Moodie?" And I clung trembling to his arm. "What eyes?" said he, feigning ignorance. "It's too dark to see anything. The light is nearly gone, and if you don't quicken your pace and cross the tree before it goes out, you will perhaps get your feet wet by falling into the creek." "Good heavens! I saw them again. And do just look at the dog." Hector stopped suddenly, and, stretching himself along the ground, his nose resting between his forepaws, began to whine and tremble. Presently he ran back to us, and crept under our feet. The cracking of branches and the heavy tread of some large animal sounded close beside us. Moodie turned the open lanthorn in the direction from whence the sounds came, and shouted as loud as he could, at the same time endeavouring to urge forward the fear-stricken dog, whose cowardice was only equalled by my own. Just at that critical moment, the wick of the candle flickered a moment in the socket, and expired. We were left in perfect darkness, alone with the bear, for such we supposed the animal to be. My heart beat audibly. A cold perspiration was streaming down my face, but I neither shrieked nor attempted to run. I don't know how Moodie got me over the creek. One of my feet slipped into the water, but expecting, as I did every moment, to be devoured by Master Bruin, that was a thing of no consequence. My husband was laughing at my fears, and every now and then he turned towards our companion, who continued following us at no great distance, and gave him an encouraging shout. Glad enough was I when I saw the gleam of the light from our little cabin window shine out among the trees, and the moment I got within the clearing I ran, without stopping, until I was safely within the house. John was sitting up for us, nursing Donald. He listened with great interest to our adventure with the bear, and thought that Bruin was very good to let us escape without one affectionate hug. Perhaps it would have been otherwise had he known, Moodie, that you had not only killed his good lady, but were dining sumptuously off her carcass every day. The bear was determined to have something in return for the loss of his wife. Several nights after this, our slumbers were disturbed, about midnight, by an awful yell, and old Jenny shook violently at our chamber door. "Masther! Masther, dear! Get up wid you this moment, or the bear will destroy the cattle entirely." Half asleep, Moodie sprang from his bed, seized his gun, and ran out. I threw my large cloak round me, struck a light, and followed him to the door. The moment the latter was unclosed, some calves that we were rearing rushed into the kitchen, closely followed by the larger beasts, who came bellowing headlong down the hill, pursued by the bear. It was a laughable scene, as shown by that paltry tallow candle. Moodie, in his nightshirt, taking aim at something in the darkness, surrounded by the terrified animals; old Jenny, with a large knife in her hand, holding on to the white skirts of her master's garment, making outcry loud enough to frighten away all the wild beasts in the bush, herself almost in a state of nudity. "Och, masther dear, don't tempt the ill-conditioned creather wid charging too near. Think of the wife and the childher. Let me come at the rampaging beast, and I'll stick the knife into the heart of him." Moodie fired. The bear retreated up the clearing with a low growl. Moodie and Jenny pursued him some way, but it was too dark to discern any object at a distance. I, for my part, stood at the open door, laughing until the tears ran down my cheeks, at the glaring eyes of the oxen, their ears erect, and their tails carried gracefully on a level with their backs, as they stared at me and the light in blank astonishment. The noise of the gun had just roused John E from his slumbers. He was no less amused than myself, until he saw that a fine yearling heifer was bleeding, and found, upon examination, that the poor animal, having been in the claws of the bear, was dangerously, if not mortally, hurt. "I hope," he cried, "that the brute has not touched my foal." I pointed to the black face of the filly peeping over the back of an elderly cow. "You see, John, that Bruin preferred veal. There's your horsie, as Dunbar calls her, safe and laughing at you." Moodie and Jenny now returned from the pursuit of the bear. E fastened all the cattle into the back yard, close to the house. By daylight he and Moodie had started in chase of Bruin, whom they tracked by his blood some way into the bush. But here he entirely escaped their search. The Bears of Canada. Oh, bear me from this savage land of bears, for 'tis indeed unbearable to me. I'd rather cope with vilest worldly cares, or writhe with cruel sickness of the sea. Oh, bear me to my own bare land of hills, where I'd be sure brave bare-legged lads to see, bare cakes, bare rocks, and whiskey stills, and bare-legged nymphs to smile once more on me. I'd bear the heat, I'd bear the freezing air, of equatorial realm or arctic sea. I'd sit all bare at night, and watch the northern bear, and bless my soul that he was far from me. I'd bear the poor rates, tithes, and all the ills John Bull must bear, who takes them all, poor sinner, as patients do when forced to gulp down pills, and water gruel drink in lieu of dinner. I'd bear the bareness of all barren lands, before I'd bear the bearishness of this. Bare head, bare feet, bare legs, bare hands, bare everything but want of social bliss. But should I die in this drear land of bears, oh, ship me off, my friends, discharge the sable wearers, for if you don't, in spite of priests and prayers, the bears will come and eat up corpse and bearers. J.W.D.M. End of chapter 22. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, December 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna Moodie, Chapter 23,
The Outbreak. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 23. The Outbreak. Can a corrupted stream pour through the land health-giving waters? Can the slave who lures his wretched followers with the hope of gain feel in his bosom the immortal fire that bound a Wallace to his country's cause, and bade the Thracian shepherd cast away Rome's galling yoke, while the astonished world, rapt into admiration at the deed, paused ere she crushed with overwhelming force the man who fought to win a glorious grave? The long-protracted harvest was at length brought to a close. Moodie had procured another ox from Dummer by giving a note at 6 months' date for the payment, and he and John E. were in the middle of sowing their fall crop of wheat, when the latter received a letter from the old country, which conveyed to him intelligence of the death of his mother, and of a legacy of £200. It was necessary for him to return to claim the property, and though we felt his loss severely, we could not without great selfishness urge him to stay. John had formed an attachment to a young lady in the country, who, like himself, possessed no property. Their engagement, which had existed several years, had been dropped from its utter hopelessness by mutual consent. Still the young people continued to love each other, and to look forward to better days, when their prospects might improve so far that E. would be able to purchase a bush farm, and raise a house, however lowly, to shelter his Mary. He, like our friend Malcolm, had taken a fancy to buy a part of our block of land, which he could cultivate in partnership with Moodie, without being obliged to hire, when the same barn, cattle, and implements would serve for both. Anxious to free himself from the thraldom of debts which pressed him sore, Moodie offered to part with 200 acres at less than they cost us, and the bargain was to be considered as concluded directly the money was forthcoming. It was a sorrowful day when our young friend left us. He had been a constant inmate in the house for 9 months, and not one unpleasant word had ever passed between us. He had rendered our sojourn in the woods more tolerable by his society, and sweetened our bitter lot by his friendship and sympathy. We both regarded him as a brother, and parted with him with sincere regret. As to old Jenny, she lifted up her voice and wept, consigning him to the care and protection of all the saints in the Irish calendar. For several days after John left us, a deep gloom pervaded the house. Our daily toil was performed with less cheerfulness and alacrity. We missed him at the evening board, and at the evening fire, and the children asked each day, with increasing earnestness, when dear E. would return. Moodie continued sowing his fall wheat. The task was nearly completed, and the chill October days were fast verging upon winter, when towards the evening of one of them he contrived, I know not how, to crawl down from the field at the head of the hill, faint and pale and in great pain. He had broken the small bone of his leg. In dragging among the stumps the heavy machine, which is made in the form of the letter V, and is supplied with large iron teeth, had hitched upon a stump, and being swung off again by the motion of the oxen, had come with great force against his leg. At first he was struck down, and for some time was unable to rise, but at length he contrived to unyoke the team, and crawled, partly on his hands and knees, down the clearing. What a sad, melancholy evening that was! Fortune seemed never tired of playing us some ugly trick. The hope which had so long sustained me seemed about to desert me altogether, when I saw him on whom we all depended for subsistence, and whose kindly voice ever cheered us under the pressure of calamity, smitten down helpless. All my courage and faith in the goodness of the Divine Father seemed to forsake me, and I wept long and bitterly. The next morning I went in search of a messenger to send to Peterborough for the doctor, but though I found and sent the messenger, the doctor never came. Perhaps he did not like to incur the expense of a fatiguing journey with small chance of obtaining a sufficient remuneration.
Our dear sufferer contrived, with assistance, to bandage his leg, and after the first week of rest had expired, he amused himself with making a pair of crutches, and in manufacturing Indian paddles for the canoe, axe handles, and yokes for the oxen. It was wonderful with what serenity he bore this unexpected affliction. Buried in the obscurity of those woods, we knew nothing, heard nothing of the political state of the country, and were little aware of the revolution which was about to work a great change for us and for Canada. The weather continued remarkably mild. The first great snow, which for years had ordinarily fallen between the 10th and 15th of November, still kept off. November passed on, and as all our firewood had to be chopped by old Jenny during the lameness of my husband, I was truly grateful to God for the continued mildness of the weather. On the 4th of December, that great day of the outbreak, Moodie was determined to take advantage of the open state of the lake to carry a large grist up to Wye's mill. I urged upon him the danger of a man attempting to manage a canoe in rapid water who was unable to stand without crutches, but Moodie saw that the children would need bread, and he was anxious to make the experiment. Finding that I could not induce him to give up the journey, I determined to go with him. Old Whittles, who happened to come down that morning, assisted in placing the bags of wheat in the little vessel, and helped to place Moodie at the stern. With a sad, foreboding spirit, I assisted to push off from the shore. The air was raw and cold, but our sail was not without its pleasure. The lake was very full from the heavy rains, and the canoe bounded over the waves with a free, springy motion. A light frost had hung every little bush and spray along the shores with sparkling crystals. The red pigeon berries, shining through their coating of ice, looked like cornelian beads set in silver, and strung from bush to bush. We found the rapids at the entrance of Bessikakoon Lake very hard to stem, and were so often carried back by the force of the water, that, cold as the air was, the great exertion which Moodie had to make use of to obtain the desired object brought the perspiration out in big drops upon his forehead. His long confinement to the house and low diet had rendered him very weak. The old miller received us in the most hearty and hospitable manner, and complimented me upon my courage in venturing upon the water in such cold, rough weather. Norah was married, but the kind Betty provided us an excellent dinner, while we waited for the grist to be ground. It was near 4 o'clock when we started on our return. If there had been danger in going up the stream, there was more in coming down. The wind had changed, the air was frosty, keen, and biting, and Moodie's paddle came up from every dip into the water loaded with ice. For my part, I had only to sit still at the bottom of the canoe, as we floated rapidly down with wind and tide. At the landing we were met by old Jenny, who had a long story to tell us, of which we could make neither head nor tail. How some gentleman had called during our absence, and left a large paper all about the Queen and the Yankees, that there was war between Canada and the States, that Toronto had been burnt and the governor killed, and I know not what other strange and monstrous statements. After much fatigue, Moodie climbed the hill, and we were once more safe by our own fireside. Here we found the elucidation of Jenny's marvellous tales, a copy of the Queen's proclamation, calling upon all loyal gentlemen to join in putting down the unnatural rebellion. A letter from my sister explained the nature of the outbreak, and the astonishment with which the news had been received by all the settlers in the bush. My brother and my sister's husband had already gone off to join some of the numerous bands of gentlemen who were collecting from all quarters to march to the aid of Toronto, which it was said was besieged by the rebel force. She advised me not to suffer Moodie to leave home in his present weak state, but the spirit of my husband was aroused. He instantly obeyed what he considered the imperative call of duty, and told me to prepare him a few necessaries, that he might be ready to start early in the morning. Little sleep visited our eyes that night. We talked over the strange news for hours, our coming separation, and the probability that if things were as bad as they appeared to be, we might never meet again. Our affairs were in such a desperate condition that Moodie anticipated that any change must be for the better. It was impossible for them to be worse. But the poor anxious wife thought only of a parting which to her put a finishing stroke to all her misfortunes. Before the cold, snowy morning broke, we were all stirring. The children, who had learned that their father was preparing to leave them, were crying and clinging round his knees. His heart was too deeply affected to eat. The meal passed over in silence, and he rose to go. I put on my hat and shawl to accompany him through the wood, as far as my sister Mrs. T 's. The day was like our destiny, cold, dark, and lowering. I gave the dear invalid his crutches, and we commenced our sorrowful walk. Then old Jenny's lamentations burst forth, as, flinging her arms around my husband's neck, she kissed and blessed him after the fashion of her country. "Och hone! Och hone!" she cried, wringing her hands. "Master dear, why will ye leave the wife and the childer? The poor crathur is breaking her heart entirely at parting with you. Sure, and the war is nothing to you, that you must be going into danger, and you wid a broken leg. Och hone! Och hone! Come back to your home. You will be kilt, and then what will become of the wife and the wee bairns?" Her cries and lamentations followed us into the wood. At my sister's, Moodie and I parted, and with a heavy heart I retraced my steps through the wood. For once I forgot all my fears. I never felt the cold. Sad tears were flowing over my cheeks. When I entered the house, hope seemed to have deserted me, and for upwards of an hour I lay upon the bed and wept. Poor Jenny did her best to comfort me, but all joy had vanished with him who was my light of life. Left in the most absolute uncertainty as to the real state of public affairs, I could only conjecture what might be the result of this sudden outbreak. Several poor settlers called at the house during the day, on their way down to Peterborough, but they brought with them the most exaggerated accounts. There had been a battle, they said, with the rebels, and the Loyalists had been defeated. Toronto was besieged by 60,000 men, and all the men in the backwoods were ordered to march instantly to the relief of the city. In the evening, I received a note from Amelia, who was at Peterborough, in which she informed me that my husband had borrowed a horse of Mr. S , and had joined a large party of 200 volunteers, who had left that morning for Toronto; that there had been a battle with the insurgents; that Colonel Moodie had been killed, and the rebels had retreated, and that she hoped my husband would return in a few days. The honest backwoodsman, perfectly ignorant of the abuses that had led to the present position of things, regarded the rebels as a set of monsters for whom no punishment was too severe, and obeyed the call to arms with enthusiasm. The leader of the insurgents must have been astonished at the rapidity with which a large force was collected, as if by magic, to repel his designs. A great number of these volunteers were half-pay officers, many of whom had fought in the continental wars with the armies of Napoleon, and would have been found a host in themselves. I must own that my British spirit was fairly aroused, and as I could not aid in subduing the enemies of my beloved country with my arm, I did what little I could to serve the good cause with my pen. It may probably amuse my readers to give them a few specimens of these loyal staves, which were widely circulated through the colony at the time. An address to the free men of Canada. Canadians, will you join the band, the factious band, who dare oppose the regal power of that blessed land, from whence your boasted freedom flows? Brave children of a noble race, guard well the altar and the hearth, and never by your deeds disgrace the British sires who gave you birth. What though your bones may never lie beneath dear Albion's hallowed sod, spurn the base wretch who dare defy, in arms, his country and his God, whose callous bosom cannot feel that he who acts a traitor's part remorselessly uplifts the steel to plunge it in a parent's heart. Canadians, will you see the flag beneath whose folds your fathers bled, supplanted by the vilest rag that ever host to rapine led, Thou emblem of a tyrant's sway, thy triple hues are dyed in gore; Like his, thy power has passed away, like his, thy short-lived triumph's o'er. Ay, let the trampled despot's fate forewarn the rash, misguided band To sue for mercy ere too late, nor scatter ruin o'er the land. The baffled traitor doom'd to bear a people's hate, his colleagues' scorn, Defeated by his own despair, will curse the hour that he was born. By all the blood for Britain shed on many a glorious battle field, To the free winds her standard spread, nor to these base insurgents yield. With loyal bosoms beating high, in your good cause securely trust. God and Victoria be your cry, and crush the traitors to the dust. This outpouring of a national enthusiasm, which I found it impossible to restrain, was followed by the oath of the Canadian Volunteers. Huzza for England! May she claim our fond devotion ever, And by the glory of her name, our brave forefathers' honest fame, We swear no foe shall sever her children from their parents' side. Though parted by the wave, in weal or woe, whate'er betide, We swear to die or save her honour from the rebel band, Whose crimes pollute our injured land. Let the foe come, we will not shrink to meet them if they dare; Well must they fight, ere rashly think to rend apart one sacred link That binds our country fair To that dear isle from whence we sprung, which gave our fathers birth, Whose glorious deeds her bards have sung, the unrivalled of the earth. The highest privilege we claim, to own her sway, to bear her name. Then courage, loyal volunteers! God will defend the right; That thought will banish slavish fears, that blessed consciousness still cheers The soldier in the fight. The stars for us shall never burn, the stripes may frighten slaves, The Briton's eye will proudly turn where Britain's standard waves. Beneath its folds, if heaven requires, we'll die as died of old our sires. In a week Moodie returned. So many volunteers had poured into Toronto that the number of friends was likely to prove as disastrous as that of enemies, on account of the want of supplies to maintain them all. The companies from the back townships had been remanded, and I received with delight my own again. But this reunion did not last long. Several regiments of militia were formed to defend the colony, and to my husband was given the rank of captain in one of those then stationed in Toronto. On the 20th of January, 1838, he bade us a long adieu. I was left with old Jenny and the children to take care of the farm. It was a sad, dull time. I could bear up against all trials with him to comfort and cheer me, but his long-continued absence cast a gloom upon my spirit not easily to be shaken off. Still, his very appointment to this situation was a signal act of mercy. From his full pay he was enabled to liquidate many pressing debts, and to send home from time to time sums of money to procure necessaries for me and the little ones. These remittances were greatly wanted, but I demurred before laying them out for comforts which we had been so long used to dispense with. It seemed almost criminal to purchase any article of luxury, such as tea or sugar, while a debt remained unpaid. The Y.'s were very pressing for the £30 that we owed them for the clearing, but they had such a firm reliance upon the honour of my husband, that poor and pressed for money as they were, they never sued us. I thought it would be a pleasing surprise to Moodie if, with the sums of money which I occasionally received from him, I could diminish this debt, which had always given him the greatest uneasiness, and my resolution once formed, I would not allow any temptation to shake it. The money was always transmitted to Dummer. I only reserved the sum of $2 a month, to pay a little lad to chop wood for us. After a time, I began to think the Y.'s were gifted with second sight, for I never received a money letter, but the very next day I was sure to see some of the family. Just at this period, I received a letter from a gentleman requesting me to write for a magazine, the Literary Garland, just started in Montreal, with promise to remunerate me for my labours. Such an application was like a gleam of light springing up in the darkness. It seemed to promise the dawning of a brighter day. I had never been able to turn my thoughts towards literature during my sojourn in the bush. When the body is fatigued with labour, unwonted and beyond its strength, the mind is in no condition for mental occupation. The year before, I had been requested by an American author of great merit to contribute to the North American Review, published for several years in Philadelphia, and he promised to remunerate me in proportion to the success of the work. I had contrived to write several articles after the children were asleep, though the expense even of the stationery and the postage of the manuscripts was severely felt by one so destitute of means. But the hope of being the least service to those dear to me cheered me to the task. I never realised anything from that source, but I believe it was not the fault of the editor. Several other American editors had written me to furnish them with articles, but I was unable to pay the postage of heavy packets to the States, and they could not reach their destination without being paid to the frontier. Thus all chance of making anything in that way had been abandoned. I wrote to Mr. L , and frankly informed him how I was situated. In the most liberal manner, he offered to pay the postage on all manuscripts to his office, and left me to name my own terms of remuneration. This opened up a new era in my existence, and for many years I have found in this generous man, to whom I am still personally unknown, a steady friend. I actually shed tears of joy over the first $20 bill I received from Montreal. It was my own. I had earned it with my own hand, and it seemed to my delighted fancy to form the nucleus out of which a future independence for my family might arise. I no longer retired to bed when the labours of the day were over. I sat up, and wrote by the light of a strange sort of candles, that Jenny called sluts, and which the old woman manufactured out of pieces of old rags, twisted together and dipped in pork lard and stuck in a bottle. They did not give a bad light, but it took a great many of them to last me for a few hours. The faithful old creature regarded my writings with a jealous eye. "And sure, it's killing yourself that you are entirely. You were thin enough before you took to the pen, scribbling and scrabbling when you should be in bed and asleep. What good will it be to the children, dear heart, if you die afore your time by wasting your strength after that fashion?" Jenny never could conceive the use of books. "Sure, we can live and die without them. It's only a waste of time bothering your brains with the like of them. But thanks goodness the lard will soon be all done, and then we shall hear you spaking again, instead of sitting there doubled up all night, destroying your eyes wid poring over the dirty writing." As the sugar-making season drew near, Jenny conceived the bold thought of making a good lump of sugar, that the childer might have something to ate with their bread during the summer. We had no sugar kettle, but a neighbour promised to lend us his, and to give us 28 troughs on condition that we gave him half the sugar we made. These terms were rather hard, but Jenny was so anxious to fulfil the darling object that we consented. Little Saul and the old woman made some 50 troughs more, the trees were duly tapped, a shanty in the bush was erected of small logs and brush, and covered in at the top with straw, and the old woman and Solomon, the hired boy, commenced operations. The very first day a terrible accident happened to us. A large log fell upon the sugar kettle, the borrowed sugar kettle, and cracked it, spilling all the sap, and rendering the vessel, which had cost $4, useless. We were all in dismay. Just at that time old Whittles happened to pass, on his way to Peterborough. He very good-naturedly offered to get the kettle repaired for us, which, he said, could be easily done by a rivet and an iron hoop. But where was the money to come from? I thought a while. Katie had a magnificent coral and bells, the gift of her godfather. I asked the dear child if she would give it to buy another kettle for Mr. T. She said, "I would give 10 times as much to help mamma." I wrote a little note to Amelia, who was still at her father's, and Mr. W., the storekeeper, sent us a fine sugar kettle back by Whittles, and also the other mended, in exchange for the useless piece of finery. We had now 2 kettles at work, to the joy of Jenny, who declared that it was a lucky fairy who had broken the old kettle. While Jenny was engaged in boiling and gathering the sap in the bush, I sugared off the syrup in the house, an operation watched by the children with intense interest. After standing all day over the hot stove fire, it was quite a refreshment to breathe the pure air at night. Every evening I ran up to see Jenny in the bush, singing and boiling down the sap in front of her little shanty. The old woman was in her element, and afraid of nothing under the stars. She slept beside her kettles at night, and snapped her fingers at the idea of the least danger. She was sometimes rather despotic in her treatment of her attendant Saul. One morning in particular she bestowed upon the lad a severe cuffing. I ran up the clearing to the rescue, when my ears were assailed by the boo-hooing of the boy. "What has happened? Why do you beat the child, Jenny?" "It's just then that I will beat him. The unlucky automaton! Has not he spilt and spiled 2 buckets of syrup, that I have been the livelong night boiling? Sorrow wid him! I'd like to strip the skin off him, I would. Musha! But 'tis enough to vex a saint." "Ah, Jenny!" blubbered the poor boy, "but you have no mercy. You forget that I have but one eye, and that I could not see the root which caught my foot and threw me down." "Faith, and 'tis a pity that you have the one eye, when you don't know how to make a betther use of it," muttered the angry dame, as she picked up the pails, and pushing him on before her, beat a retreat into the bush. I was heartily sick of the sugar making, long before the season was over. However, we were well paid for our trouble. Besides 112 pounds of fine, soft sugar, as good as Muscovado, we had 6 gallons of molasses, and a keg containing 6 gallons of excellent vinegar. 50 pounds went to Mr. T for the use of his kettle, and the rest, with the exception of a cake for Amelia, which I had drained in a wet flannel bag until it was almost as white as loaf sugar, we kept for our own use. There was no lack this year of nice preserves and pickled cucumbers, dainties found in every native Canadian establishment. Besides gaining a little money with my pen, I practised a method of painting birds and butterflies upon the white, velvety surface of the large fungi that grow plentifully upon the bark of the sugar maple. These had an attractive appearance, and my brother, who was a captain in one of the provisional regiments, sold a great many of them among the officers, without saying by whom they were painted. One rich lady in Peterborough, long since dead, ordered 2 dozen to send as curiosities to England. These, at 1 shilling each, enabled me to buy shoes for the children, who, during our bad times, had been forced to dispense with these necessary coverings. How often during the winter season have I wept over their little chapped feet, literally washing them with my tears! But these days were to end. Providence was doing great things for us, and Hope raised at last her drooping head to regard with a brighter glance the far-off future. Slowly the winter rolled away, but he to whom every thought turned was still distant from his humble home. The receipt of an occasional letter from him was my only solace during his long absence, and we were still too poor to indulge often in this luxury. My poor Katie was as anxious as her mother to hear from her father, and when I did get the long-looked-for prize, she would kneel down before me, her little elbows resting on my knees, her head thrown back, and tears trickling down her innocent cheeks, eagerly drinking in every word. The spring brought us plenty of work. We had potatoes and corn to plant, and the garden to cultivate. By lending my oxen for 2 days' work, I got Wittals, who had no oxen, to drag me in a few acres of oats, and to prepare the land for potatoes and corn. The former I dropped into the earth, while Jenny covered them up with the hoe. Our garden was well dug and plentifully manured, the old woman bringing the manure, which had lain for several years at the barn door, down to the plot, in a large Indian basket placed upon a hand sleigh. We had soon every sort of vegetable sown, with plenty of melons and cucumbers, and all our beds promised a good return. There were large flights of ducks upon the lake every night and morning, but though we had guns, we did not know how to use them. However, I thought of a plan, which I flattered myself might prove successful. I got Saul to plant 2 stakes in the shallow water, near the rice beds, and to these I attached a slender rope made by braiding long strips of the inner bark of the basswood together. To these again I fastened, at regular intervals, about 1/4 yard of whipcord, headed by a strong perch hook. These hooks I baited with fish offal, leaving them to float just under the water. Early next morning, I saw a fine black duck fluttering upon the line. The boy ran down with the paddles, but before he could reach the spot, the captive got away by carrying the hook and line with him. At the next stake he found upon the hooks a large eel and a catfish. I had never before seen one of those whiskered, toad-like natives of the Canadian waters, so common to the Bay of Quinte, where they grow to a great size, that I was really terrified at the sight of this hideous beast, and told Saul to throw it away. In this I was very foolish, for they are esteemed good eating in many parts of Canada. But to me the sight of the reptile-like thing is enough. It is uglier and far more disgusting looking than a toad. When the trees came into leaf, and the meadows were green and flushed with flowers, the poor children used to talk constantly to me of their father's return. Their innocent prattle made me very sad. Every evening we walked into the wood, along the path that he must come whenever he did return home, to meet him; and though it was a vain hope, and the walk was taken just to amuse the little ones, I used to be silly enough to feel deeply disappointed when we returned alone. Donald, who was a mere baby when his father left us, could just begin to put words together. "Who is papa? When will he come? Will he come by the road? Will he come in a canoe?" The little creature's curiosity to see this unknown father was really amusing, and oh, how I longed to present the little fellow, with his rosy cheeks and curling hair, to his father. He was so fair, so altogether charming in my eyes. Emilia had called him Cedric the Saxon, and well he suited the name, with his frank, honest disposition, and large, loving blue eyes. June had commenced. The weather was very warm, and Mr. T had sent for the loan of old Jenny to help him for a day with his potatoes. I had just prepared dinner, when the old woman came shrieking like a mad thing down the clearing, and waving her hands towards me. I could not imagine what had happened. "Ninny's mad," whispered Dunbar. "She's the old girl for making a noise." "Joy, joy!" bawled out the old woman, now running breathlessly towards us. "The maister's come! The maister's come!" "Where? Where?" "Just above in the wood. Goodness gracious! I have run to let you know so fast that my heart is like to break." Without stopping to comfort poor Jenny, off started the children and myself at the very top of our speed, but I soon found that I could not run. I was too much agitated. I got to the head of the bush, and sat down upon a fallen tree. The children sprang forward like wild kids, all but Donald, who remained with his old nurse. I covered my face with my hands. My heart, too, was beating audibly, and now that he was come, and was so near me, I scarcely could command strength to meet him. The sound of happy young voices roused me up. The children were leading him along in triumph, and he was bending down to them, all smiles, but hot and tired with his long journey. It was almost worth our separation, that blissful meeting. In a few minutes he was at home, and the children upon his knees. Katie stood silently holding his hand, but Addie and Dunbar had 1,000 things to tell him. Donald was frightened at his military dress, but he peeped at him from behind my gown, until I caught and placed him in his father's arms. His leave of absence only extended to a fortnight. It had taken him 3 days to come all the way from Lake Erie, where his regiment was stationed at Point Abino, and the same time would be consumed in his return. He could only remain with us 8 days.
How soon they fled away! How bitter was the thought of parting with him again! He had brought money to pay the wise. How surprised he was to find their large debt more than half liquidated! How gently did he chide me for depriving myself and the children of the little comforts he had designed for us in order to make this sacrifice. But never was self-denial more fully rewarded. I felt happy in having contributed in the least to pay a just debt to kind and worthy people. You must become poor yourself before you can fully appreciate the good qualities of the poor, before you can sympathise with them and fully recognise them as your brethren in the flesh. Their benevolence to each other, exercised amidst want and privation, as far surpasses the munificence of the rich towards them, as the exalted philanthropy of Christ and his disciples does the Christianity of the present day. The rich man gives from his abundance. The poor man shares with a distressed comrade his all. One short, happy week too soon fled away, and we were once more alone. In the fall, my husband expected the regiment in which he held his commission would be reduced, which would again plunge us into the same distressing poverty. Often of a night I revolved these things in my mind, and perplexed myself with conjectures as to what in future was to become of us. Although he had saved all he could from his pay, it was impossible to pay several £100 of debt, and the steamboat stock still continued a dead letter. To remain much longer in the woods was impossible, for the returns from the farm scarcely fed us, and but for the clothing sent us by friends from home, who were not aware of our real difficulties, we should have been badly off indeed. I pondered over every plan that thought could devise. At last I prayed to the Almighty to direct me as to what would be the best course for us to pursue. A sweet assurance stole over me and soothed my spirit, that God would provide for us as he had hitherto done, that a great deal of our distress arose from want of faith. I was just sinking into a calm sleep, when the thought seemed whispered into my soul, "Write to the governor. Tell him candidly all you have suffered during your sojourn in this country, and trust to God for the rest." At first I paid little heed to this suggestion, but it became so importunate that at last I determined to act upon it, as if it were a message sent from heaven. I rose from my bed, struck a light, sat down, and wrote a letter to the Lieutenant Governor, Sir George Arthur, a simple statement of facts, leaving it to his benevolence to pardon the liberty I had taken in addressing him. I asked of him to continue my husband in the militia service, in the same regiment in which he now held the rank of captain, which, by enabling him to pay our debts, would rescue us from our present misery. Of the political character of Sir George Arthur I knew nothing. I addressed him as a man and a Christian, and I acknowledge, with the deepest and most heartfelt gratitude, the generous kindness of his conduct towards us. Before the day dawned, my letter was ready for the post. The first secret I ever had from my husband was the writing of that letter, and proud and sensitive as he was, and averse to asking the least favour of the great, I was dreadfully afraid that the act I had just done would be displeasing to him. Still, I felt resolutely determined to send it. After giving the children their breakfast, I walked down and read it to my brother-in-law, who was not only much pleased with its contents, but took it down himself to the post office. Shortly after, I received a letter from my husband, informing me that the regiment had been reduced, and that he should be home in time to get in the harvest. Most anxiously I awaited a reply to my application to the governor, but no reply came. The first week in August our dear Moodie came home, and brought with him, to our no small joy, J.E., who had just returned from Ireland. E. had been disappointed about the money, which was subject to litigation, and, tired of waiting at home until the tedious process of law should terminate, he had come back to the woods, and before night was reinstated in his old quarters. His presence made Jenny all alive. She dared him at once to a trial of skill with her in the wheat field, which E. prudently declined. He did not expect to stay longer in Canada than the fall,
but whilst he did stay, he was to consider our house his home. That harvest was the happiest we ever spent in the bush. We had enough of the common necessaries of life. A spirit of peace and harmony pervaded our little dwelling, for the most affectionate attachment existed among its members. We were not troubled with servants, for the good old Jenny we regarded as an humble friend, and were freed, by that circumstance, from many of the cares and vexations of a bush life. Our evening excursions on the lake were doubly enjoyed after the labours of the day, and night brought us calm and healthful repose. The political struggles that convulsed the country were scarcely echoed in the depths of those old primeval forests, though the expulsion of Mackenzie from Navy Island, and the burning of the Caroline by Captain Drew, had been discussed on the farthest borders of civilisation. With a tribute to the gallant conduct of that brave officer, I will close this chapter, The Burning of the Caroline. A sound is on the midnight deep, the voice of waters vast, and onward with resistless sweep the torrent rushes past. In frantic chase, wave after wave, the crowding surges press and rave, their mingled might to cast. Adown Niagara's giant steep, the fretted billows foaming leap, with wild tumultuous roar. The clashing din ascends on high, in deafening thunders to the sky, and shakes the rocky shore. Hark! What strange sounds arise! 'Tis not stern Nature's voice. In mingled chorus to the skies, the waters in their depths rejoice. Hark! On the midnight air a frantic cry uprose, the yell of fierce despair, the shout of mortal foes. And mark yon sudden glare, whose red portentous gleam flashes on rock and stream with strange unearthly light. What passing meteor's beam lays bare the brow of night? From yonder murky shore, what demon vessel glides, stemming the unstemmed tides, where maddening breakers roar in hostile surges round her path, or hiss recoiling from her prow, that reeling staggers to their wrath, while distant shores return the glow that brightens from her burning frame, and all above, around, below, is wrapped in ruddy flame. Sail on! Sail on! No mortal hand directs that vessel's blazing course. The vengeance of an injured land impels her with resistless force. Midst breaking wave and fiery gleam, o'ercanopied with clouds of smoke, midway she stems the raging stream, and feels the rapid's thundering stroke. Now buried deep, now whirled on high, she struggles with her awful doom, with frantic speed now hurries by, to find a watery tomb. Lo, poised upon the topmost surge, she shudders o'er the dark abyss, the foaming waters round her hiss, and hoarse waves ring her funeral dirge. The chafing billows round her close, but ere her burning planks are riven, shoots up one ruddy spout of fire, her last farewell to earth and heaven. Down, down to endless night she goes. So may the traitor's hope expire, so perish all our country's foes. Destruction's blazing star has vanished from our sight, the thunderbolt of war is quenched in endless night. Nor sight nor sound of fear startles the listening ear, naught but the torrent's roar, the dull, deep, heavy sound from out the dark profound echoes from shore to shore. Where late the cry of blood rang on the midnight air, the mournful lapsing of the flood, the wild winds in the lonely wood, claim sole dominion there. To thee, high-hearted Drew, and thy victorious band of heroes tried and true, a nation's thanks are due, defender of an injured land. Well hast thou taught the dastard foe that British honour never yields, to democratic influence low, the glory of 1,000 fields. Justice to traitors long delayed, this night was boldly dealt by thee. The debt of vengeance thou hast paid, and may the deed immortal be. Thy outraged country shall bestow a lasting monument of fame, the highest meed of praise below, a British patriot's deathless name. End of chapter 23. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, December 2010.
Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 24. The Whirlwind. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 24. The Whirlwind. For the poem that heads this chapter, I am indebted to my brother, Mr. Strickland, of Douro, C.W. Dark, heavy clouds were gathering in the west, wrapping the forest in funereal gloom. Onward they rolled, and reared each livid crest, like death's murk shadows frowning o'er earth's tomb. From out the inky womb of that deep night burst livid flashes of electric flame, whirling and circling with terrific might, in wild confusion on the tempest came. Nature, awakening from her still repose, shudders responsive to the whirlwind's shock, feels at her might heart convulsive throes, and all her groaning forests to earth's bosom rock. But hark! What means that hollow, rushing sound that breaks the death-like stillness of the morn? Red forked lightnings fiercely glare around, sharp crashing thunders on the winds are borne, and see yon spiral column black as night, rearing triumphantly its wreathing form, ruins abroad, and through the murky light, drear desolation marks the spirit of the storm. S.S. The 19th of August came, and our little harvest was all safely housed. Business called Moodie away for a few days to Cobourg. Jenny had gone to Dummer to visit her friends, and J.E. had taken a grist of the new wheat, which he and Moodie had threshed the day before, to the mill. I was consequently left alone with the children, and had a double portion of work to do. During their absence it was my lot to witness the most awful storm I ever beheld, and a vivid recollection of its terrors was permanently fixed upon my memory. The weather had been intensely hot during the 3 preceding days, although the sun was entirely obscured by a bluish haze, which seemed to render the unusual heat of the atmosphere more oppressive. Not a breath of air stirred the vast forest, and the waters of the lake assumed a leaden hue. After passing a sleepless night, I arose a little after daybreak to superintend my domestic affairs. E. took his breakfast, and went off to the mill, hoping that the rain would keep off until after his return. "It is no joke," he said, "being upon these lakes in a small canoe, heavily laden in a storm." Before the sun rose, the heavens were covered with hard-looking clouds, of a deep blue and black cast, fading away to white at their edges, and in the form resembling the long rolling waves of a heavy sea, but with this difference, that the clouds were perfectly motionless, piled in long curved lines, one above the other, and so remained until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The appearance of these clouds, as the sun rose above the horizon, was the most splendid that can be imagined, tinged up to the zenith with every shade of saffron, gold, rose colour, scarlet, and crimson, fading away into the deepest violet. Never did the storm fiend shake in the face of a day a more gorgeous banner, and, pressed as I was for time, I stood gazing like one entranced upon the magnificent pageant. As the day advanced, the same blue haze obscured the sun, which frowned redly through his misty veil. At 10 o'clock the heat was suffocating, and I extinguished the fire in the cooking stove, determined to make our meals upon bread and milk, rather than add to the oppressive heat. The thermometer in the shade ranged from 96 to 98 degrees, and I gave over my work and retired with the ones to the coolest part of the house. The young creatures stretched themselves upon the floor, unable to jump about or play. The dog lay panting in the shade. The fowls half buried themselves in the dust, with open beaks and outstretched wings. All nature seemed to droop beneath the scorching heat. Unfortunately for me, a gentleman arrived about 1 o'clock from Kingston to transact some business with my husband. He had not tasted food since 6 o'clock, and I was obliged to kindle the fire to prepare his dinner. It was one of the hardest tasks I ever performed. I almost fainted with the heat, and most inhospitably rejoiced when his dinner was over, and I saw him depart. Shortly after, my friend Mrs. C and her brother called in on their way from Peterborough. "How do you bear the heat?" asked Mrs. C. "This is one of the hottest days I ever remember to have experienced in this part of the province. I am afraid that it will end in a hurricane, or what the Lower Canadians term l'orage." About 4 o'clock they rose to go. I urged them to stay longer. "No," said Mrs. C , "the sooner we get home the better. I think we can reach it before the storm breaks." I took Donald in my arms, and my eldest boy by the hand, and walked with them to the brow of the hill, thinking that the air would be cooler in the shade. In this I was mistaken. The clouds over our heads hung so low, and the heat was so great, that I was soon glad to retrace my steps. The moment I turned round to face the lake, I was surprised at the change that had taken place in the appearance of the heavens. The clouds, that had lain before so motionless, were now in rapid motion, hurrying and chasing each other round the horizon. It was a strangely awful sight. Before I felt a breath of the mighty blast that had already burst on the other side of the lake, branches of trees, leaves, and clouds of dust were whirled across the lake, whose waters rose in long, sharp furrows, fringed with foam, as if moved in their depths by some unseen but powerful agent. Panting with terror, I just reached the door of the house as the hurricane swept up the hill, crushing and overturning everything in its course. Spellbound, I stood at the open door with clasped hands, unable to speak, rendered dumb and motionless by the terrible grandeur of the scene, while little Donald, who could not utter many intelligible words, crept to my feet, appealing to me for protection, while his rosy cheeks paled even to marble whiteness. The hurrying clouds gave to the heavens the appearance of a pointed dome, round which the lightning played in broad ribbons of fire. The roaring of the thunder, the rushing of the blast, the impetuous downpouring of the rain, and the crash of falling trees were perfectly deafening, and in the midst of this uproar of the elements, old Jenny burst in, drenched with wet and half dead with fear. "The Lord preserve us!" she cried. "This surely is the day of judgment. 50 trees fell across my very path, between this and the creek. Mrs. C just reached her brother's clearing a few minutes before a great oak fell on her very path. What thunder! What lightning! Mistress dear, it is turned so dark I can only just see your face." Glad enough was I of her presence, for to be alone in the heart of a great forest, in a log hut, on such a night, was not a pleasing prospect. People gain courage by companionship, and in order to reassure each other, struggle to conceal their fears. "And where is Mr. E ?" "I hope not on the lake. He went early this morning to get the wheat ground at the mill." "Och, the crathur! He's surely drowned. What boat could stand such a scrimmage as this?" I had my fears for poor John, but as the chance that he had to wait at the mill till others were served was more than probable, I tried to still my apprehensions for his safety. The storm soon passed over, after having levelled several acres of wood near the house, and smitten down in its progress 2 gigantic pines in the clearing, which must have withstood the force of 1,000 winters. Talking over the effects of this whirlwind with my brother, he kindly sent me the following very graphic description of a whirlwind which passed the town of Guelph in the summer of 1829. Written by Mr. Strickland, of Douro. In my hunting excursions and rambles through the Upper Canadian forests, I had frequently met with extensive windfalls, and observed with some surprise that the fallen trees lay strewn in a succession of circles, and evidently appeared to have been twisted off the stumps. I also remarked that these windfalls were generally narrow, and had the appearance of a road slashed through the forest. From observations made at the time, and since confirmed, I have no doubt that Colonel Reid's theory of storms is the correct one, viz., that all windstorms move in a circular direction, and the nearer the centre the more violent the force of the wind. Having seen the effects of several similar hurricanes since my residence in Canada West, I shall proceed to describe one which happened in the township of Guelph during the early part of the summer of 1829. The weather for the season of the year, May, had been hot and sultry, with scarcely a breath of wind stirring. I had heard distant thunder from an early hour in the morning, which from the eastward is rather an unusual occurrence. About 10 a.m. the sky had a most singular, and I must add a most awful appearance, presenting to the view a vast arch of rolling blackness, which seemed to gather strength and density as it approached the zenith. All at once the clouds began to work round in circles, as if chasing one another through the air. Suddenly the dark arch of clouds appeared to break up into detached masses, whirling and mixing through each other in dreadful commotion. The forked lightning was incessant, accompanied by heavy thunder. In a short time the clouds seemed to converge to a point, which approached very near the earth, still whirling with great rapidity directly under this point, and apparently from the midst of the woods arose a black column in the shape of a cone, which instantly joined itself to the depending cloud. The sight was now grand, and awful in the extreme. Picture to your imagination a vast column of smoke, of inky blackness, reaching from the earth to heaven, gyrating with fearful velocity, bright lightnings issuing from the vortex, the roar of the thunder, the rushing of the blast, the crash of timber, the limbs of trees, leaves, and rubbish, mingled with clouds of dust whirling through the air. You then have a faint idea of the scene. I had ample time for observation, as the hurricane commenced its devastating course about 2 miles from the town, through the centre of which it took its way, passing within 50 yards of where a number of persons, myself among the rest, were standing, watching its fearful progress. As the tornado approached, the trees seemed to fall like a pack of cards before its irresistible current. After passing through the clearing made around the village, the force of the wind gradually abated, and in a few minutes died away entirely. As soon as the storm was over, I went to see the damage it had done. From the point where I first observed the black column to rise from the woods and join the cloud, the trees were twisted in every direction. A belt of timber had been levelled to the ground about 2 miles in length, and about 100 yards in breadth. At the entrance of the town it crossed the river Speed, and uprooted about 6 acres of wood, which had been thinned out and left by Mr. Galt, late superintendent of the Canada Company, as an ornament to his house. The Eramosa road was completely blocked up for nearly half a mile, in the wildest confusion possible. In its progress through the town, the storm unroofed several houses, levelled many fences to the ground, and entirely demolished a frame barn. Windows were dashed in, and in one instance the floor of a log house was carried through the roof. Some hairbreadth escapes occurred, but luckily no lives were lost. About 12 years since a similar storm occurred in the north part of the township of Douro, but was of much less magnitude. I heard an intelligent settler, who resided some years in the township of Madoc, state that during his residence in that township, a similar hurricane to the one I have described, though of a much more awful character, passed through a part of Marmora and Medoc, and had been traced in a northeasterly direction upwards of 40 miles into the unsurveyed lands, the uniform width of which appeared to be 3/4 of a mile. It is very evident, from the traces which they have left behind them, that storms of this description have not been unfrequent in the wooded districts of Canada, and it becomes a matter of interesting consideration whether the clearing of our immense forests will not, in a great measure, remove the cause of these phenomena. A few minutes after our household had retired to rest, my first sleep was broken by the voice of J.E. speaking to old Jenny in the kitchen. He had been overtaken by the storm, but had run his canoe ashore upon an island before its full fury burst, and turned it over the flour; while he had to brave the terrors of the pitiless tempest, buffeted by the wind and drenched with torrents of rain. I got up and made him a cup of tea, while Jenny prepared a rasher of bacon and eggs for his supper. Shortly after this, J.E. bade a final adieu to Canada, with his cousin C.W. He volunteered into the Scotch Greys, and we never saw him more, but I have been told that he was so highly respected by the officers of the regiment that they have subscribed for his commission, that he rose to the rank of lieutenant, accompanied the regiment to India, and was at the taking of Cabul, but from himself we never heard again. The 16th of October, my third son was born, and a few days after my husband was appointed paymaster to the militia regiments in the V district, with the rank and full pay of captain. This was Sir George Arthur's doing. He returned no answer to my application, but he did not forget us. As the time that Moodie might retain this situation was very doubtful, he thought it advisable not to remove me and the family until he could secure some permanent situation. By so doing, he would have a better opportunity of saving the greater part of his income to pay off his old debts. The winter of 1839 was one of severe trial to me. Hitherto, I had enjoyed the blessing of health, but both the children and myself were now doomed to suffer from dangerous attacks of illness. All the little things had malignant scarlet fever, and for several days I thought it would please the Almighty to take from me my 2 girls. This fever is so fatal to children in Canada that none of my neighbours dared approach the house. For 3 weeks Jenny and I were never undressed. Our whole time was taken up nursing the 5 little helpless creatures through the successive states of their alarming disease. I sent for Dr. Taylor, but he did not come, and I was obliged to trust to the mercy of God and my own judgment and good nursing. Though I escaped the fever, mental anxiety and fatigue brought on other illness, which for nearly 10 weeks rendered me perfectly helpless. When I was again able to creep from my sick bed, the baby was seized with an illness which Dr. B pronounced mortal. Against all hope he recovered, but these severe mental trials rendered me weak and nervous, and more anxious than ever to be reunited to my husband. To add to these troubles, my sister and her husband sold their farm, and removed from our neighbourhood. Mr. had returned to England, and had obtained a situation in the customs, and his wife, my friend Amelia, was keeping a school in the village, so that I felt more solitary than ever, thus deprived of so many kind, sympathising friends. A Song of Praise to the Creator. O thou great God, from whose eternal throne unbounded blessings in rich bounty flow, like thy bright sun in glorious state alone, thou reign'st supreme, while round thee as they go unnumbered worlds, submissive to thy sway, with solemn pace pursue their silent way. Benignant God, o'er every smiling land thy handmaid Nature meekly walks abroad, scattering thy bounties with unsparing hand, while flowers and fruits spring up along her road. How can thy creatures their weak voices raise, to tell thy deeds in their faint songs of praise? When, darkling o'er the mountain's summit hoar, portentous hangs the black and sulphurous cloud, when lightnings flash, and awful thunders roar, great Nature sings to thee her anthem loud. The rocks reverberate her mighty song, and crushing woods the pealing notes prolong. The storm is past, o'er fields and woodlands gay, gemmed with bright dew-drops from the eastern sky. The morning sun now darts his golden ray, the lark on fluttering wing is poised on high. Too pure for earth, he wings his way above, to pour his grateful song of joy and love. Hark! from the bowels of the earth a sound of awful import. From the central deep, the struggling lava rends the heaving ground, the ocean surges roar, the mountains leap, they shoot aloft, O God, the fiery tide Has burst its bounds, and rolls down Etna's side. Thy will is done, great God, the conflict's o'er, the silvery moonbeams glance along the sea, the whispering waves half ripple on the shore, and lulled creation breathes a prayer to thee. The night flowers' incense to their God is given, and grateful mortals raise their thoughts to heaven. J.W.D.M. End of chapter 24, recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, September 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 25, The Walk to Dummer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 25, The Walk to Dummer. We trod a weary path through silent woods, tangled and dark, unbroken by a sound of cheerful life. The melancholy shriek of hollow winds careering o'er the snow, or tossing into waves the green pine tops, making the ancient forest groan and sigh beneath their mocking voice, awoke alone the solitary echoes of the place. Reader, have you ever heard of a place situated in the forest depths of this far western wilderness called Dummer? 10 years ago it might not inaptly have been termed the last clearing in the world, nor to this day do I know of any in that direction which extends beyond it. Our bush farm was situated on the border line of a neighbouring township, only 1 degree less wild, less out of the world, or nearer to the habitations of civilization than the far-famed English line, the boast and glory of this terra incognita. This place, so named by the emigrants who had pitched their tents in that solitary wilderness, was a long line of cleared land, extending upon either side for some miles through the darkest and most interminable forest. The English line was inhabited chiefly by Cornish miners, who, tired of burrowing like moles underground, had determined to emigrate to Canada, where they could breathe the fresh air of heaven and obtain the necessaries of life upon the bosom of their mother earth. Strange as it may appear, these men made good farmers and steady, industrious colonists, working as well above ground as they had toiled in their early days beneath it. All our best servants came from Dummer, and although they spoke a language difficult to be understood, and were uncouth in their manners and appearance, they were faithful and obedient, performing the tasks assigned to them with patient perseverance, good food and kind treatment rendering them always cheerful and contented. My dear old Jenny, that most faithful and attached of all humble domestic friends, came from Dummer, and I was wont to regard it with complacency for her sake. But Jenny was not English. She was a generous, warm-hearted daughter of the Green Isle, the emerald gem set in the silver of ocean. Yes, Jenny was one of the poorest children of that impoverished but glorious country where wit and talent seem indigenous, springing up spontaneously in the rudest and most uncultivated minds, showing what the land could bring forth in its own strength, unaided by education, and unfettered by the conventional rules of society. Jenny was a striking instance of the worth, noble self-denial, and devotion which are often met with and, alas, but too often disregarded, in the poor and ignorant natives of that deeply injured and much abused land. A few words about my old favourite may not prove uninteresting to my readers. Jenny Buchanan, or as she called it, Bohannan, was the daughter of a petty exciseman of Scotch extraction, hence her industry, who at the time of her birth resided near the old town of Inniskillen. Her mother died a few months after she was born, and her father within the 12 months married again. In the meanwhile the poor orphan babe had been adopted by a kind neighbour, the wife of a small farmer in the vicinity. In return for coarse food and scanty clothing, the little Jenny became a servant of all work. She fed the pigs, herded the cattle, assisted in planting potatoes and digging peat from the bog, and was undisputed mistress of the poultry yard. As she grew up to womanhood, the importance of her labours increased. A better reaper in the harvest field, or footer of turf in the bog, could not be found in the district, or a woman more thoroughly acquainted with the management of cows and the rearing of young cattle, but here poor Jenny's accomplishments terminated. Her usefulness was all abroad. Within the house she made more dirt than she had the inclination or the ability to clear away. She could neither read, nor knit, nor sew, and although she called herself a Protestant, and a Church of England woman, she knew no more of religion as revealed to man through the word of God, than the savage who sinks to the grave in ignorance of a Redeemer. Hence she stoutly resisted all ideas of being a sinner, or of standing the least chance of receiving hereafter the condemnation of one. "Och, sure thin," she would say, with simple earnestness of look and manner, almost irresistible. "God will never trouble himself about a poor hard-working crathur like me, who never did any harm to the meanest of his making." One thing was certain, that a benevolent Providence had troubled himself about poor Jenny in times past, for the warm heart of this neglected child of nature contained a stream of the richest benevolence, which, situated as she had been, could not have been derived from any other source. Honest, faithful, and industrious, Jenny became a law unto herself, and practically illustrated the golden rule of her blessed Lord, to do unto others as we would they should do unto us. She thought it was impossible that her poor services could ever repay the debt of gratitude that she owed to the family who had brought her up, although the obligation must have been entirely on their side. To them she was greatly attached, for them she toiled unceasingly, and when evil days came, and they were not able to meet the rent day or to occupy the farm, she determined to accompany them in their emigration to Canada, and formed one of the stout-hearted band that fixed its location in the lonely and unexplored wilds now known as the township of Dummer. During the first year of their settlement, the means of obtaining the common necessaries of life became so precarious that, in order to assist her friends with the little ready money, Jenny determined to hire out into some wealthy house as a servant. When I use the term wealth as applied to any bush settler, it is of course only comparatively, but Jenny was anxious to obtain a place with settlers who enjoyed a small income independent of their forest means. Her first speculation was a complete failure. For 5 long, hopeless years she served a master from whom she never received a farthing of her stipulated wages. Still her attachment to the family was so strong, and had become so much the necessity of her life, that the poor creature could not make up her mind to leave them. The children whom she had received into her arms at their birth, and whom she had nursed with maternal tenderness, were as dear to her as if they had been her own. She continued to work for them, although her clothes were worn to tatters, and her own friends were too poor to replace them. Her master, Captain N, a handsome, dashing officer, who had served many years in India, still maintained the carriage and appearance of a gentleman, in spite of his mental and moral degradation, arising from a constant state of intoxication. He still promised to remunerate at some future day her faithful services, and although all his neighbours well knew that his means were exhausted, and that that day would never come, yet Jenny, in the simplicity of her faith, still toiled on, in the hope that the better day he spoke of would soon arrive. And now a few words respecting this master, which I trust may serve as a warning to others. Allured by the bait that has been the ruin of so many of his class, the offer of a large grant of land, Captain N had been induced to form a settlement in this remote and untried township, laying out much, if not all, of his available means in building a log house and clearing a large extent of barren and stony land. To this uninviting home he conveyed a beautiful young wife and a small and increasing family. The result may be easily anticipated. The want of society, a dreadful want to a man of his previous habits, the absence of all the comforts and decencies of life, produced inaction, apathy, and at last despondency, which was only alleviated by a constant and immoderate use of ardent spirits. As long as Captain N retained his half pay, he contrived to exist. In an evil hour he parted with this, and quickly trod the downhill path to ruin. and here I would remark that it is always a rash and hazardous step for any officer to part with his half pay, although it is almost every day done, and generally followed by the same disastrous results. A certain income, however small, in a country where money is so hard to be procured, and where labour cannot be obtained but at a very high pecuniary remuneration, is invaluable to a gentleman unaccustomed to agricultural employment, who, without this reserve to pay his people during the brief but expensive seasons of seed time and harvest, must either work himself or starve. I have known no instance in which such sale has been attended with ultimate advantage, but alas, too many in which it has terminated in the most distressing destitution. These government grants of land to half-pay officers have induced numbers of this class to emigrate to the backwoods of Canada, who are totally unfit for pioneers, but, tempted by the offer of finding themselves landholders of what, on paper, appear to them fine estates, they resign a certainty to waste their energies and die half-starved and broken-hearted in the depths of the pitiless wild. If a gentleman so situated would give up all idea of settling on his grant, but hire a good farm in a favourable situation, that is, not too far from a market, and with his half-pay hire efficient labourers, of which plenty are now to be had, to cultivate the land, with common prudence and economy, he would soon obtain a comfortable subsistence for his family. And if the males were brought up to share the burthen and heat of the day, the expense of hired labour, as it yearly diminished, would add to the general means and well-being of the whole, until the hired farm became the real property of the industrious tenants. But the love of show, the vain boast of appearing richer and better dressed than our neighbours, too often involves the emigrant's family in debt, from which they are seldom able to extricate themselves without sacrificing the means which would have secured their independence. This, although a long digression, will not, I hope, be without its use, and if this book is regarded not as a work of amusement, but one of practical experience, written for the benefit of others, it will not fail to convey some useful hints to those who have contemplated emigration to Canada, the best country in the world for the industrious and well-principled man, who really comes out to work, and to better his condition by the labour of his hands, but a gulf of ruin to the vain and idle, who only set foot upon these shores to accelerate their ruin. But to return to Captain N. It was at this disastrous period that Jenny entered his service. Had her master adapted his habits and expenditure to his altered circumstances, much misery might have been spared, both to himself and his family. But he was a proud man, too proud to work, or to receive with kindness the offers of service tendered to him by his half-civilised but well-meaning neighbours. "Hang him!" cried an indignant English settler (Captain N was an Irishman), whose offer of drawing wood had been rejected with unmerited contempt. "Wait a few years, and we shall see what his pride will do for him. I am sorry for his poor wife and children, but for himself I have no pity for him." This man had been uselessly insulted at the very moment when he was anxious to perform a kind and benevolent action, when, like a true Englishman, his heart was softened by witnessing the sufferings of a young delicate female and her infant family. Deeply affronted by the captain's foolish conduct, he now took a malignant pleasure in watching his arrogant neighbours progress to ruin. The year after the sale of his commission, Captain N found himself considerably in debt. "Never mind, Ella," he said to his anxious wife, "the crops will pay all." The crops were a failure that year. Creditors pressed hard, the captain had no money to pay his workmen, and he would not work himself. Disgusted with his location, but unable to change it for a better without friends in his own class, for he was the only gentleman then resident in the new township, to relieve the monotony of his existence with their society, or to afford him advice or assistance in his difficulties, the fatal whiskey bottle became his refuge from gloomy thoughts. His wife, an amiable and devoted creature, well-born, well-educated, and deserving of a better lot, did all in her power to wean him from the growing vice. But alas, the pleadings of an angel in such circumstances would have had little effect upon the mind of such a man. He loved her as well as he could love anything, and he fancied that he loved his children, while he was daily reducing them, by his favourite vice, to beggary. For a while he confined his excesses to his own fireside, but this was only for as long a period as the sale of his stock and land would supply him with the means of criminal indulgence. After a time, all these resources failed, and his large grant of 800 acres of land had been converted into whiskey, except the 100 acres on which his house and barn stood, embracing the small clearing from which the family derived their scanty supply of wheat and potatoes. For the sake of peace, his wife gave up all her ornaments and household plate, and the best articles of a once handsome and ample wardrobe, in the hope of hiding her sorrows from the world, and keeping her husband at home. The pride that had rendered him so obnoxious to his humbler neighbours yielded at length to the inordinate craving for drink. The man who had held himself so high above his honest and industrious fellow settlers could now unblushingly enter their cabins and beg for a drop of whiskey. The feeling of shame once subdued, there was no end to his audacious mendacity. His whole time was spent in wandering about the country, calling upon every new settler, in the hope of being asked to partake of the coveted poison. He was even known to enter by the window of an emigrant's cabin during the absence of the owner, and remain drinking in the house while a drop of spirits could be found in the cupboard. When driven forth by the angry owner of the hut, he wandered on to the distant town of P , and lived there in a low tavern, while his wife and children were starving at home. "He is the filthiest beast in the township," said the aforementioned neighbour to me. "It would be a good thing for his wife and children if his worthless neck were broken in one of his drunken sprees." This might be the melancholy fact, but it was not the less dreadful on that account. The husband of an affectionate wife, the father of a lovely family, and his death to be a matter of rejoicing, a blessing instead of being an affliction, an agony not to be thought upon without the deepest sorrow. It was at this melancholy period of her sad story that Mrs. N found, in Jenny Buchanan, a help in her hour of need. The heart of the faithful creature bled for the misery which involved the wife of her degraded master, and the children she so dearly loved. Their want and destitution called all the sympathies of her ardent nature into active operation. They were long indebted to her labour for every morsel of food which they consumed. For them she sowed, she planted, she reaped. Every block of wood which shed a cheering warmth around their desolate home was cut from the forest by her own hands, and brought up a steep hill to the house upon her back. For them she coaxed the neighbours, with whom she was a general favourite, out of many a mess of eggs for their especial benefit, while with her cheerful songs and hearty, hopeful disposition, she dispelled much of the cramping despair which chilled the heart of the unhappy mother in her deserted home. For several years did this great poor woman keep the wolf from the door of her beloved mistress, toiling for her with the strength and energy of a man. When was man ever so devoted, so devoid of all selfishness, so attached to employers, yet poorer than herself, as this uneducated Irishwoman? A period was at length put to her unrequited services. In a fit of intoxication, her master beat her severely with the iron ramrod of his gun, and turned her with abusive language from his doors. Oh, hard return for all her unpaid labours of love! She forgave this outrage for the sake of the helpless beings who depended upon her care. He repeated the injury, and the poor creature returned almost heartbroken to her former home. Thinking that his spite would subside in a few days, Jenny made a third effort to enter his house in her usual capacity; but Mrs. N told her, with many tears, that her presence would only enrage her husband, who had threatened herself with the most cruel treatment if she allowed the faithful servant again to enter the house. Thus ended her 5 years' service to this ungrateful master. Such was her reward. I heard of Jenny's worth and kindness from the Englishman who had been so grievously affronted by Captain N, and sent for her to come to me. She instantly accepted my offer, and returned with my messenger. She had scarcely a garment to cover her. I was obliged to find her a suit of clothes before I could set her to work. the smiles and dimples of my curly-headed, rosy little Donald, then a baby boy of 15 months, consoled the old woman for her separation from Ellie N, and the good will with which all the children, now 4 in number, regarded the kind old body, soon endeared her to the new home which Providence had assigned to her. Her accounts of Mrs. N and her family soon deeply interested me in her fate, and Jenny never went to visit her friends in Dummer without an interchange of good wishes passing between us. The year of the Canadian Rebellion came, and brought with it sorrow into many a bush dwelling. Old Jenny and I were left alone with the little children in the depths of the dark forest, to help ourselves in the best way we could. Men could not be procured in that thinly settled spot for love nor money, and I now fully realised the extent of Jenny's usefulness. Daily she yoked the oxen, and brought down from the bush fuel to maintain our fires, which she felled and chopped up with her own hands. She fed the cattle, and kept all things snug about the doors, not forgetting to load her master's 2 guns, in case, as she said, the Ribbles should attack us in our retreat. The months of November and December of 1838 had been unnaturally mild for this iron climate, but the opening of the ensuing January brought a short but severe spell of frost and snow. We felt very lonely in our solitary dwelling, crouching round the blazing fire that scarcely chased the cold from our miserable log tenement, until this dreary period was suddenly cheered by the unexpected presence of my beloved friend Amelia, who came to spend a week with me in my forest home. She brought her own baby boy with her, and an ample supply of buffalo robes, not forgetting a treat of baker's bread and sweeties for the children. Oh, dear Amelia! Best and kindest of women, though absent in your native land, long, long shall my heart cherish with affectionate gratitude all your visits of love, and turn to you as to a sister, tried, and found most faithful in the dark hour of adversity, and amidst the almost total neglect of those from whom nature claimed a tenderer and holier sympathy. Great was the joy of Jenny at this accession to our family party, and after Mrs. S was well warmed, and had partaken of tea, the only refreshment we could offer her, we began to talk over the news of the place. "By the by, Jenny," said she, turning to the old servant who was undressing the little boy by the fire, "have you heard lately from poor Mrs. N? We have been told that she and the family are in a dreadful state of destitution. That worthless man has left them for the States, and it is supposed that he has joined Mackenzie's band of ruffians on Navy Island. But whether this be true or false, he has deserted his wife and children, taking his eldest son along with him, who might have been of some service at home, and leaving them without money or food." "The good Lord! What will become of the creathers?" responded Jenny, wiping her wrinkled cheek with the back of her hard, brown hand. "And then they have not a soul to chop and draw them firewood, and the weather so uncommon severe. Och hone! What has not that baste of a man to answer for?" "I heard," continued Mrs. S , "that they have tasted no food but potatoes for the last 9 months, and scarcely enough of them to keep soul and body together; that they have sold their last cow, and the poor young lady and her second brother, a lad of only 12 years old, bring all the wood for the fire from the bush on a hand sleigh. Oh dear! oh dear!" sobbed Jenny, "and I not there to help them, and poor Miss Mary, the tender thing. Oh, 'tis hard, terribly hard upon the creathers, and they not used to the like." "Can nothing be done for them?" said I. "That is what we want to know," returned Amelia, "and that was one of my reasons for coming up to D . I wanted to consult you and Jenny upon the subject; you, who are an officer's wife, and I, who am both an officer's wife and daughter, ought to devise some plan of rescuing this poor unfortunate lady and her family from her present forlorn situation." The tears sprang to my eyes, and I thought, in the bitterness of my heart, upon my own galling poverty, that my pockets did not contain even a single copper, and that I had scarcely garments enough to shield me from the inclemency of the weather. By unflinching industry, and taking my part in the toil of the field, I had bread for myself and family, and this was more than poor Mrs. N possessed; but it appeared impossible for me to be of any assistance to the unhappy sufferer, and the thought of my incapacity gave me severe pain. It was only in moments like the present that I felt the curse of poverty. "Well," continued my friend, "you see, Mrs. Moodie, that the ladies of P are all anxious to do what they can for her, but they first want to learn if the miserable circumstances in which she is said to be placed are true. In short, my dear friend, they want you and me to make a pilgrimage to Dummer, to see the poor lady herself, and then they will be guided by our report." "Then let us lose no time in going upon our own mission of mercy." "Och, my dear heart, you will be lost in the woods," said old Jenny. "It is 9 long miles to the first clearing, and that through a lonely blazed path. After you are through the beaver meadow, there is not a single hut for you to rest or warm yourselves. It is too much for the both of yees. You will be frozen to death on the road." "No fear," said my benevolent friend. "God will take care of us, Jenny. It is on His errand we go, to carry a message of hope to one about to perish." "The Lord bless you for a darlint," cried the old woman, devoutly kissing the velvet cheek of the little fellow sleeping upon her lap. "May your own purty child never know the want and sorrow that is around her." Emilia and I talked over the Dummer scheme until we fell asleep. Many were the plans we proposed for the immediate relief of the unfortunate family. Early the next morning, my brother-in-law, Mr. T , called upon my friend. The subject next to our heart was immediately introduced, and he was called into the general council. His feelings, like our own, were deeply interested, and he proposed that we should each provide something from our own small stores to satisfy the pressing wants of the distressed family, while he promised to bring his cutter the next morning, and take us through the beaver meadow and to the edge of the great swamp, which would shorten 4 miles at least of our long and hazardous journey. We joyfully acceded to his proposal, and set cheerfully to work to provide for the morrow. Jenny baked a batch of her very best bread, and boiled a large piece of beef, and Mr. T brought with him, the next day, a fine cooked ham in a sack, into the bottom of which he stowed the beef and loaves, besides some sugar and tea, which his own kind wife, the author of The Backwoods of Canada, had sent. I had some misgivings as to the manner in which these good things could be introduced to the poor lady, who, I had heard, was reserved and proud. "Oh, Jenny," I said, "how shall I be able to ask her to accept provisions from strangers? I am afraid of wounding her feelings." "Oh, darlin', never fear that. She is proud, I know, but 'tis not a stiff pride, but jist enough to conceal her distress from her ignorant English neighbours, who think so meanly of poor folk like her who were once rich. She will be very thankful to you for your kindness, for she has not experienced much of it from the Dummer people in her trouble, though she may have no words to tell you so. Say that old Jenny sent the bread to dear wee Ellie, 'cause she knew she would like a loaf of Jenny's bacon." "But the meat?" "Och, the mate, is it? May be you'll think of some excuse for the mate when you get there." "I hope so, but I'm a sad coward with strangers, and I have lived so long out of the world that I am at a great loss what to do. I will try and put a good face on the matter. Your name, Jenny, will be no small help to me." All was now ready. Kissing our little bairns, who crowded around us with eager and inquiring looks, and charging Jenny for the 100th time to take especial care of them during our absence, we mounted the cutter, and set off under the care and protection of Mr. T , who determined to accompany us on the journey. It was a black, cold day, no sun visible in the grey dark sky, a keen wind, and hard frost. We crouched close to each other. "Good heavens, how cold it is!" whispered Emilia. "What a day for such a journey!" She had scarcely ceased speaking when the cutter went upon a stump which lay concealed under the drifted snow, and we, together with the ruins of our conveyance, were scattered around. "A bad beginning," said my brother-in-law with a rueful aspect, as he surveyed the wreck of the cutter from which we had promised ourselves so much benefit. "There is no help for it but to return home." "Oh, no," said Mrs. S . "Bad beginnings make good endings, you know. Let us go on. It will be far better walking than riding such a dreadful day. My feet are half frozen already, with sitting still." "But, my dear madam," expostulated Mr. T , "consider the distance, the road, the dark, dull day, and our imperfect knowledge of the path. I will get the cutter mended to-morrow, and the day after we may be able to proceed." "Delays are dangerous," said the pertinacious Emilia, who, woman-like, was determined to have her own way. "Now or never. While we wait for the broken cutter, the broken-hearted Mrs. N may starve. We can stop at Colonel C.'s and warm ourselves, and you can leave the cutter at his house until our return." "It was upon your account that I proposed the delay," said the good Mr. T , taking the sack, which was no inconsiderable weight, upon his shoulder, and driving his horse before him into neighbour W 's stable. "Where you go, I am ready to follow." When we arrived, Colonel C.'s family were at breakfast, of which they made us partake, and after vainly endeavouring to dissuade us from what appeared to them our quixotic expedition, Mrs. C added a dozen fine white fish to the contents of the sack, and sent her youngest son to help Mr. T along with his burthen, and to bear us company on our desolate road. Leaving the Colonel's hospitable house on our left, we again plunged into the woods, and after a few minutes' brisk walking, found ourselves upon the brow of a steep bank that overlooked the beaver meadow, containing within its area several hundred acres. There is no scenery in the bush that presents such a novel appearance as those meadows or openings, surrounded as they invariably are by dark, intricate forests, their high, rugged banks covered with the light, airy tamarack and silver birch. In summer they look like a lake of soft, rich verdure, hidden in the bosom of the barren and howling waste. Lakes they certainly have been, from which the waters have receded ages, ages long ago, and still the whole length of these curious level valleys is traversed by a stream of no inconsiderable dimensions. The waters of the narrow, rapid creek, which flowed through the meadow we were about to cross, were of sparkling brightness and icy cold. The Frost King had no power to check their swift, dancing movements, or stop their perpetual song. On they leapt, sparkling and flashing beneath their ice-crowned banks, rejoicing as they revelled on in their lonely course. In the prime of the year, this is a wild and lovely spot. The grass is of the richest green, and the flowers of the most gorgeous dyes. The gayest butterflies float above them upon painted wings, and the whippoorwill pours forth from the neighbouring woods, at close of dewy eve, his strange, but sadly plaintive cry. Winter was now upon the earth, and the once green meadow looked like a small forest lake covered with snow. The first step we made into it plunged us up to the knees in the snow, which was drifted to a great height in the open space. Mr. T and our young friend C walked on ahead of us in order to break a track through the untrodden snow. We soon reached the cold creek, but here a new difficulty presented itself. It was too wide to jump across, and we could see no other way of passing to the other side. "There must be some sort of a bridge hereabout," said young C , "or how can the people from Dummer pass constantly during the winter to and fro? I will go along the bank, and halloo to you if I find one." In a few minutes he gave the desired signal, and on reaching the spot we found a round, slippery log flung across the stream by way of bridge. With some trouble, and after various slips, we got safely on the other side. To wet our feet would have been to ensure their being frozen, and as it was, we were not without serious apprehension on that score. After crossing the bleak, snowy plain, we scrambled over another brook and entered the great swamp, which occupied 2 miles of our dreary road. It would be vain to attempt giving any description of this tangled maze of closely interwoven cedars, fallen trees, and loose scattered masses of rock. It seemed the fitting abode of wolves and bears, and every other unclean beast. The fire had run through it during the summer, making the confusion doubly confused. Now we stooped, half doubled, to crawl under fallen branches that hung over our path. Then again we had to clamber over prostrate trees of great bulk, descending from which we plumped down into holes in the snow, sinking mid-leg into the rotten trunk of some treacherous decayed pine tree. Before we were half through the great swamp, we began to think ourselves sad fools, and to wish that we were safe again by our own firesides. But then a great object was in view, the relief of a distressed fellow creature, and, like the full of hope misnamed forlorn, we determined to overcome every difficulty and toil on. It took us an hour at least to clear the great swamp, from which we emerged into a fine wood, composed chiefly of maple trees. The sun had, during our immersion in the dark shades of the swamp, burst through his leaden shroud, and cast a cheery gleam along the rugged boles of the lofty trees. The squirrel and chipmunk occasionally bounded across our path. The dazzling snow which covered it reflected the branches above us in an endless variety of dancing shadows. Our spirits rose in proportion. Young C burst out singing, and Amelia and I laughed and chatted as we bounded along our narrow road. On for hours, the same interminable forest stretched away to the right and left, before and behind us. "It is past 12," said my brother T thoughtfully. "If we do not soon come to a clearing, we may chance to spend the night in the forest." "Oh, I am dying with hunger," cried Amelia. "Do, C, give us one or two of the cakes your mother put into the bag for us to eat upon the road." The ginger cakes were instantly produced. But where were the teeth to be found that could masticate them? The cakes were frozen as hard as stones. This was a great disappointment to us tired and hungry whites, but it only produced a hearty laugh. Over the logs we went again, for it was a perpetual stepping up and down, crossing the fallen trees that obstructed our path. At last we came to a spot where two distinct blazed roads diverged. "What are we to do now?" said Mr. T. We stopped, and a general consultation was held, and without one dissenting voice we took the branch to the right, which, after pursuing for about half a mile, led us to a log hut of the rudest description. "Is this the road to Dummer?" we asked a man who was chopping wood outside the fence. "I guess you are in Dummer," was the answer. My heart leapt for joy, for I was dreadfully fatigued. "Does this road lead through the English line?" "That's another thing," returned the woodman. "No, you turned off from the right path when you came up here." We all looked very blank at each other. "You will have to go back and keep the other road, and that will lead you straight to the English line." "How many miles is it to Mrs. N's?" "Some 4 or thereabouts," was the cheering rejoinder. "'Tis one of the last clearings on the line. If you are going back to Douro to night, you must look sharp." Sadly and dejectedly we retraced our steps. There are few trifling failures more bitter in our journey through life than that of a tired traveller mistaking his road. What effect must that tremendous failure produce upon the human mind, when at the end of life's unretraceable journey the traveller finds that he has fallen upon the wrong track through every stage, and instead of arriving at a land of blissful promise, sinks for ever into the gulf of despair. The distance we had trodden in the wrong path, while led on by hope and anticipation, now seemed to double in length, as with painful steps we toiled on to reach the right road. This object once attained, soon led us to the dwellings of men. Neat, comfortable log houses, surrounded by well-fenced patches of clearing, arose on either side of the forest road. Dogs flew out and barked at us, and children ran shouting indoors to tell their respective owners that strangers were passing their gates. A most unusual circumstance, I should think, in that location. A servant who had hired 2 years with my brother-in-law, we knew must live somewhere in this neighbourhood, at whose fireside we hoped not only to rest and warm ourselves, but to obtain something to eat. On going up to one of the cabins to inquire for Hannah J., we fortunately happened to light upon the very person we sought. With many exclamations of surprise, she ushered us into her neat and comfortable log dwelling. A blazing fire, composed of 2 huge logs, was roaring up the wide chimney, and the savoury smell that issued from a large pot of pea soup was very agreeable to our cold and hungry stomachs. But alas! the refreshment went no further. Hannah most politely begged us to take seats by the fire, and warm and rest ourselves. She even knelt down and assisted in rubbing our half-frozen hands, but she never once made mention of the hot soup or of the tea, which was drawing in a tin teapot upon the hearthstone, or of a glass of whiskey, which would have been thankfully accepted by our male pilgrims. Hannah was not an Irishwoman, no, nor a Scotch lassie, or her very first request would have been for us to take a pickle of soup, or a sup of the worm broths. The soup was no doubt cooking for Hannah's husband and 2 neighbours, who were chopping for him in the bush, and whose want of punctuality she feelingly lamented. As we left her cottage and jogged on, Emilia whispered, laughing, "I hope you are satisfied with your good dinner. Was not the pea soup excellent? And that cup of nice hot tea? I never relished anything more in my life. I think we should never pass that house without giving Hannah a call, and testifying our gratitude for her good cheer." Many times did we stop to inquire the way to Mrs. N 's before we ascended the steep bleak hill upon which her house stood. At the door, Mr. T deposited the sack of provisions, and he and young C went across the road to the house of an English settler, who, fortunately for them, proved more hospitable than Hannah J, to wait until our errand was executed. The house before which Emilia and I were standing had once been a tolerably comfortable log dwelling. It was larger than such buildings generally are, and was surrounded by dilapidated barns and stables, which were not cheered by a solitary head of cattle. A black pine forest stretched away to the north of the house, and terminated in a dismal, tangled cedar swamp, the entrance to the house not having been constructed to face the road. The spirit that had borne me up during the journey died within me. I was fearful that my visit would be deemed an impertinent intrusion. I knew not in what manner to introduce myself, and my embarrassment had been greatly increased by Mrs. S declaring that I must break the ice, for she had not courage to go in. I remonstrated, but she was firm. To hold any longer parley was impossible. We were standing on the top of a bleak hill, with the thermometer many degrees below 0, and exposed to the fiercest biting of the bitter, cutting blast. With a heavy sigh, I knocked slowly but decidedly at the crazy door. I saw the curly head of a boy glance for a moment against the broken window. There was a stir within, but no one answered our summons. Emilia was rubbing her hands together, and beating a rapid tattoo with her feet upon the hard and glittering snow, to keep them from freezing. Again I appealed to the inhospitable door, with a vehemence which seemed to say, "We are freezing, good people; in mercy let us in." Again there was a stir, and a whispered sound of voices, as if in consultation, from within; and after waiting a few minutes longer, which, cold as we were, seemed an age, the door was cautiously opened by a handsome, dark-eyed lad of 12 years of age, who was evidently the owner of the curly head that had been sent to reconnoitre us through the window. Carefully closing the door after him, he stepped out upon the snow, and asked us coldly but respectfully what we wanted. I told him that we were 2 ladies who had walked all the way from Douro to see his mamma, and that we wished very much to speak to her. The lad answered us with the ease and courtesy of a gentleman that he did not know whether his mamma could be seen by strangers, but he would go in and see. So saying, he abruptly left us, leaving behind him an ugly skeleton of a dog, who, after expressing his disapprobation at our presence in the most disagreeable and unequivocal manner, pounced like a famished wolf upon the sack of good things which lay at Emilia's feet, and our united efforts could scarcely keep him off. "A cold, doubtful reception this," said my friend, turning her back to the wind, and hiding her face in her muff. "This is worse than Hannah's liberality, and the long, weary walk." I thought so too, and began to apprehend that our walk had been in vain, when the lad again appeared, and said that we might walk in, for his mother was dressed. Emilia, true to her determination, went no further than the passage. In vain were all my entreating looks and mute appeals to her benevolence and friendship. I was forced to enter alone the apartment that contained the distressed family. I felt that I was treading upon sacred ground, for a pitying angel hovers over the abode of suffering virtue, and hallows all its woes. On a rude bench before the fire sat a lady between 30 and 40 years of age, dressed in a thin coloured muslin gown, the most inappropriate garment for the rigour of the season, but in all probability the only decent one that she retained. A subdued melancholy looked forth from her large, dark, pensive eyes. She appeared like one who, having discovered the full extent of her misery, had proudly steeled her heart to bear it. Her countenance was very pleasing, and in early life, but she was still young, she must have been eminently handsome. Near her, with her head bent down, and shaded by her thin, slender hand, her slight figure scarcely covered by her scanty clothing, sat her eldest daughter, a gentle, sweet-looking girl, who held in her arms a baby brother, whose destitution she endeavoured to conceal. It was a touching sight, that suffering girl, just stepping into womanhood, hiding against her young bosom the nakedness of the little creature she loved. Another fine boy, whose neatly patched clothes had not one piece of the original stuff apparently left in them, stood behind his mother, with dark glistening eyes fastened upon me, as if amused, and wondering who I was, and what business I could have there. A pale and attenuated, but very pretty, delicately featured little girl was seated on a low stool before the fire. This was old Jenny's darling Ellie, or Eloise. A rude bedstead, of home manufacture, in a corner of the room, covered with a coarse woollen quilt, contained two little boys, who had crept into it to conceal their wants from the eyes of the stranger. On the table lay a dozen peeled potatoes, and a small pot was boiling on the fire, to receive their scanty and only daily meal. There was such an air of patient and enduring suffering to the whole group, that, as I gazed heart-stricken upon it, my fortitude quite gave way, and I burst into tears. Mrs. N first broke the painful silence, and, rather proudly, asked me to whom she had the pleasure of speaking. I made a desperate effort to regain my composure, and told her, but with much embarrassment, my name, adding that I was so well acquainted with her and her children, through Jenny, that I could not consider her as a stranger; that I hoped that, as I was the wife of an officer, and, like her, a resident in the bush, and well acquainted with all its trials and privations, she would look upon me as a friend. She seemed surprised and annoyed, and I found no small difficulty in introducing the object of my visit; but the day was rapidly declining, and I knew that not a moment was to be lost. At first she coldly rejected all offers of service, and said that she was contented and wanted for nothing. I appealed to the situation in which I beheld herself and her children, and implored her for their sakes not to refuse help from friends who felt for her distress. Her maternal feelings triumphed over her assumed indifference, and when she saw me weeping, for I could no longer restrain my tears, her pride yielded, and for some minutes not a word was spoken. I heard the large tears, as they slowly fell from her daughter's eyes, drop one by one upon her garments. At last the poor girl sobbed out, "Dear mamma, why conceal the truth? You know that we are nearly naked, and starving." Then came the sad tale of domestic woes; the absence of the husband and eldest son, the uncertainty as to where they were, or in what engaged, the utter want of means to procure the common necessaries of life, the sale of the only remaining cow that used to provide the children with food. It had been sold for $12, part to be paid in cash, part in potatoes. The potatoes were nearly exhausted, and they were allowanced to so many a day, but the $6 she had retained as their last resource. Alas! she had sent the eldest boy the day before to P to get a letter out of the post office, which she hoped contained some tidings of her husband and son. She was all anxiety and expectation, but the child returned late at night, without the letter which they had longed for with such feverish impatience. The $6 upon which they had depended for a supply of food were in notes of the farmer's bank, which at that time would not pass for money, and which the roguish purchaser of the cow had passed off upon this distressed family. Oh, imagine, ye who revel in riches, who can daily throw away a large sum upon the merest toy, the cruel disappointment, the bitter agony of this poor mother's heart, when she received this calamitous news, in the midst of her starving children. For the last 9 weeks they had lived upon a scanty supply of potatoes. They had not tasted bread or animal food for 18 months. "Ellie," said I, anxious to introduce the sack, which had lain like a nightmare upon my mind, "I have something for you. Jenny baked some loaves last night, and sent them to you with her best love." The eyes of all the children grew bright. "You will find the sack with the bread in the passage," said I to one of the boys. He rushed joyfully out, and returned with Mrs. and the sack. Her bland and affectionate greeting restored us all to tranquillity. The delighted boy opened the sack. The first thing he produced was the ham. "Oh," said I, "that is a ham that my sister sent to Mrs. N. 'Tis of her own curing, and she thought that it might be acceptable." Then came the white fish, nicely packed in a clean cloth. Mrs. C thought fish might be a treat to Mrs. N, as she lived so far from the Great Lakes. Then came Jenny's bread, which had already been introduced. The beef and tea and sugar fell upon the floor without any comment. The first scruples had been overcome, and the day was ours. "And now, ladies," said Mrs. N with true hospitality, "since you have brought refreshments with you, permit me to cook something for your dinner." The scene I had just witnessed had produced such a choking sensation that all my hunger had vanished. Before we could accept or refuse Mrs. N 's kind offer, Mr. T arrived to hurry us off. It was 2 o'clock when we descended the hill in front of the house, that led by a side path round to the road, and commenced our homeward route. I thought the 4 miles of clearings would never be passed, and the English line appeared to have no end. At length we entered once more the dark forest. The setting sun gleamed along the ground. The necessity of our exerting our utmost speed, and getting through the great swamp before darkness surrounded us, was apparent to all. The men strode vigorously forward, for they had been refreshed with a substantial dinner of potatoes and pork, washed down with a glass of whiskey at the cottage in which they had waited for us. But poor Emilia and I, faint, hungry, and footsore, it was with the greatest difficulty we could keep up. I thought of Rosalind as our march up and down the fallen logs recommenced, and often exclaimed with her, "Oh, Jupiter, how weary are my legs!" Night closed in just as we reached the beaver meadow. Here our ears were greeted with the sound of well-known voices. James and Henry C had brought the ox sleigh to meet us at the edge of the bush. Never was splendid equipage greeted with such delight. Emilia and I, now fairly exhausted with fatigue, scrambled into it, and lying down on the straw which covered the bottom of the rude vehicle, we drew the buffalo robes over our faces, and actually slept soundly until we reached Colonel C 's hospitable door. An excellent supper of hot fish and fried venison was smoking on the table, with other good cheer, to which we did ample justice. I, for one, was never so hungry in my life. We had fasted for 12 hours, and that on an intensely cold day, and had walked during that period upwards of 20 miles. Never, never shall I forget that weary walk to Dummer. But a blessing followed it. It was midnight when Emilia and I reached my humble home, our good friends the oxen being again put in requisition to carry us there. Emilia went immediately to bed, from which she was unable to rise for several days. In the meanwhile I wrote to Moodie an account of the scene I had witnessed, and he raised a subscription among the officers of the regiment for the poor lady and her children, which amounted to $40. Emilia lost no time in making a full report to her friends at P , and before a week passed away, Mrs. N and her family were removed thither by several benevolent individuals in the place. A neat cottage was hired for her, and, to the honour of Canada be it spoken, all who could afford a donation gave cheerfully. Farmers left at her door pork, beef, flour, and potatoes. The storekeepers sent groceries and goods to make clothes for the children. The shoemakers contributed boots for the boys, while the ladies did all in their power to assist and comfort the gentle creature thus thrown by Providence upon their bounty. While Mrs. N remained at P , she did not want for any comfort. Her children were clothed, and her rent paid by her benevolent friends, and her house supplied with food and many comforts from the same source. Respected and beloved by all who knew her, it would have been well had she never left the quiet asylum where for several years she enjoyed tranquillity and a respectable competence from her school, but in an evil hour she followed her worthless husband to the Southern States, and again suffered all the woes which drunkenness inflicts upon the wives and children of its degraded victims. The Convict's Wife. Pale matron, I see thee in agony steep, the pillow on which thy young innocents sleep, their slumbers are tranquil, unbroken their rest. They know not the grief that convulses thy breast. They mark not the glance of that red swollen eye, that must weep till the fountain of sorrow is dry. They guess not thy thoughts in this moment of dread, thou desolate widow, but not of the dead! Ah, what are thy feelings, whilst gazing on those who unconsciously smile in their balmy repose? The pangs which thy grief-stricken bosom must prove, whilst gazing through tears on those pledges of love, who murmur in slumber the dear cherish'd name of that sire who has covered his offspring with shame, of that husband whom justice has wrenched from thy side, of the wretch who the laws of his country defied. Poor heart-broken mourner, thy tears faster flow, time can bring no oblivion to banish thy woe. The sorrows of others are softened by years, ah, what now remains for thy portion but tears? Anxieties ceaseless, renewed day by day, while thy heart yearns for one who is ever away. To hope speeds thy thoughts as they traverse the wave, to the far distant land of the exile and slave. And those children whose birth with such rapture was hailed, when the holiest feelings of nature prevailed, and the bright drops that moistened the father's glad cheek could alone the deep transport of happiness speak, when he turned from his first-born with glances of pride, in grateful devotion to gaze on his bride, the loved and the loving, who silent with joy, alternately gazed from the sire to his boy. Ah, what could induce the young husband to fling love's garland away in life's beautiful spring, to scatter the roses hope wreathed for her brow in the dust and abandon his partner to woe? The wine-cup can answer, the bacchanal's bowl corrupted life's chalice and poisoned his soul. It chilled the warm heart, added fire to the brain, gave to pleasure and passion unbridled the rein, till the endearments of children and wife only roused the fell demon to anger and strife. By conscience deserted, by law unrestrained, a felon convicted, unblushing and chained, too late from the dark dream of ruin he woke, to remember the wife whose fond heart he had broke. The children abandoned to sorrow and shame, their deepest misfortune the brand of his name. Oh, dire was the curse he invoked on his soul, then gave his last mite for a draught of the bowl. End of chapter 25. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, December 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 26, A Change in Our Prospects. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 26, A Change in Our Prospects. The future flower lies folded in the bud, its beauty, colour, fragrance, graceful form, carefully shrouded in that tiny cell, till time and circumstance and sun and shower expand the embryo blossom, and it bursts its narrow cerements, lifts its blushing head, rejoicing in the light and dew of heaven. But if the canker-worm lies coiled around the heart of the bud, the summer sun and dew visit in vain the seared and blighted flower. During my illness, a kind neighbour, who had not only frequently come to see me, but had brought me many nourishing things, made by her own fair hands, took a great fancy to my second daughter, who, lively and volatile, could not be induced to remain quiet in the sick chamber. The noise she made greatly retarded my recovery, and Mrs. H took her home with her, as the only means of obtaining for me necessary rest. During that winter, and through the ensuing summer, I only received occasional visits from my little girl, who, fairly established with her new friends, looked upon their house as her home. This separation, which was felt as a great benefit at the time, greatly estranged the affections of the child from her own people. She saw us so seldom that she almost regarded us, when she did meet, as strangers, and I often deeply lamented the hour when I had unwittingly suffered the threefold cord of domestic love to be unravelled by absence, and the flattering attentions which fed the vanity of a beautiful child, without strengthening her moral character. Mrs. H., whose husband was wealthy, was a generous, warm-hearted girl of 18. Lovely in person and fascinating in manners, and still too young to have any idea of forming the character of a child, she dressed the little creature expensively, and by constantly praising her personal appearance, gave her an idea of her own importance which it took many years to eradicate. It is a great error to suffer a child, who has been trained in the hard school of poverty and self-denial, to be transplanted suddenly into the hotbed of wealth and luxury. The idea of the child being so much happier and better off blinds her fond parents to the dangers of her new situation, where she is sure to contract a dislike to all useful occupation, and to look upon scanty means and plain clothing as a disgrace. If the reaction is bad for a grown-up person, it is almost destructive to a child who is incapable of moral reflection. Whenever I saw little Addie, and remarked the growing coldness of her manner towards us, my heart reproached me for having exposed her to temptation. Still, in the eye of the world, she was much better situated than she could possibly be with us. The heart of the parent could alone understand the change. So sensible was her father of this alteration, that the first time he paid us a visit he went and brought home his child. "If she remains so long away from us, at her tender years," he said, "she will cease to love us. All the wealth in the world would not compensate me for the love of my child." The removal of my sister rendered my separation from my husband doubly lonely and irksome. Sometimes the desire to see and converse with him would press so painfully on my heart that I would get up in the night, strike a light, and sit down and write him a long letter, and tell him all that was in my mind. And when I had thus unburdened my spirit, the letter was committed to the flames, and after fervently commending him to the care of the great Father of mankind, I would lay down my throbbing head on my pillow beside our first-born son, and sleep tranquilly. It is a strange fact that many of my husband's letters to me were written at the very time when I felt those irresistible impulses to hold communion with him. Why should we be ashamed to admit openly our belief in this mysterious intercourse between the spirits of those who are bound to each other by the tender ties of friendship and affection, when the experience of every day proves its truth? Proverbs, which are the wisdom of ages collected into a few brief words, tell us in one pithy sentence that, if we talk of the devil, he is sure to appear. While the name of a long-absent friend is in our mouth, the next moment brings him into our presence. How can this be, if mind did not meet mind, and the spirit had not a prophetic consciousness of the vicinity of another spirit kindred with its own? This is an occurrence so common that I never met with any person to whom it had not happened. Few will admit it to be a spiritual agency, but in no other way can they satisfactorily explain its cause. If it were a mere coincidence, or combination of ordinary circumstances, it would not happen so often, and people would not be led to speak of the long absent always at the moment when they are just about to present themselves before them. My husband was no believer in what he termed my fanciful, speculative theories, yet at the time when his youngest boy and myself lay dangerously ill, and hardly expected to live, I received from him a letter, written in great haste, which commenced with this sentence: "Do write to me, dear S., when you receive this. I have felt very uneasy about you for some days past, and am afraid that all is not right at home." Whence came this sudden fear? Why, at that particular time, did his thoughts turn so despondingly towards those so dear to him? Why did the dark cloud in his mind hang so heavily above his home? The burden of my weary and distressed spirit had reached him, and without knowing of our sufferings and danger, his own responded to the call. The holy and mysterious nature of man is yet hidden from himself. He is still a stranger to the movements of that inner life, and knows little of its capabilities and powers. A purer religion, a higher standard of moral and intellectual training, may in time reveal all this. Man still remains a half-reclaimed savage. The leaven of Christianity is surely working its way, but it has not yet changed the whole lump, or transformed the deformed into the beauteous child of God. Oh, for that glorious day! It is coming. The dark clouds of humanity are already tinged with the golden radiance of the dawn, but the Sun of Righteousness has not yet arisen upon the world with healing on his wings. The light of truth still struggles in the womb of darkness, and man stumbles on to the fulfilment of his sublime and mysterious destiny. This spring I was not a little puzzled how to get in the crops. I still continued so weak that I was quite unable to assist in the field, and my good old Jenny was sorely troubled with inflamed feet, which required constant care. At this juncture, a neighbouring settler, who had recently come among us, offered to put in my small crop of peas, potatoes, and oats, in all not comprising more than 8 acres, if I would lend him my oxen to log up a large fallow of 10 acres, and put in his own crops. Trusting to his fair dealing, I consented to this arrangement, but he took advantage of my isolated position, and not only logged up his fallow, but put in all his spring crops before he sowed an acre of mine. The oxen were worked down so low that they were almost unfit for use, and my crops were put in so late, and with such little care, that they all proved a failure. I should have felt this loss more severely had it happened in any previous year, but I had ceased to feel that deep interest in the affairs of the farm, from a sort of conviction in my own mind that it would not long remain my home. Jenny and I did our best in the way of hoeing and weeding, but no industry on our part could repair the injury done to the seed by being sown out of season. We therefore confined our attention to the garden, which, as usual, was very productive, and with milk, fresh butter, and eggs, supplied the simple wants of our family. Emilia enlivened our solitude by her company for several weeks during the summer, and we had many pleasant excursions on the water together. My knowledge of the use of the paddle, however, was not entirely without its danger. One very windy Sunday afternoon, a servant girl, who lived with my friend Mrs. C , came crying to the house, and implored the use of my canoe and paddles to cross the lake to see her dying father. The request was instantly granted, but there was no man upon the place to ferry her across, and she could not manage the boat herself; in short, had never been in a canoe in her life. The girl was deeply distressed. She said that she had got word that her father could scarcely live till she could reach Smithtown; that if she went round by the bridge she must walk 5 miles, while if she crossed the lake she could be home in half an hour. I did not much like the angry swell upon the water, but the poor creature was in such grief that I told her, if she was not afraid of venturing with me, I would try and put her over. She expressed her thanks in the warmest terms, accompanied by a shower of blessings, and I took the paddles and went down to the landing. Jenny was very averse to my tempting Providence, as she termed it, and wished that I might get back as safe as I went. However, the old woman launched the canoe for me, pushed us from the shore, and away we went. The wind was in my favour, and I found so little trouble in getting across that I began to laugh at my own timidity. I put the girl on shore, and endeavoured to shape my passage home. But this, I found, was no easy task. The water was rough, and the wind high, and the strong current which runs through that part of the lake to the Smith Rapids was dead against me. In vain I laboured to cross this current. It resisted all my efforts, and at each repulse I was carried farther down towards the rapids, which were full of sunken rocks, and hard for the strong arm of a man to stem. To the weak hand of a woman their safe passage was impossible. I began to feel rather uneasy at the awkward situation in which I found myself placed, and for some time I made desperate efforts to extricate myself by paddling with all my might. I soon gave this up, and contented myself by steering the canoe in the path that it thought fit to pursue. After drifting down with the current for some little space, until I came opposite a small island, I put out all my strength to gain the land. In this I fortunately succeeded, and getting on shore, I contrived to drag the canoe so far around the headland that I got her out of the current. All now was smooth sailing, and I joyfully answered old Jenny's yells from the landing that I was safe and would join her in a few minutes. This fortunate manoeuvre stood me in good stead upon another occasion, when crossing the lake some weeks after this, in company with a young female friend during a sudden storm. 2 Indian women, heavily laden with their packs of dried venison, called at the house to borrow the canoe, to join their encampment upon the other side. It so happened that I wanted to send to the mill that afternoon, and the boat could not be returned in time without I went over with the Indian women and brought it back. My young friend was delighted at the idea of the frolic, and as she could both steer and paddle, and the day was calm and bright, though excessively warm, we both agreed to accompany the squaws to the other side, and bring back the canoe. Mrs. Muskrat has fallen in love with a fine fat kitten, whom the children had called Buttermilk, and she begged so hard for the little puss that I presented it to her, rather marvelling how she would contrive to carry it so many miles through the woods, and she loaded with such an enormous pack, when lo! the squaw took down the bundle, and, in the heart of the piles of dried venison, she deposited the cat in a small basket, giving it a thin slice of the meat, to console it for its close confinement. Puss received the donation with piteous mews. It was evident that mice and freedom were preferred by her to venison and the honour of riding on a squaw's back. The squaws paddled us quickly across, and we laughed and chatted as we bounded over the blue waves, until we were landed in a dark cedar swamp, in the heart of which we found the Indian encampment. A large party were lounging around the fire, superintending the drying of a quantity of venison which was suspended on forked sticks. Besides the flesh of the deer, a number of muskrats were skinned, and extended as if standing bolt upright before the fire, warming their paws. The appearance they cut was most ludicrous. My young friend pointed to the muskrats as she sank down, laughing, upon one of the skins. Old Snowstorm, who was present, imagined that she wanted one of them to eat, and very gravely handed her the unsavoury beast, stick and all. "Does the old man take me for a cannibal?" she said. "I would as soon eat a child." Among the many odd things cooking at that fire, there was something that had the appearance of a bullfrog. "What can that be?" she said, directing my eyes to the strange monster. "Surely they don't eat bullfrogs." This sally was received by a grunt of approbation from Snowstorm, and though Indians seldom forget their dignity so far as to laugh, he for once laid aside his stoical gravity, and twirling the thing round with a stick, burst into a hearty peal. "Muckakee! Indian eat muckakee? Ha, ha! Indian no eat muckakee. Frenchmans eat his hind legs. They say the speckled beast much good. This no muckakee. The liver of deer, dried. Very nice. Indian eat him." "I wish him much joy of the delicate morsel," said the saucy girl, who was intent upon quizzing and examining everything in the camp. We had remained the best part of an hour, when Mrs. Muskrat laid hold of my hand, and leading me through the bush to the shore, pointed up significantly to a cloud, as dark as night, that hung loweringly over the bush. "Thunder in that cloud! Get over the lake! Quick, quick, before it breaks!" Then, motioning for us to jump into the canoe, she threw in the paddles and pushed us from shore. We saw the necessity of haste, and both plied the paddle with diligence to gain the opposite bank, or at least the shelter of the island, before the cloud poured down its fury upon us. We were just in the middle of the current, when the first peal of thunder broke with startling nearness over our heads. The storm frowned darkly upon the woods. The rain came down in torrents, and there we were exposed to its utmost fury in the middle of a current too strong for us to stem. "What shall we do? We shall be drowned," said my young friend, turning her pale, tearful face towards me. "Let the canoe float down the current till we get close to the island. Then run her into the land. I saved myself once before by this plan. We did so, and were safe; but there we had to remain, wet to our skins, until the wind and the rain abated sufficiently for us to manage our little craft. "How do you like being upon the lake in a storm like this?" I whispered to my shivering, dripping companion. "Very well in romance, but terribly dull in reality. We cannot, however, call it a dry joke," continued she, wringing the rain from her dress. "I wish we were suspended over old Snowstorm's fire with the bullfrog, for I hate a shower bath with my clothes on." I took warning by this adventure never to cross the lake again without a stronger arm than mine in the canoe to steer me safely through the current. I received much kind attention from my new neighbour, the Rev. W. W., a truly excellent and pious clergyman of the English Church. The good white-haired old man expressed the kindest sympathy in all my trials, and strengthened me greatly with his benevolent counsels and gentle charity. Mr. W. was a true follower of Christ. His Christianity was not confined to his own denomination, and every Sabbath his log cottage was filled with attentive auditors of all persuasions, who met together to listen to the word of life delivered to them by a Christian minister in the wilderness. He had been a very fine preacher, and though considerably turned of 70, his voice was still excellent, and his manner solemn and impressive. His only son, a young man of 28 years of age, had received a serious injury in the brain by falling upon a turf spade from a loft window when a child, and his intellect had remained stationary from that time. Poor Harry was an innocent child. He loved his parents with the simplicity of a child, and all who spoke kindly to him he regarded as friends. Like most persons of his cast of mind, his predilection for pet animals was a prominent instinct. He was always followed by 2 dogs, whom he regarded with especial favour. The moment he caught your eye, he looked down admiringly upon his 4-footed attendants, patting their sleek necks and murmuring, "Nice dogs, nice dogs." Harry had singled out myself and my little ones as great favourites. He would gather flowers for the girls, and catch butterflies for the boys, while to me he always gave the title of dear aunt. It also happened that one fine morning I wanted to walk a couple of miles through the bush, to spend the day with Mrs. C , but the woods were full of the cattle belonging to the neighbouring settlers, and of these I was terribly afraid. Whilst I was dressing the little girls to accompany me, Harry W. came in with a message from his mother. "Oh," thought I, "here is Harry W. He will walk with us through the bush and defend us from the cattle." The proposition was made, and Harry was not a little proud of being invited to join our party. We had accomplished half the distance without seeing a single hoof, and I was beginning to congratulate myself upon our unusual luck, when a large red ox, maddened by the stings of the gadflies, came headlong through the brush, tossing up the withered leaves and dried moss with his horns, and making directly towards us. I screamed to my champion for help, but where was he? Running like a frightened chipmunk along the fallen timber, shouting to my eldest girl at the top of his voice, "Run, Katie, run! The bull! The bull! Run, Katie! The bull! The bull!" leaving us poor creatures far behind in the chase. The bull, who cared not one fig for us, did not even stop to give us a passing stare, and was soon lost among the trees, while our valiant knight never stopped to see what had become of us, but made the best of his way home. So much for taking an innocent for a guard. The next month most of the militia regiments were disbanded. My husband's services were no longer required at B , and he once more returned to help to gather in our scanty harvest. Many of the old debts were paid off by his hard-saved pay, and though all hope of continuing in the militia service was at an end, our condition was so much improved that we looked less to the dark than to the sunny side of the landscape. The potato crop was gathered in, and I had collected my store of dandelion roots for our winter supply of coffee, when one day brought a letter to my husband from the governor's secretary, offering him the situation of sheriff of the V district. Though perfectly unacquainted with the difficulties and responsibilities of such an important office, my husband looked upon it as a gift sent from heaven to remove us from the sorrows and poverty with which we were surrounded in the woods. Once more he bade us farewell, but it was to go and make ready a home for us, that we should no more be separated from each other. Heartily did I return thanks to God that night for all his mercies to us, and Sir George Arthur was not forgotten in those prayers. From B my husband wrote to me to make what haste I could in disposing of our crops, household furniture, stock, and farming implements, and to prepare myself and the children to join him on the first fall of snow that would make the roads practicable for sleighing. To facilitate this object, he sent me a box of clothing to make up for myself and the children. For 7 years I had lived out of the world entirely. My person had been rendered coarse by hard work and exposure to the weather. I looked double the age I really was, and my hair was already thickly sprinkled with grey. I clung to my solitude. I did not like to be dragged from it to mingle in gay scenes, in a busy town, and with gaily dressed people. I was no longer fit for the world. I had lost all relish for the pursuits and pleasures which are so essential to its votaries. I was contented to live and die in obscurity. My dear Emilia rejoiced, like a true friend, in my changed prospects, and came up to help me to cut clothes for the children, and to assist me in preparing them for the journey. I succeeded in selling off our goods and chattels much better than I expected. My old friend Mr. W., who was a newcomer, became the principal purchaser, and when Christmas arrived I had not one article left upon my hands save the bedding, which it was necessary to take with us. The magic spell. The magic spell, the dream is fled, the dream of joy sent from above. The idol of my soul is dead, and naught remains but hopeless love. The song of birds, the scent of flowers, the tender light of parting day, unheeded now the tardy hours, steal sadly, silently away. But welcome now the solemn night, when watchful stars are gleaming high, for though thy form eludes my sight, I know thy gentle spirit's nigh. O dear one, now I feel thy power, 'tis sweet to rest when toil is o'er, but sweeter far that blessed hour, when fond hearts meet to part no more. J.W.D.M. End of chapter 26. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, December 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 27. Adieu to the Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE. Chapter 27. Adieu to the Woods. Adieu, adieu, when quivering lips refuse the bitter pangs of parting to declare, and the full bosom feels that it must lose friends who are wont its inmost thoughts to share. When hands are tightly clasped, mid struggling sighs and streaming tears those whispered accents rise, leaving to God the objects of our care, in that short, simple, comprehensive prayer, Adieu. Never did eager British children look for the first violets and primroses of spring with more impatience than my baby boys and girls watched, day after day, for the first snowflakes that were to form the road to convey them to their absent father. "Winter never means to come this year. It will never snow again," exclaimed my eldest boy, turning from the window on Christmas Day with the most rueful aspect that ever greeted the broad, gay beams of the glorious sun. It was like a spring day. The little lake in front of the window glittered like a mirror of silver, set in its dark frame of pine woods. I, too, was wearying for the snow, and was tempted to think that it did not come as early as usual, in order to disappoint us. But I kept this to myself, and comforted the expecting child with the oft-repeated assertion that it would certainly snow upon the morrow. But the morrow came and passed away, and many other morrows, and the same mild, open weather prevailed. The last night of the old year was ushered in with furious storms of wind and snow. The rafters of our log cabin shook beneath the violence of the gale, which swept up from the lake like a lion roaring for its prey, driving the snowflakes through every open crevice, of which there were not a few, and powdering the floor until it rivalled in whiteness the ground without. "Oh, what a dreadful night!" we cried, as we huddled shivering around the old broken stove. "A person abroad in the woods to-night would be frozen. Flesh and blood could not long stand this cutting wind." "It reminds me of the commencement of a laughable extempore ditty," said I to my young friend A.C., who was staying with me, "composed by my husband during the first very cold night we spent in Canada. "Oh, the cold of Canada nobody knows, the fire burns our shoes without warming our toes. Oh dear, what shall we do? Our blankets are thin and our noses are blue. Our noses are blue and our blankets are thin. It's at 0 without and we're freezing within. Oh dear, what shall we do?" But joking apart, my dear A., we ought to be very thankful that we are not travelling this night to B. "But to-morrow," said my eldest boy, lifting up his curly head from my lap, "it will be fine to-morrow, and we shall see dear papa again." In this hope he lay down on his little bed upon the floor, and was soon fast asleep, perhaps dreaming of that eagerly anticipated journey, and of meeting his beloved father. Sleep was a stranger to my eyes. The tempest raged so furiously without, that I was fearful the roof would be carried off the house, or that the chimney would take fire. The night was far advanced when old Jenny and myself retired to bed. My boy's words were prophetic. That was the last night I ever spent in the bush, in the dear forest home which I had loved in spite of all the hardships which we had endured since we pitched our tent in the backwoods. It was the birthplace of my 3 boys, the school of high resolve and energetic action, in which we had learned to meet calmly and successfully to battle with the ills of life. Nor did I leave it without many regretful tears, to mingle once more with a world to whose usages, during my long solitude, I had become almost a stranger, and to whose praise or blame I felt alike indifferent. When the day dawned, the whole forest scenery lay glittering in a mantle of dazzling white. The sun shone brightly, the heavens were intensely blue, but the cold was so severe that every article of food had to be thawed before we could get our breakfast. The very blankets that covered us during the night were stiff with our frozen breath. "I hope the sleighs won't come to-day," I cried. "We should be frozen on the long journey." About noon, 2 sleighs turned into our clearing. Old Jenny ran screaming into the room. "The master has sent for us at last. The sleighs are come. Fine large sleighs, and illigant teams of horses. Och, and it's a cold day for the wee things to leave the bush." The snow had been a week in advance of us at B, and my husband had sent up the teams to remove us. The children jumped about and laughed aloud for joy. Old Jenny did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she set about helping me to pack up trunks and bedding as fast as our cold hands would permit. In the midst of the confusion, my brother arrived, like a good genius, to our assistance, declaring his determination to take us down to B himself in his large lumber sleigh. This was indeed joyful news. In less than 3 hours he dispatched the hired sleighs with their loads, and we all stood together in the empty house, striving to warm our hands over the embers of the expiring fire. How cold and desolate every object appeared! The small windows, half blocked up with snow, scarcely allowed a glimpse of the declining sun to cheer us with his serene aspect. In spite of the cold, several kind friends had waded through the deep snow to say, "God bless you, good-bye," while a group of silent Indians stood together, gazing upon our proceedings with an earnestness which showed that they were not uninterested in the scene. As we passed out to the sleigh, they pressed forward and silently held out their hands, while the squaws kissed me and the little ones with tearful eyes. They had been true friends to us in our dire necessity, and I returned their mute farewell from my very heart. Mr. S sprang into the sleigh. One of our party was missing. "Jenny!" shouted my brother at the top of his voice, "it is too cold to keep your mistress and the little children waiting." "Och, sure thin it is that I am comin'," returned the old body as she issued from the house. Shouts of laughter greeted her appearance. The figure she cut upon that memorable day I shall never forget. My brother dropped the reins upon the horses' necks, and fairly roared. Jenny was about to commence her journey to the front in 3 hats. Was it to protect her from the cold? Oh, no, Jenny was not afraid of the cold. She could have eaten her breakfast on the north side of an iceberg, and always dispensed with shoes, during the most severe of our Canadian winters. It was to protect these precious articles from injury. Our good neighbour, Mrs. W., had presented her with an old sky-blue drawn silk bonnet, as a parting benediction. This, by way of distinction, for she never had possessed such an article of luxury as a silk bonnet in her life, Jenny had placed over the coarse calico cap, with its full furbelow of the same yellow, ill-washed, homely material, next to her head. Over this, as second in degree, a sunburnt straw hat with faded pink ribbons just showed its broken rim and tawdry trimmings, and to crown all, and serve as a guard to the rest, a really serviceable grey beaver bonnet, once mine, towered up as high as the celebrated crown in which Brother Peter figures in Swift's Tale of a Tub. "Mercy, Jenny! Why, old woman, you don't mean to go with us that figure?" "Och, my dear heart, I've no bandbox to keep the cold from destroyin' my illigant bonnets," returned Jenny, laying her hand upon the side of the sleigh. "Go back, Jenny, go back!" cried my brother. "For God's sake, take all that tomfoolery from off your head. We shall be the laughing stock of every village we pass through." "Och, sure now, Mr. S., who'd think of looking at an old creather like me? It's only yoursel that would notice the like." "All the world, everybody would look at you, Jenny. I believe that you put on those hats to draw the attention of all the young fellows that we shall happen to meet on the road. Ha, Jenny!" With an air of offended dignity, the old woman returned to the house to rearrange her toilet, and provide for the safety of her illigant bonnets, one of which she suspended to the strings of her cloak, while she carried the third dangling in her hand, and no persuasion of mine would induce her to put them out of sight. Many painful and conflicting emotions agitated my mind, but found no utterance in words as we entered the forest path, and I looked my last upon that humble home consecrated by the memory of 1,000 sorrows. Every object had become endeared to me during my long exile from civilised life. I loved the lonely lake, with its magnificent belt of dark pines sighing in the breeze; the cedar swamp, the summer home of my dark Indian friends; my own dear little garden, with its rugged snake fence which I had helped Jenny to place with my own hands, and which I had assisted the faithful woman in cultivating for the last 3 years, where I had so often braved the tormenting mosquitoes, black flies, and intense heat, to provide vegetables for the use of the family. Even the cows, that had given a breakfast for the last time to my children, were now regarded with mournful affection. A poor labourer stood in the doorway of the deserted house, holding my noble water dog, Rover, in a string. The poor fellow gave a joyous bark as my eyes fell upon him. "James J., take care of my dog." "Never fear, Mom. He shall bide with me as long as he lives." He and the Indians, at least, feel grieved for our departure, I thought. Love is so scarce in this world that we ought to prize it, however lowly the source from whence it flows. We accomplished only 12 miles of our journey that night. The road lay through the bush, and along the banks of the grand, rushing, foaming Otonabee River, the wildest and most beautiful of forest streams. We slept at the house of kind friends, and early in the morning resumed our long journey, but minus one of our party. Our old favourite cat, Peppermint, had made her escape from the basket in which she had been confined, and had scampered off, to the great grief of the children. As we passed Mrs. H.'s house, we called for dear Addie. Mr. H. brought her in his arms to the gate, well wrapped up in a large fur cape and a warm woollen shawl. "You are robbing me of my dear little girl," he said. "Mrs. H. is absent. She told me not to part with her if you should call, but I could not detain her without your consent. Now that you have seen her, allow me to keep her for a few months longer." Addie was in the sleigh. I put my arm about her. I felt I had my child again, and I secretly rejoiced in the possession of my own. I sincerely thanked him for his kindness, and Mr. S. drove on. At Mr. R.'s we found a parcel from dear Amelia, containing a plum cake and other good things for the children. Her kindness never flagged. We crossed the bridge over the Otonabee, in the rising town of Peterborough, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Winter had now set in fairly. The children were glad to huddle together in the bottom of the sleigh, under the buffalo skins and blankets, all but my eldest boy, who, just turned of 5 years old, was enchanted with all he heard and saw, and continued to stand up and gaze around him. Born in the forest, which he had never quitted before, the sight of a town was such a novelty that he could find no words wherewith to express his astonishment. "Are the houses come to see one another?" he asked. "How did they all meet here?" The question greatly amused his uncle, who took some pains to explain to him the difference between town and country. During the day we got rid of old Jenny and her bonnets, whom we found a very refractory travelling companion, as wilful and far more difficult to manage than a young child. Fortunately, we overtook the sleighs with the furniture, and Mr. S. transferred Jenny to the care of one of the drivers, an arrangement that proved satisfactory to all parties. We had been most fortunate in obtaining comfortable lodgings for the night. The evening had closed in so intensely cold, that although we were only 2 miles from C, Addie was so much affected by it that the child lay sick and pale in my arms, and when spoken to seemed scarcely conscious of our presence. My brother jumped from the front seat, and came round to look at her. "That child is ill with the cold. We must stop somewhere to warm her, or she will hardly hold out till we get to the inn at C." We were just entering the little village of A, in the vicinity of the court house, and we stopped at a pretty green cottage, and asked permission to warm the children. A stout, middle-aged woman came to the sleigh, and in the kindest manner requested us to alight. "I think I know that voice," I said. "Surely it cannot be Mrs. S., who once kept the hotel at C?" "Mrs. Moodie, you are welcome," said the excellent woman, bestowing upon me a most friendly embrace. "You and your children! I am heartily glad to see you again after so many years. God bless you all." Nothing could exceed the kindness and hospitality of this generous woman. She would not hear of our leaving her that night, and directing my brother to put up his horses in her stable, she made up an excellent fire in a large bedroom, and helped me to undress the little ones who were already asleep, and to warm and feed the rest before we put them to bed. This meeting gave me real pleasure. In their station of life, I seldom have found a more worthy couple than this American and his wife, and having witnessed so many of their acts of kindness, both to ourselves and others, I entertained for them a sincere respect and affection, and truly rejoiced that Providence had once more led me to the shelter of their roof. Mr. S. was absent, but I found little Mary, the sweet child who used to listen with such delight to Moodie's flute, grown up into a beautiful girl, and the baby that was a fine child of 8 years old. The next morning was so intensely cold that my brother would not resume the journey until past 10 o'clock, and even then it was a hazardous experiment. We had not proceeded 4 miles before the horses were covered with icicles. Our hair was frozen as white as old Time's solitary forelock, our eyelids stiff, and every limb aching with cold. "This will never do," said my brother, turning to me. "The children will freeze. I never felt the cold more severe than this." "Where can we stop?" said I. "We are miles from C, and I see no prospect of the weather becoming milder. Yes, yes, I know, by the very intensity of the cold, that a change is at hand. We seldom have more than 3 very severe days running, and this is the 3rd.
At all events, it is much warmer at night in this country than during the day. The wind drops, and the frost is more bearable. I know a worthy farmer who lives about a mile ahead. He will give us house room for a few hours, and we will resume our journey in the evening. The moon is at full, and it will be easier to wrap the children up and keep them warm when they are asleep. Shall we stop at old Woodruff's?" "With all my heart." My teeth were chattering with the cold, and the children were crying over their aching fingers at the bottom of the sleigh. A few minutes' ride brought us to a large farmhouse, surrounded by commodious sheds and barns. A fine orchard opposite, and a yard well stocked with fat cattle and sheep, sleek geese, and plethoric-looking swine, gave promise of a land of abundance and comfort. My brother ran into the house to see if the owner was at home, and presently returned, accompanied by the staunch Canadian yeoman and his daughter, who gave us a truly hearty welcome, and assisted in removing the children from the sleigh to the cheerful fire that made all bright and cosy within. Our host was a shrewd, humorous-looking Yorkshireman. His red, weather-beaten face and tall, athletic figure, bent as it was with hard labour, gave indications of great personal strength, and a certain knowing twinkle in his small, clear grey eyes, which had been acquired by long dealing with the world, with a quiet, sarcastic smile that lurked round the corners of his large mouth, gave you the idea of a man who could not easily be deceived by his fellows; one who, though no rogue himself, was quick in detecting the roguery of others. His manners were frank and easy, and he was such a hospitable entertainer that you felt at home with him in a minute. "Well, how are you, Mr. S?" cried the farmer, shaking my brother heartily by the hand. "Toiling in the bush still, eh?" "Just in the same place." "And the wife and children?" "Hearty. Some half-dozen have been added to the flock since you were our way." "So much the better, so much the better. The more the merrier, Mr. S. Children are riches in this country." "I know not how that may be. I find it hard to clothe and feed mine." "Wait till they grow up. They will be brave helps to you then. The price of labour, Mr. S., is the destruction of the farmer." "It does not seem to trouble you much, Woodruff," said my brother, glancing round the well-furnished apartment. "My son and S do it all," cried the old man. "Of course the girls help in busy times, and take care of the dairy, and we hire occasionally; but small as the sum is which is expended in wages during seed time and harvest, I feel it, I can tell you." "You are married again, Woodruff?" "No, sir," said the farmer, with a peculiar smile. "Not yet," which seemed to imply the probability of such an event. "That tall gal is my eldest daughter. She manages the house, and an excellent housekeeper she is. But I cannot keep her for ever," with a knowing wink. "Gals will think of getting married, and seldom consult the wishes of their parents upon the subject when once they have taken the notion into their heads. But 'tis natural, Mr. S. It is natural. We did just the same when we were young." My brother looked laughingly towards the fine, handsome young woman, as she placed upon the table hot water, whiskey, and a huge plate of plum cake, which did not lack a companion, stored with the finest apples which the orchard could produce. The young girl looked down and blushed. "Oh, I see how it is, Woodruff. You will soon lose your daughter. I wonder that you have kept her so long. But who are these young ladies?" he continued, as 3 girls very demurely entered the room. "The 2 youngest are my darters by my last wife, who, I fear, mean soon to follow the bad example of their sister. The other lady," said the old man, with a reverential air, "is a particular friend of my eldest darter's." My brother laughed slyly, and the old man's cheek took a deeper glow, as he stooped forward to mix the punch. "You said that these 2 young ladies, Woodruff, were by your last wife. Pray, how many wives have you had?" "Only 3. It is impossible, they say in my country, to have too much of a good thing." "So I suppose you think," said my brother, glancing first at the old man, and then towards Miss Smith. 3 wives! You have been a fortunate man, Woodruff, to survive them all." "Ay, have I not, Mr. S.? But to tell you the truth, I have been both lucky and unlucky in the wife way." And then he told us the history of his several ventures in matrimony, with which I shall not trouble my readers. When he had concluded, the weather was somewhat milder, the sleigh was ordered to the door, and we proceeded on our journey, resting for the night at a small village about 20 miles from B , rejoicing that the long distance which separated us from the husband and father was diminished to a few miles, and that, with the blessing of Providence, we should meet on the morrow. About noon we reached the distant town, and were met at the inn by him whom one and all so ardently longed to see. He conducted us to a pretty, neat cottage, which he had prepared for our reception, and where we found old Jenny already arrived. With great pride the old woman conducted me over the premises, and showed me the furniture the master had bought, especially recommending to my notice a China tea service, which she considered the most wonderful acquisition of the whole. "Och, who would have thought, a year ago, mistress dear, that we should be living in a mansion like this, and ating off real Chiney? It is but yesterday that we were hoeing praties in the field." Yes, Jenny, God has been very good to us, and I hope that we shall never learn to regard with indifference the many benefits which we have received at his hands. Reader, it is not my intention to trouble you with the sequel of our history. I have given you a faithful picture of a life in the backwoods of Canada, and I leave you to draw from it your own conclusions. To the poor industrious working man, it presents many advantages; to the poor gentleman, none. The former works hard, puts up with coarse, scanty fare, and submits with a good grace to hardships that would kill a domesticated animal at home. Thus he becomes independent, inasmuch as the land that he has cleared finds him in the common necessaries of life. But it seldom, if ever, in remote situations, accomplishes more than this. The gentleman can neither work so hard, live so coarsely, nor endure so many privations as his poorer but more fortunate neighbour. Unaccustomed to manual labour, his services in the field are not of a nature to secure for him a profitable return. The task is new to him, he knows not how to perform it well, and, conscious of his deficiency, he expends his little means in hiring labour, which his bush farm can never repay. Difficulties increase, debts grow upon him, he struggles in vain to extricate himself, and finally sees his family sink into hopeless ruin. If these sketches should prove the means of deterring one family from sinking their property and shipwrecking all their hopes by going to reside in the backwoods of Canada, I shall consider myself amply repaid for revealing the secrets of the prison house, and feel that I have not toiled and suffered in the wilderness in vain. The Maple Tree, a Canadian Song. Hail to the pride of the forest, hail to the maple tall and green. It yields a treasure which ne'er shall fail, while leaves on its boughs are seen. When the moon shines bright on the wintry night, and silvers the frozen snow, and echo dwells on the jingling bells as the sleighs dart to and fro, then it brightens the mirth of the social hearth with its red and cheery glow. Afar, mid the bosky forest shades, it lifts its tall head on high, when the crimson-tinted evening fades from the glowing saffron sky. When the sun's last beams light up woods and streams, and brighten the gloom below, and the deer springs by with his flashing eye, and the shy, swift-footed doe, and the sad winds chide in the branches wide with a tender plaint of woe. The Indian leans on its rugged trunk, with the bow in his red right hand, and mourns that his race like a stream has sunk from the glorious forest land. But blithe and free the maple tree still tosses to sun and air its 1,000 arms, while in countless swarms the wild bee revels there. But soon not a trace of the red man's race shall be found in the landscape fair. When the snows of winter are melting fast, and the sap begins to rise, and the biting breath of the frozen blast yields to the spring's soft sighs, then away to the wood for the maple good shall unlock its honeyed store, and boys and girls with their sunny curls bring their vessels brimming o'er, with the luscious flood of the brave tree's blood into cauldrons deep to pour. The blaze from the sugar bush gleams red, far down in the forest dark, a ruddy glow on the trees is shed that lights up their rugged bark, And with merry shout the busy rout watch the sap as it bubbles high, and they talk of the cheer of the coming year, and the jest and the song pass by. And brave tales of old round the fire are told, that kindle youth's beaming eye. Hurrah for the sturdy maple tree! Long may its green branch wave, in native strength sublime and free, meet emblem for the brave. May the nation's peace with its growth increase, and its worth be widely spread, for it lifts not in vain to the sun and rain its tall, majestic head. May it grace our soil, and reward our toil, till the nation's heart is dead. End of chapter 27. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, December 2010. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 28, Canadian Sketches, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 28, Canadian Sketches, Part 1. The preceding sketches of Canadian life, as the reader may well suppose, are necessarily tinctured with somewhat sombre hues, imparted by the difficulties and privations with which, for so many years, the writer had to struggle. But we should be sorry should these truthful pictures of scenes and characters, observed 15 or 20 years ago, have the effect of conveying erroneous impressions of the present state of a country, which is manifestly destined at no remote period to be one of the most prosperous in the world. Had we merely desired to please the imagination of our readers, it would have been easy to have painted the country and the people rather as we could have wished them to be than as they actually were at the period to which our description refers. And probably, what is thus lost in truthfulness, it would have gained in popularity with that class of readers who peruse books more for amusement than instruction. When I say that Canada is destined to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world, let it not be supposed that I am influenced by any unreasonable partiality for the land of my adoption. Canada may not possess mines of gold or silver, but she possesses all those advantages of climate, geological structure, and position which are essential to greatness and prosperity. Her long and severe winter, so disheartening to her first settlers, lays up amidst the forest of the west inexhaustible supplies of fertilising moisture for the summer, while it affords the farmer the very best of natural roads to enable him to carry his wheat and other produce to market. It is a remarkable fact that hardly a lot of land containing 200 acres in British America can be found without an abundant supply of water at all seasons of the year, and a very small proportion of the land itself is naturally unfit for cultivation. To crown the whole, where can a country be pointed out which possesses such an extent of internal navigation? A chain of river navigation and navigable inland seas, which, with the canals recently constructed, gives to the countries bordering on them all the advantages of an extended sea coast, with a greatly diminished risk of loss from shipwreck. Little did the modern discoverers of America dream, when they called this country Canada, from the exclamation of one of the exploring party, "Acá nada," there is nothing here, as the story goes, that Canada would far outstrip those lands of gold and silver in which their imaginations revelled, in that real wealth of which gold and silver are but the portable representatives. The interminable forests, that most gloomy and forbidding feature in its scenery to the European stranger, should have been regarded as the most certain proof of its fertility. The severity of the climate, and the incessant toil of clearing the land to enable the first settlers to procure the mere necessaries of life, have formed in its present inhabitants an indomitable energy of character, which, whatever may be their faults, must be regarded as a distinguishing attribute of the Canadians in common with our neighbours of the United States. When we consider the progress of the northern races of mankind, it cannot be denied that while the struggles of the hardy races of the north with their severe climate and their forests, have gradually endowed them with an unconquerable energy of character, which has enabled them to become the masters of the world. The inhabitants of more favoured climates, where the earth almost spontaneously yields all the necessaries of life, have remained comparatively feeble and inactive, or have sunk into sloth and luxury. It is unnecessary to quote any other instances in proof of this obvious fact than the progress of Great Britain and the United States of America, which have conquered as much by their industry as by their swords. Our neighbours of the United States are in the habit of attributing their wonderful progress in improvements of all kinds to their republican institutions. This is no doubt quite natural in a people who have done so much for themselves in so short a time, but when we consider the subject in all its bearings, it may be more truly asserted that, with any form of government not absolutely despotic, the progress of North America, peopled by a civilised and energetic race, with every motive to industry and enterprise in the nature of the country itself, must necessarily have been rapid. An unbounded extent of fertile soil, with an increasing population, were circumstances which of themselves were sufficient to create a strong desire for the improvement of internal communications, as, without common roads, railroads, or canals, the interior of the country would have been unfit to be inhabited by any but absolute barbarians. All the first settlers of America wanted was to be left to themselves. When we compare the progress of Great Britain with that of North America, the contrast is sufficiently striking to attract our attention. While the progress of the former has been the work of ages, North America has sprung into wealth and power almost within a period which we can remember. But the colonists of North America should recollect, when they indulge in such comparisons, that their British ancestors took many centuries to civilise themselves before they could send free and intelligent settlers to America. The necessity for improvements in the internal communications is vastly more urgent in a widely extended continent than in an island no part of which is far removed from the sea coast, and patriotism, as well as self-interest, would readily suggest such improvements to the minds of a people who inherited the knowledge of their ancestors, and were besides stimulated to extraordinary exertions by their recently acquired independence. As the political existence of the United States commenced at a period when civilisation had made great progress in the mother country, their subsequent improvement would, for various reasons, be much more rapid than that of the country from which they originally emigrated. To show the influence of external circumstances on the characters of men, let us just suppose two individuals, equal in knowledge and natural capacity, to be placed, the one on an improved farm in England, with the necessary capital and farm stock, and the other in the wilds of America, with no capital but his labour, and the implements required to clear the land for his future farm. In which of these individuals might we reasonably expect to find the most energy, ingenuity, and general intelligence on subjects connected with their immediate interests? No one who has lived for a few years in the United States or Canada can hesitate for a reply. The farmer in the more improved country generally follows the beaten track, the example of his ancestors, or the successful one of his more intelligent contemporaries. He is rarely compelled to draw upon his individual mental resources. Not so with the colonist. He treads in tracks but little known. He has to struggle with difficulties on all sides. Nature looks sternly on him, and in order to preserve his own existence, he must conquer nature, as it were, by his perseverance and ingenuity. Each fresh conquest tends to increase his vigour and intelligence, until he becomes a new man, with faculties of mind which, but for his severe lessons in the school of adversity, might have lain for ever dormant. While America presents the most forbidden aspect to the new settler, it at the same time offers the richest rewards to stimulate his industry. On the one hand, there is want and misery; on the other, abundance and prosperity. There is no middle course for the settler. He must work or starve. In North America there is another strong incentive to improvement, to be found in the scarcity of labour, and still more, therefore, than in Europe must every mechanical contrivance which supersedes manual labour tend to increase the prosperity of the inhabitants. When these circumstances are duly considered, we need no longer wonder at the rapid improvements in labour-saving machinery, and in the means of internal communication throughout the United States. But for the steam engine, canals, and railroads, North America would have remained for ages a howling wilderness of endless forests, and instead of the busy hum of men, and the sound of the mill and steam engine, we should now have heard nothing but the melancholy roar of unfrequented floods. The scenes and characters presented to the reader in the preceding pages belong in some measure rather to the past than the present state of Canada. In the last 20 years great changes have taken place, as well in the external appearance of the country as in the general character of its inhabitants. In many localities where the land was already under the plough, the original occupants of the soil have departed to renew their endless wars with the giants of the forest, in order to procure more land for their increasing families where it could be obtained at a cheaper price. In the backwoods, forests have been felled, the blackened stumps have disappeared, and regular furrows are formed by the ploughman, where formerly he had not time or inclination to whistle at his work. A superior class of farmers has sprung up, whose minds are as much improved by cultivation as their lands, and who are comfortably settled on farms supposed to be exhausted of their fertility by their predecessors. As the breadth of land recovered from the forest is increased, villages, towns, and cities have grown up and increased in population and wealth, in proportion to the productiveness of the surrounding country. In Canada, it is particularly to be noted that there is hardly any intermediate stage between the rude toil and privation of the backwoods, and the civilisation, comfort, and luxury of the towns and cities, many of which are to outward appearance entirely European, with the encouraging prospect of a continual increase in the value of fixed property. When a colony, capable from the fertility of the soil and abundance of moisture of supporting a dense population, has been settled by a civilised race, they are never long in establishing a communication with the sea coast and with other countries. When such improvements have been effected, the inhabitants may be said at once to take their proper place among civilised nations. The elements of wealth and power are already there, and time and population only are required fully to develop the resources of the country. Unhappily, the natural progress of civilised communities in our colonies is too often obstructed by the ignorance of governments, and unwise or short-sighted legislation, and abundance of selfish men are always to be found in the colonies themselves, who, destitute of patriotism, greedily avail themselves of this ignorance in order to promote their private interests at the expense of the community. Canada has been greatly retarded in its progress by such causes, and this will, in a great measure, account for its backwardness when compared with the United States, without attributing the difference to the different forms of government. It was manifestly the intention of the British government, in conferring representative institutions on Canada, that the people should enjoy all the privileges of their fellow subjects in the mother country. The more to assimilate our government to that of its great original, the idea was for some time entertained of creating a titled and hereditary aristocracy, but it was soon found that though the king can make a belted knight, a marquis, duke, and all that, it was not in his power to give permanency to an institution which, in its origin, was as independent as royalty itself, arising naturally out of the feudal system, but which was utterly inconsistent with the genius and circumstances of a modern colony. The sovereign might endow the members of such an aristocracy with grants of the lands of the crown to support their dignity, but what benefit could such grants be, even to the recipients, in a country covered with boundless forests and nearly destitute of inhabitants? It is obvious that no tenants could be found to pay rents for such lands, or indeed even to occupy them, while lands could be purchased on easy terms in the United States or in Canada itself. Had this plan been carried out, Canada would have been a doomed country for centuries. The strongest incitements to industry are required, those of proprietorship and ultimate independence, to induce settlers to encounter all the privations and toil of a new settlement in such a country. A genuine aristocracy can only exist in a country already peopled, and which has been conquered and divided among the conquerors. In such a state of things, aristocracy, though artificial in its origin, becomes naturalised, if I may use the expression, and even, as in Great Britain, when restrained within proper limits, highly beneficial in advancing civilisation. Be it for good or be it for evil, it is worse than useless to disguise the fact that the government of a modern colony, where every conquest is made from the forest by little at a time, must be essentially republican. Any allusion to political parties is certainly foreign to the object of the preceding sketches, but it is impossible to make the British reader acquainted with the various circumstances which retarded the progress of this fine colony, without explaining how the patronage of the local government came formerly to be so exclusively bestowed on one class of the population, thus creating a kind of spurious aristocracy which disgusted the colonists, and drove emigration from our shores to those of the United States. After the American Revolution, considerable numbers of Loyalists in the United States voluntarily relinquished their homesteads and property, and came to Canada, which then, even on the shores of Lake Ontario, was a perfect wilderness. Lands were of course granted to them by the government, and very naturally these settlers were peculiarly favoured by the local authorities. These Loyalists were generally known by the name of Tories, to distinguish them from the Republicans, and forming the great mass of the population. Any one who called himself a reformer was regarded with distrust and suspicion as a concealed Republican or rebel. It must not, however, be supposed that these Loyalists were really Tories in their political principles. Their notions on such subjects were generally crude and undefined, and living in a country where the whole construction of society and habits of feeling were decidedly republican, the term Tory, when adopted by them, was certainly a misnomer. However, hated by, and hating as cordially, the Republican party in the United States, they by no means unreasonably considered that their losses and their attachment to British institutions gave them an almost exclusive claim to the favour of the local government in Canada. Thus the name of U.E., United Empire Loyalist or Tory, came to be considered an indispensable qualification for every office in the colony. This was all well enough, so long as there was no other party in the country. But gradually a number of other American settlers flowed into Canada from the United States, who had no claim to the title of Tories or Loyalists, but who in their feelings and habits were probably not much more republican than their predecessors. These were of course regarded with peculiar jealousy by the older or Loyalist settlers from the same country. It seemed to them as if a swarm of locusts had come to devour their patrimony. This will account for the violence of party feeling which lately prevailed in Canada. There is nothing like a slight infusion of self-interest to give point and pungency to party feeling. The British immigrants, who afterwards flowed into this colony in greater numbers, of course brought with them their own particular political predilections. They found what was called Toryism and High Churchism in the ascendant, and self-interest or prejudice induced most of the more early settlers of this description to fall in with the more powerful and favoured party, while influenced by the representations of the old Loyalist party they shunned the other American settlers as Republicans. In the meantime, however, the descendants of the original Loyalists were becoming numerous, while the government became unable to satisfy them all, according to their own estimation of their merits. And as High Churchism was, unfortunately for the peace of society, associated with Toryism, every shade of religious dissent, as well as political difference of opinion, generally added to the numbers and power of the Reform party, which was now beginning to be known in the colony. Strange to say, the great bulk of the present Reform party is composed of the descendants of these U.E. Loyalists, while many of our most ultra-Tories are the descendants of Republican settlers from the United States. As may be supposed, 30 years of increasing emigration from the mother country has greatly strengthened the Reform party, and they now considerably outnumber the Conservatives. While the mass of the people held Tory, or I should rather call them conservative principles, our government seemed to work as well as any representative government may be supposed to work, without the necessary check of a constitutional opposition. Favouritism was, of course, the order of the day, and the governor, for the time being, filled up all offices according to his will and pleasure, without many objections being made by the people as to the qualifications of the favourite parties, provided the selections for office were made from the powerful party. Large grants of land were given to favoured individuals in the colony, or to immigrants who came with commendations from the home government. In such a state of matters, the people certainly possessed the external form of a free government, but as an opposition party gradually acquired an ascendancy in the lower house of Parliament, they were unable to carry the measures adopted by their majority into operation, in consequence of the systematic opposition of the legislative and executive councils, which were generally formed exclusively from the old Conservative party. Whenever the Conservatives obtained the majority in the House of Assembly, the Reformers, in retaliation, as systematically opposed every measure. Thus a constant bickering was kept up between the parties in Parliament, while the people, amidst these attentions, lost sight of the true interests of the country, and improvements of all kinds came nearly to a standstill. As matters were then conducted, it would have been much better had the colony been ruled by a governor and council, for in that case beneficial measures might have been carried into effect. Such a state of things could not last long, and the discontent of a large portion of the people, terminating through the indiscretion of an infatuated local government in actual rebellion, soon produced the remedy. The party generally most powerful in the Legislative Assembly, and the members of which had been so long and so unconstitutionally excluded from holding offices under the government, at once obtained the position which they were entitled, and the people being thus given the power of governing by their majorities in Parliament, improvements of all kinds are steadily advancing up the present moment, and their prosperity and contentment have increased in an equal proportion. Had the first settlement of Canada been conducted on sound and philosophical principles, much hardship and privation, as well as loss of capital in land speculations, would have been saved to its first settlers, and the country, improved and improving as it now is, would have presented a very different aspect at the present time. With the best intentions, the British government may be justly accused of gross ignorance of the true principles of colonisation, and the local governments are still more open to the accusation of squandering the resources of the colony, its lands, in building up the fortunes of a would-be aristocracy, who, being non-resident proprietors of wild lands, necessarily obstructed the progress of improvement, while the people were tantalised with the empty semblance of a free government. No sooner did emigrants from Great Britain begin to pour into Upper Canada, so as to afford a prospect of the wild lands becoming saleable, than a system of land speculation was resorted to by many of the old colonists. This land speculation has no doubt enriched many individuals, but more than any other abuse has it retarded the natural progress of the country, and the interests of the many have thus been sacrificed to those of the few. Almost all other speculations may be said, in one shape or another, to do good, but land speculation has been an unmitigated curse to Canada, because it occasions a monopoly of the soil, and prevents it from being cleared and rendered productive until the speculators can obtain their own price for it. The lands granted to soldiers and sailors who had served in Canada, and those granted to the U.E. Loyalists, were bought up, often at merely nominal prices, from the original grantees and their children, and sold again with an immense profit to new settlers from the old country, or retained for many years in an unproductive state. A portion of the lands granted to the U.E. Loyalists was, of course, occupied by the heads of families, but the lands to which their children became entitled, under the same benevolent provision of the government, were generally drawn in remote situations. By far the larger portion of these grants, however, were not located or rendered available by the grantees, but remained in the shape of U.E. rights, which were purchased at very low prices by the speculators. These U.E. rights were bought at the rate of 1 shilling 3d., 2 shilling 6d., or 3 shilling 9d. per acre, and it was by no means uncommon for old soldiers to sell 100 acres of land for $2 or $3, or even for a bottle of rum, so little value did they set on such grants in the then state of Canada. These grants, though well meant, and with respect to the U.E. loyalists perhaps unavoidable, have been most injurious to the country. The great error in this matter, and which could have been avoided, was the opening of too great an extent of land at once for settlement. A contrary system, steadily pursued, would have produced a concentrated population, and the resources of such a population would have enabled the colonists, by uniting their labour and capital, to make the means of communication, in some degree, keep pace with the settlement of the lands. And Upper Canada would now have been as well provided with canals and railroads as the United States. The same abuses, no doubt, existed formerly to as great an extent in that country, but, being longer settled, it has outgrown the evil. Enough has been said on this subject to show some of the causes which have retarded improvements in Canada. Another chief cause of the long and helpless torpor in which the country lay was the absence of municipal governments in the various rural localities. It indeed seems strange that such a simple matter as providing the means of making roads and bridges by local assessment could not have been conceded to the people, who, if we suppose them to be gifted with common sense, are much more capable of understanding and managing their own parish business than any government, however well disposed to promote their interests. Formerly the government of Upper Canada was deluged with petitions for grants of money from Parliament to be expended in improvements in this or that locality, of the reasonableness of which claims the majority of the legislators were, of course, profoundly ignorant. These money grants became subjects of a species of jobbing or manoeuvring among the members of the House of Assembly, and he was considered the best member who could get the most money for his county. Commissioners resident in the particular localities were appointed to superintend these public works, and as these commissioners were generally destitute of practical knowledge, these parliamentary grants were usually expended without producing equivalent results. Nothing in the abstract is more reasonable than that any number of individuals should be allowed to associate themselves for the purpose of effecting some local improvement, which would be beneficial to others as well as to themselves. But nothing of this could be attempted without an Act of Parliament, which, of course, was attended with expense and delay, if not disappointment. The time and attention of the provincial Parliament were thus occupied with a mass of parish business, which could have been much better managed by the people themselves on the spot. When the union of the two provinces was in contemplation, it became evident that the business of such an extended colony could not be carried on in the united Parliament, were it to be encumbered and distracted with the contending claims of so many localities. This consideration led to the establishment of the district, now county, municipal councils. These municipal councils were denounced by the Conservative Party at the time as a step towards republicanism. Were this true, it would only prove that the government of our republican neighbours is better than our own, for these municipal institutions have been eminently beneficial to Canada. But municipal councils are necessarily no more republican in their nature than the House of Commons in England. However this may be, the true prosperity of Upper Canada may be mainly attributed to their influence on the minds of the people. Possessing many of the external forms of a parliament, they are admirable political schools for a free people. The most intelligent men in the different townships are freely elected by the inhabitants, and assemble in the county town to deliberate and make bye-laws, to levy taxes, and, in short, to do everything which in their judgment will promote the interest of their constituents. Having previously been solely occupied in agricultural pursuits, it might naturally be expected that their first notions would be somewhat crude, and that they would have many long-cherished prejudices to overcome. Their daily intercourse with the more educated inhabitants of the towns, however, tended to remove these prejudices, while new ideas were continually presented to their minds. The rapidity with which this species of practical education is acquired is remarkable, and also how soon men with such limited opportunities of acquiring knowledge learn to think and to express their views and opinions in appropriate language. These municipal councillors go home among their constituents, where they have to explain and defend their proceedings. While so engaged, they have occasion to communicate facts and opinions which are fairly discussed, and thus enlightened views are diffused through the mass of people. The councillors, at first, were averse to the imposition or increase of taxation, however desirable the object might be. But pride and emulation very soon overcame this natural reluctance, and the example of some neighbouring county, with that natural desire to do good which, more or less, influences the feelings and conduct of all public men, were not long in producing their beneficial results, even with the risk of offending their constituents. When the county municipal councils were first established, the warden or president of the council, and also the treasurer, were appointed by the governor. But both these offices were afterwards made elective, the warden being elected by the council from their own body, and the treasurer being selected by them without previous election by the people. Lately, councils have been also established in each township for municipal purposes affecting the interest of the township only, the reeves or presidents of which minor councils form the members of the county council. This general system of municipalities, and a late act of the provincial parliament enabling the inhabitants to form themselves into road companies, have converted the formerly torpid and inactive townships into busy hives of industry and progressive improvement. Our agricultural societies have also played no mean part in furthering the progress of the colony. In colonies fewer prejudices are entertained on the subject of agricultural matters than on any others, and the people are ever ready to try any experiment which offers any prospect of increased remuneration for labour. Education of late has also made rapid advances in this province, and now the yeomanry of the more improved townships, though they may be inferior to the yeomanry of England in the acquirements derived from common school education, are certainly far superior to them in general intelligence. Their minds are better stocked with ideas, and they are infinitely more progressive. When we consider the relative periods at which the first settlements were formed in the United States and in Upper Canada, and the accumulation of capital in the former, it will not be difficult to show that the progress of Canada has been much more rapid. The excavation of the Erie Canal, the parent of all the subsequent improvements of a similar nature in the United States, opened up for settlement a vast country to the westward, which would otherwise for many years have remained a wilderness, unfit for the habitation of man. The boundless success of this experiment necessarily led to all the other similar undertakings. The superior advantages Canada enjoyed in her river and lake navigation, imperfect as that navigation was, operated in a manner rather to retard than to accelerate improvements of this kind, while the construction of the Erie Canal was a matter of prospective necessity in order to provide for a rapidly increasing population and immigration. In the same manner, the recent completion of the works on the St. Lawrence, and the enlargement of the Welland Canal, connecting Lakes Erie and Ontario, will just as necessarily be followed by similar results, with the additional advantage of the whole colony being greatly benefited by the commerce of the United States in addition to her own. We have now, thanks to responsible government, municipal councils, and common schools, no longer any reason to consider their institutions better calculated to develop the resources of the colony than our own. Our interests are almost identical, and with our canals and railroads on both sides mutually beneficial, our former hostility has merged into a friendly rivalry in the march of intellect, and we may now truly say that, without wishing for any change in political institutions which are most congenial to the feelings of the people where they exist, each country now sincerely rejoices in the prosperity of its neighbour. Before concluding this chapter, I shall endeavour to give the reader a short description of the county of Hastings, in which I have held the office of sheriff for the last 12 years, and which I believe possesses many advantages as a place of settlement over all the other places I have seen in the Upper Province. I should premise, however, lest my partiality for this part of the colony should be supposed to incline me to overrate its comparative advantages to the settler, that my statements are principally intended to show the progress of Upper Province generally, and that when I claim any superiority for this part of it, I shall give, what I trust the reader will consider, satisfactory reasons for my conclusion. End of Chapter 28, Part 1. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, December 2008. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 28, Canadian Sketches, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Chapter 28, Canadian Sketches, Part 2. The settlement of a thickly wooded country, when it is left to chance, is a most uncertain and capricious matter. The narrow views and interests of a clique in the colony, or even of an influential individual, often direct emigration out of its natural course, involving unnecessary suffering to the settler, a waste or absolute loss of capital, and a retarding of the progress of the country. The circumstances and situation of the United States were less productive of these evils than those of Upper Canada, because settlement went on more uniformly from the sea coast towards the interior. The mighty rivers and lakes of Canada, though productive of boundless prosperity, operated in the first period of its settlement most unfavourably on the growth of the colony, by throwing open for settlement an extensive inland coast, at that time unconnected with the ocean by means of canals. Hence, numerous detached, feeble, and unprogressive settlements came into existence, where the new settlers had to struggle for years with the most disheartening difficulties. European settlers know but little of the value of situation. In most cases, they are only desirous of acquiring a large extent of land at a low price, and thus, unless restrained by the wise regulations of a provident government, they too often ruin themselves and waste their capital in a wilderness where it does good to no one. When emigration from the United Kingdom began to set in to Upper Canada, the pernicious speculation in wild lands commenced in earnest. As most of the land speculators possessed shares in the steamboats on Lake Ontario, the interests of both speculations were combined. It was, of course, the interest of the steamboat proprietors to direct emigration as far to the westward as possible, and influenced by their interested representations, and those of the land speculators settled in Toronto, Cobourg, and Hamilton, the greater portion of the emigrants possessing capital were thrown into these towns, near which they were led to expect desirable locations. In the same manner, the agents of the Canada Land Company, who were to be found on every steamer, were actively employed in directing the emigrants to the Huron tract. By a simple inspection of the map of Upper Canada, it will be seen that as the Bay of Quinte was out of the general route of the steamers, and too near the lower end of the lake navigation, it did not suit the views of the parties most interested to direct emigration to its shores. Thus the beautiful Bay of Quinte, with the most fertile land on its shores, and scenery which exceeds in variety and picturesque beauty that of any part of Upper Canada, Hamilton and Niagara alone excepted, has been passed by for years for situations much less desirable or attractive to European settlers. The forbidding aspect of the country near Kingston, which is situated at the entrance of the bay from the St. Lawrence, where the soil has a rocky and barren appearance, has no doubt deterred emigrants from proceeding in this direction. The shores of the Bay of Quinte were originally occupied principally by U.E. Loyalists and retired officers, who had served during the late war with the United States, but the emigration from Europe has chiefly consisted of the poorer class of Irish Catholics and of Protestants from the north of Ireland, settled in 2 very thriving townships in the county of Hastings. There is also a sprinkling of Scotch and English in different parts of the county. Comparatively few possessing any considerable amount of capital have found their way here, as the county town Belleville is not in the line of the summer travel on the lakes. The scenery along the shores of the bay is exceedingly beautiful all the way from Kingston to the Head, where a large river, the Trent, discharges itself into it at a thriving village of about 1,000 inhabitants, called Trent Port. A summer ride along the lower portion of this river presents scenery of a bolder and grander character than is often met with in Upper Canada, and it is enlivened by spectacles of immense rafts of timber descending the rapids, and by the merry chorus of the light-hearted lumbermen as they pursue their toilsome and perilous voyage to Quebec. Belleville was originally a spot reserved for the Mississauga Indians, and was laid out in 1816 for a village, when there were only 2 or 3 white men settled among them as traders in the place. It was only during the last year that the 2 frame farmhouses, situated about 1/4 of a mile apart, were removed to make room for more substantial buildings. Belleville remained nearly stationary for several years, during which a few persons realised handsome fortunes, by means of large profits, notwithstanding the limited extent of their business. It at length began to grow in importance, as the fine country in its neighbourhood was cleared and rendered productive. In 1839, when the county of Hastings was set apart from the Midland district, under the name of the District of Victoria, and Belleville became the district town, the population of the county, including Belleville, was about 12,000, and that of Belleville about 1,500. In 1850, the population of the county had reached 23,454, of which that of Belleville was 3,326. By the census just taken, on a much more correct principle than formerly, the population of Belleville in 1852 appears to be 4,554, showing an increase of 1,228 in 2 years. During the same period, from 1850 to 1852, the population of Cobourg on Lake Ontario, which town formerly enjoyed the full benefit of a large emigration, has risen from 3,379 to 3,867, showing an increase of only 488. The town of Dundas in the same time has increased its population from 2,311 in 1850 to 3,519 in 1852, showing an increase of 1,208. The population of the city of Hamilton in 1850 was 10,312, and now in 1852 it is said to exceed 13,000. In 1838, the then town of Hamilton contained a population of only 3,116. When I first visited that place in 1832, it was a dull, insignificant village, which might, I suppose, contain a population of 1,200 or 1,500. I can hardly describe my surprise, on revisiting it in 1849, to behold a city grown up suddenly, as if by enchantment, with several handsome churches, and public and private buildings of cut stone, brought from the fine freestone quarries in the precipitous mountains or table-land behind the city. Little need be said of the capital of the province, the city of Toronto, the progress of which has been less remarkable in the same period, for the obvious reason that its merits were sooner appreciated or known by the emigrants from Europe. The population of Toronto, then called Little York in 1826, was 1,677, while that of the now city of Kingston was 2,329. In 1838, the population of Toronto was 12,571, and that of Kingston 3,877. In 1850, the population of Toronto was 25,166, and that of Kingston 10,097. These few facts will enable the reader to form some idea of the comparative progress of different towns in Upper Canada, under circumstances similar in some cases and different in others. When it is considered that all of these last mentioned towns have for many years reaped the full benefit of the influx of emigration and capital from the mother country, while the shores of the Bay of Quinte were little known or appreciated, it will appear that the progress of Belleville has been at least equal to that of any of them. The prosperity of Belleville may in fact be almost entirely attributed to the gradual development of its own internal resources, the fertility of the lands in its vicinity, and a large exportation, of late years, of lumber of all kinds to the United States. Having no desire unnecessarily to trouble the reader with dry statistical tables, I shall merely quote the following facts and figures, kindly furnished me by G. Benjamin, Esquire, the present warden of the county of Hastings, to whose business talents and public spirit the county is largely indebted for its progress in internal improvement. The increase of business at the port of Belleville has been most extraordinary. In 1839, the total amount of duties paid at this port amounted to £280, and in the year 1850, the amount reached £3,659 12 shillings 4d. The total arrivals at this port from the United States are as follows: British propellers, 8 vessels, 2,400 tons, 104 hands employed. British sailing vessels, 81 vessels, 4,140 tons, 375 hands employed. Foreign DO, 124 vessels, 12,643 tons, 730 hands employed. Total, 213 vessels, 19,183 tons, 1,209 hands employed. This in addition to our daily steamers. Our exports to the United States are £52,532, 17 shillings 5d, and British ports below Belleville, £153,411, 16 shillings 6d. Total, £205,944, 13 shillings 11d. Total imports from United States, £25,067, 2 shilling 6d. Total acceptances from United States, £17,435. Total importations from lower ports, including drafts and other resources, £130,294, for a total of £172,796, 2 shillings 6d, showing the balance of trade in favour of this port to be £33,148, 11 shillings 5d. Our exports to the lower ports are made up as follows: 3,485 barrels of potash, totalling £27,880, 33,198 barrels of flour, totalling £33,198, 357 bushels of grass seed, totalling £133, 17 shillings and 6d, 1,450 bushels of barley, totalling £181, 5 shillings, 4,947 bushels of peas, totalling £594, 14 shillings, 4,349 bushels of rye, totalling £434, 18 shillings, 37,360 bushels of wheat, totalling £7,472, 198 barrels of pork, totalling £396, 54 barrels of beef, totalling £74, 5 shillings, 1,141 sheepskins, totalling £114, 2 shillings, 4,395,590 feet square timber, totalling £74,903, 2 shillings and 6d, 173 kegs of butter, totalling £540, 12 shillings and 6d, furs, totaling 716 pounds, fatted cattle, totaling 1,840 pounds, high wines, totaling 3,098 pounds, whiskey, totaling 1,830 pounds, for a total of 153,411 pounds, 16 shillings, 6 pence. Our exports to the United States are made up as follows: 30,686 bushels of wheat, for a total of 6,137 pounds, 4 shillings, 11 pence. 3,514 bushels of rye, totaling 351 pounds, 8 shillings. 3,728 bushels of peas, totaling 466 pounds. 90 bushels of barley, totaling 9 pounds. 316 bushels of grass seed, totaling 118 pounds, 10 shillings. 18,756 barrels of flour, totaling 18,756 pounds. 338 barrels of potash, totaling 2,366 pounds. 1,000 bushels of potatoes, totaling 62 pounds, 10 shillings. 92 m shingles, totaling 23 pounds. 117 m laths, totaling 43 pounds, 15 shillings. 18,210 pounds of rags, totaling 190 pounds. 9,912 pounds of wool, totaling 481 pounds, 19 shillings and 6 pence. 466 sheepskins, totaling 57 pounds, 10 shillings. 61 kegs of butter, totaling 122 pounds. 19,648,000 feet sawed lumber, for a total of 21,296 pounds. 513 cows, totaling 2,052 pounds, for a total of 52,532 pounds, 17 shillings and 5 pence. The River Moira, passing through Belleville, where it discharges itself into the Bay of Quinte, is one principal source of its prosperity. The preceding statement will show the quantity of sawed lumber exported, most of which is furnished by the sawmills of Belleville, or its immediate vicinity. Besides saw and flour mills, there are cloth and paper manufactories, a manufactory of edge tools, pail manufactories, where great quantities of these useful articles are made at a low price by machinery, planing machines, several iron foundries, breweries, distilleries, etc., in almost all of which establishments steam engines or water power from the river are used. A remarkable feature in Belleville, in common with other towns in Canada, is the great number of tailoring and shoemaking establishments, when compared with towns of an equal population in Great Britain. This shows, more than anything I am aware of, the general prosperity of the people, who can afford to be large consumers of such articles. There is very little difference to be observed in the costliness of the clothing of the different classes of society in Upper Canadian towns and cities, and much less difference in the taste with which these articles are selected than might be expected. With the exception of the lower class of labourers, all persons are well and suitably clad, and they can afford to be so. 12 years ago there were not more than 5 or 6 pianofortes in Belleville. Now there are nearly 100 of a superior description, costing from 80 to 150 pounds. Another remarkable circumstance in Upper Canada is the number of lawyers in all the towns. In Belleville there are about a dozen, which seems to be a large number for a town containing only 4,554 inhabitants, when in an English town of the same size there is often not more than one. Of course, I do not mention this as any particular advantage, but to show the great difference in the amount of transactions and of subjects of contention in an old and a new country. The same may be said of the number of newspapers, as indicative of commercial activity. 2 newspapers, representing the 2 political parties, are well supported in Belleville, both by their subscribers and the number of advertisements. The mouth of the Moira River, which widens out at its junction with the Bay of Quinte, is completely covered with saw logs and square timber of various kinds during the summer months. This river, at Belleville, is often dammed up by confused piles of timber. No sooner are these removed than its waters are covered over by vast quantities of oak staves, which are floated down separately to be rafted off like the squared lumber for the Quebec market. The greater proportion of the saw logs are, however, cut up for exportation to the United States by the various saw mills on the river, or by a large steam saw mill with 20 or 30 run of saws erected on a little island in the mouth of the river. Several large schooners are constantly loading with sawed lumber, and there are 2 or 3 steamboats always running between Belleville and Kingston, carrying passengers to and fro, and generally heavily laden with goods or produce. The Bay of Quinte offers more than common facilities in the summer months for rapid and safe communication with other places; and in the winter time, being but slightly affected by the current of the river Trent, it affords excellent sleighing. Large quantities of wheat and other farm produce are transported over the ice to Belleville from the neighbouring county of Prince Edward, which is an exceedingly prosperous agricultural settlement, yielding wheat of the finest quality, and particularly excellent cheese and butter. The scenery on the shores of Prince Edward is exceedingly picturesque, and there are numerous wharves at short distances from whence the farmers roll their barrels of flour and other articles on board the steamers on their way to market. I have seen no scenery in Upper Canada presenting the same variety and beauty as that of the shores of Prince Edward in particular. The peninsular situation of this county is its only disadvantage, being out of the line of the land travel and of the telegraphic communication which passes through Belleville. The county of Prince Edward having nearly exhausted its exportation lumber, the people are thus freed from the evils of a trade that is always more or less demoralising in its tendency, and can now give their undivided attention to the cultivation of their farms. Certain it is that more quiet, industrious, and prosperous settlers are not to be found in the province. A few miles below Belleville, on the south side of the bay, is a very remarkable natural curiosity called the Stone Mills. On the summit of a tableland, rising abruptly several hundred feet above the shore of the bay, there is a lake of considerable size and very great depth, and which apparently receives a very inadequate supply from the elevated land on which it is situated. The lake has no natural outlet, and the common opinion is that it is unfathomable, and that it is supplied with water by means of a subterranean communication with Lake Huron, or some other lake at the same level. This is, of course, extremely improbable, but there can be no doubt of its great depth, and that it cannot be supplied from the Bay of Quinte, so far beneath its level. As a small rivulet runs into this lake from the flat ground in its vicinity, and as the soil of this remarkable excavation, however it may have been originally formed, is tenacious, I think we require no such improbable theory to account for its existence. Availing himself of the convenient position of this lake, a farmer in the neighbourhood erected a mill, which gives its name to the lake, on the shore of the Bay of Quinte, and which he supplied with water by making a deep cutting from the lake to the edge of the precipice, from whence it is conveyed in troughs to the mill. There is a somewhat similar lake in the township of Sydney, in the county of Hastings, covering some 100 acres. This lake is also of great depth, though situated on the summit of a range of high hills, from whence it gets the name of the Oak Hill Pond. The Bay of Quinte abounds in excellent fish of various kinds, affording excellent sport to those who are fond of fishing. When the ice breaks up in the spring, immense shoals of pickerel commence running up the Moira River at Belleville to spawn in the interior. At that time, a number of young men amuse themselves with spearing them, standing on the flat rocks at the end of the bridge which crosses the river. They dart their spears into the rushing waters at haphazard in the darkness, bringing up a large fish at every second or third stroke. My eldest son, a youth of 15, sometimes caught so many fish in this manner in 2 or 3 hours, that we had to send a large wheelbarrow to fetch them home. Formerly, before so many mills were erected, the fish swarmed in incredible numbers in all our rivers and lakes. In the backwoods there is excellent deer hunting, and parties are often formed for this purpose by the young men, who bring home whole waggon loads of venison. While speaking of Belleville, I may mention, as one of its chief advantages, the long period for which the sleighing continues in this part of the country, when compared with other places on the shore of Lake Ontario. Nearly the whole winter there is excellent sleighing on the Bay of Quinte, and on the land we have weeks of good sleighing for days in most other places. This is owing to the influence of a large sheet of frozen water interposed between us and Lake Ontario, which is never frozen. The county of Prince Edward is a peninsula connected with the mainland by a narrow isthmus of low, swampy land, about 4 miles wide. Through this neck of land it has long been in contemplation to cut a canal to enable the lake steamboats to take Belleville in their route between Kingston and Toronto, thus affording a safe navigation in stormy weather. The effect of such a work on the prosperity of the counties of Hastings and Prince Edward would be very great, as European emigrants would have an opportunity of seeing a country which has hitherto escaped their notice, from the causes already mentioned. Besides the usual variety of churches, there is a grammar school, and also 4 large common schools, which latter are free schools, being supported by assessments on the people of the town. Every Saturday, which is the great day for business from the country, the streets are crowded with farmers' waggons or sleighs, with their wives and pretty daughters, who come in to make their little purchases of silk gowns and ribbons, and to sell their butter and eggs, which are the peculiar perquisites for the females in this country. The counties of Hastings and Prince Edward are celebrated for female beauty, and nowhere can you see people in the same class more becomingly attired. At the same time, there is nothing rustic about them, except genuine good nature and unaffected simplicity of manners. To judge by their light elastic step and rosy smiling countenances, no people on earth seem to enjoy a greater share of health and contentment. Since the establishment of the county municipal councils, plank and macadamised roads have branched out in all directions from the various central county towns, stretching their ramifications like the veins of the human body, conveying nourishment and prosperity throughout the country, increasing the trade and the travel, connecting man with man, and promoting intelligence and civilization; while the magnetic telegraph, now traversing the whole length of the country, like the nervous system, still further stimulates the inhabitants to increased activity. The people of this county have not been behind their neighbours in these improvements. The first plank road which they constructed was from Belleville to Caniff's Mills, a distance of 3 miles over a road which at the time was often knee-deep in mud, with a solid foundation of flat limestone rock, which prevented the escape of the water. So infamous was this road, that, on some parts of it, it was a matter of serious doubt whether a boat or waggon would be the better mode of conveyance. Notwithstanding the badness of this road, it was the greatest thoroughfare in the county, as it was the only approach to a number of mills situated on the river, and to Belleville from the back country. It was, however, with the utmost difficulty that the warden could induce the other members of the county council to sanction the construction of a plank road at the expense of the county. So little was then known in Canada of the effects of such works. The profits yielded by this road are unusually large, amounting, it is said, to 70 or 80 per cent. This extraordinary success encouraged the people to undertake other lines, by means of joint stock companies formed among the farmers. All these plank roads are highly remunerative, averaging, it is stated, 14 per cent. Over and above all expenses of repair. More than 30 miles of plank road is already constructed in the county. In a few years, plank or gravel roads will be extended through every part of the country, and they will be most available as feeders to the great line of railway which will very soon be constructed through the entire length of the province, and which has been already commenced at Toronto and Hamilton. A single track plank road costs from £375 to £425 per mile, according to the value of the land to be purchased or other local causes. The cost of a gravel road, laid 12 feet wide and 9 inches deep, and 22 feet from out to out, is from £250 to £325, and it is much more lasting, and more easily repaired than a plank road. Macadamized or gravel roads will no doubt entirely supersede the others. In the present circumstances of the colony, however, plank roads will be preferred, because they are more quickly constructed, and with less immediate outlay of money in the payment of labourers' wages, as our numerous saw-mills enable their farmers to get their own logs sawed, and they thus pay the greater portion of their instalments on the stock taken in the roads. In fact, by making arrangements with the proprietors of saw-mills, they can generally manage to get several months' credit, so that they will receive the first dividends from the road before they will be required to pay any money. The mode of making these roads is exceedingly simple. The space required for the road is first levelled, ditched, and drained, and then pieces of scantling, 5 or 6 inches square, are laid longitudinally on each side, at the proper distance for a roadway 12 feet wide, and with the ends of each piece sawn off diagonally, so as to rest on the end of the next piece, which is similarly prepared to prevent the road from settling down unequally. The pieces of scantling thus connected are simply bedded firmly in the ground, which is levelled up to their upper edges. Pine planks 3 inches thick are then laid across with their ends resting on the scantling. The planks are closely wedged together like the flooring of a house, and secured here and there by strong wooden pins, driven into auger holes bored through the planks into the scantling. The common way is to lay the plank flooring at right angles with the scantling, but a much better way has been adopted in the county of Hastings. The planks are here laid diagonally, which of course requires that they should be cut several feet longer. This ensures greater durability, as the shoes of the horses cut up the planks much more when the grain of the wood corresponds in direction with their sharp edges. When a double track is required, 3 longitudinal courses of scantling are used, and the ends of the planks meet on the centre one. Very few, if any, iron nails are generally used. The great advantage of a plank road is the large load it enables the horses to draw. Whilst on a common road a farmer can only carry 25 bushels of wheat in his waggon, a plank road will enable him to carry 40 or 50 bushels of the same grain with a pair of horses. The principal disadvantage of the plank roads is, that they are found by experience to be injurious to horses, particularly when they are driven quickly on them. They are best adapted for a large load drawn at a slow pace. I shall not attempt to describe the country in the neighbourhood of Belleville, or the more northern parts of the county. It will suffice to observe that the country is generally much varied in its surface, and beautiful, and the soil is generally excellent. Within the last 10 or 12 years, the whole country has been studded with good substantial stone or brick houses, or good white painted frame houses, even for 30 miles back, and the farms are well fenced and cultivated, showing undeniable signs of comfort and independence. Streams and water are abundant, and there are several thriving villages and hamlets scattered through the county. The village of Caniff's Mills, 3 miles from Belleville, and soon destined to form a part of it, alone containing a population of about 1,000. In describing the progress of this county, I may be understood as describing that of most other counties in the Upper Province, the progress of all of them being rapid, though varying according to the advantages of situation, or from causes already alluded to. From what has been said, the reader will perceive that the present condition of Canada generally is exceedingly prosperous, and when the resources of the country are fully developed by the railroads now in progress of construction, and by the influx of capital and population from Europe, no rational person can doubt that it will ultimately be as prosperous and opulent as any country in the world, ancient or modern. It may be said, should we not then be hopeful and contented with our situation and prospects? And so the people are in the main, and the shrewd capitalists of England think so, or they would not be so ready to invest their money in our public works. But some deduction from this general state of contentment and confidence must be made, for those little discontents and grumblings created by the misrepresentations of certain disappointed politicians and ambitious men of all parties, who expect to gain popularity by becoming grievance-mongers. Much has been done, and a great deal still remains to be done in the way of reform, here as elsewhere. But there never was any just cause or motive in that insane cry for annexation to the United States, which was raised some years ago, and by the Tories, too, of all people in the world. The annexation mania can now only be regarded as indicative of the last expiring struggle of a domineering party. It would not be correct to call it a political party, which had so long obstructed the progress of Canada by its selfish and monopolising spirit, when it found that its reign had ceased for ever. Great sacrifices have been, and will be made, by men of loyalty and principle in support of institutions, which are justly dear to every Briton and to every freeman. But this feeling necessarily has its limits along the mass of mankind, and the loyalty of a people must be supported by reason and justice. They should have good reason to believe that their institutions are more conducive to happiness and prosperity than those of all other countries. Without this conviction, loyalty in a people who have by any means been deprived of the power of correcting the abuses of their government would be hardly rational. Canadians now have that power to its full extent. Why, then, should we not be loyal to the constitution of our country, which has stood the test of ages, purifying itself and developing its native energies as a vigorous constitution outgrows disease in the human frame? The government of Canada is practically more republican than that of the mother country, and nearly as republican as that of the United States. Our government is also notoriously much less expensive. Our public officers are also, practically, much more responsible to the people, though indirectly, because they are appointed by a colonial ministry, who are elected by the people, and whose popularity depends in a great degree on the selections they make, and upon their watchfulness over their conduct. The government of the United States is not a cheap government, because all officers being elective by the people, the responsibility of the selections to office is divided and weakened. Moreover, the change or prospect of the electors being the elected inclines them to put up with abuses and defalcations which would be considered intolerable under another form of government. The British government now holds the best security for the continued loyalty of the people of Canada in their increasing prosperity. To Great Britain they are bound by the strongest ties of duty and interest, and nothing but the basest ingratitude or absolute infatuation can ever tempt them to transfer their allegiance to another country. I shall conclude this chapter with a few verses written 2 years ago, and which were suggested by an indignant feeling at the cold manner with which the national anthem was received by some persons who used to be loud in their professions of loyalty on former public occasions. Happily, this wayward and pettish, I will not call it disloyal spirit, has passed away, and most of the annexationists are now heartily ashamed of their conduct. God save the Queen. God save the Queen. The time has been when these charmed words, or said, or sung, have through the welkin proudly rung, and, heads uncovered, every tongue has echoed back, God save the Queen! God save the Queen! It was not like the feeble cry that slaves might raise as tyrants passed, with trembling knees and hearts downcast, while dungeoned victims breathed their last in mingled groans of agony, God save the Queen! Nor were these shouts without the will which servile crowds oft send on high, when gold and jewels meet the eye, when pride looks down on poverty, and makes the poor man poorer still. God save the Queen! No, it was like the thrilling shout, the joyous sounds of price and praise that patriot hearts are wont to raise, mid cannons roar and bonfires blaze, when Britain's foes are put to rout. God save the Queen! For mid those sounds, to Britons dear, no dastard selfish thoughts intrude, to mar a nation's gratitude, but one soul moves that multitude, to sing in accents loud and clear, God save the Queen! Such sounds as these in days of yore, on warship's deck and battle plain, have rung o'er heaps of foemen slain, and with God's help they'll ring again, when warriors' blood shall flow no more. God save the Queen! God save the Queen, let patriots cry, and palsied be the impious hand, would guide the pen or wield the brand against our glorious fatherland. Let shouts of freemen rend the sky, God save the Queen and Liberty. Reader, my task is ended. End of Chapter 28, Canadian Sketches, Part 2. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, December 2010.
Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Appendix A. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Appendix A. Advertisement to the 3rd edition, published by Richard Bentley in 1854. In justice to Mrs. Moodie, it is right to state that being still resident in the far west of Canada, she has not been able to superintend this work whilst passing through the press. From this circumstance, some verbal mistakes and oversights may have occurred, but the greatest care has been taken to avoid them. Although well known as an authoress in Canada, and a member of a family which has enriched English literature with works of very high popularity, Mrs. Moodie is chiefly remembered in this country by a volume of poems published in 1831 under her maiden name of Susanna Strickland. During the rebellion in Canada, her loyal lyrics, prompted by strong affection for her native country, were circulated and sung throughout the colony, and produced a great effect in rousing an enthusiastic feeling in favour of law and order. Another of her lyrical compositions, the charming Sleigh Song, printed in the present work at the end of Chapter 7, has been extremely popular in Canada. The warmth of feeling which beams through every line, and the touching truthfulness of its details, won for it a reception there as universal as it was favourable. The glowing narrative of personal incident and suffering, which she gives in the present work, will no doubt attract general attention. It would be difficult to point out delineations of fortitude under privation, more interesting or more pathetic than those contained in her second volume. London, January 22nd, 1852. End of Appendix A. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, August 2008. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Appendix B, Canada, a Contrast. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna MOODIE, Appendix B, Canada, a Contrast. Introductory chapter to the first Canadian edition, 1871. In the year 1832 I landed with my husband, J. W. Dunbar Moodie, in Canada. Mr. Moodie was the youngest son of Major Moodie of Melsetter in the Orkney Islands. He was a lieutenant in the 21st Regiment of Fusiliers, and had been severely wounded in the night attack upon Bergen op Zoom, in Holland. Not being over-gifted with the good things of this world, the younger sons of old British families seldom are, he had, after mature deliberation, determined to try his fortunes in Canada, and settle upon the grant of 400 acres of land, ceded by the government to officers upon half pay. Emigration in most cases, and ours was no exception to the general rule, is a matter of necessity, not of choice. It may indeed generally be regarded as an act of duty performed at the expense of personal enjoyment, and at the sacrifice of all those local attachments which stamp the scenes in which our childhood grew in imperishable characters upon the heart. Nor is it until adversity has pressed hard upon the wounded spirit of the sons and daughters of old but impoverished families that they can subdue their proud and rebellious feelings and submit to make the trial. This was our case, and our motive for emigrating to one of the British colonies can be summed up in a few words. The emigrant's hope of bettering his condition, and securing a sufficient competence to support his family, to free himself from the slighting remarks too often hurled at the poor gentleman by the practical people of the world, which is always galling to a proud man,
but doubly so when he knows that the want of wealth constitutes the sole difference between him and the more favoured offspring of the same parent stock. In 1830 the tide of emigration flowed westward, and Canada became the great landmark for the rich in hope and poor in purse. Public newspapers and private letters teemed with the almost fabulous advantages to be derived from a settlement in this highly favoured region. Men who had been doubtful of supporting their families in comfort at home thought that they had only to land in Canada to realise a fortune. The infection became general. Thousands and tens of thousands from the middle ranks of British society, for the space of 3 or 4 years, landed upon these shores. A large majority of these emigrants were officers of the army and navy, with their families, a class perfectly unfitted by their previous habits and standing in society for contending with the stern realities of emigrant life in the backwoods. A class formed mainly from the younger scions of great families, naturally proud, and not only accustomed to command, but to receive implicit obedience from the people under them, are not men adapted to the hard toil of the woodman's life. Nor will such persons submit cheerfully to the saucy familiarity of servants, who, republicans at heart, think themselves quite as good as their employers. Too many of these brave and honest men took up their grants of wild land in remote and unfavourable localities, far from churches, schools, and markets, and fell an easy prey to the land speculators that swarmed in every rising village on the borders of civilization. It was to warn such settlers as these last mentioned not to take up grants and pitch their tents in the wilderness, and by so doing reduce themselves and their families to hopeless poverty, that my work Roughing It in the Bush was written. I gave the experience of the first 7 years we passed in the woods, attempting to clear a bush farm, as a warning to others, and the number of persons who have since told me that my book told the history of their own life in the woods ought to be the best proof to every candid mind that I spoke the truth. It is not by such feeble instruments as the above that Providence works when it seeks to reclaim the waste places of the earth, and make them subservient to the wants and happiness of its creatures. The great Father of the souls and bodies of men knows the arm which wholesome labour from the infancy has made strong, the nerves that have become iron by patient endurance, and He chooses such to send forth into the forest to hew out the rough paths for the advance of civilization. These men became wealthy and prosperous, and are the bones and sinews of a great and rising country. Their labour is wealth, not exhaustion. It produces content, not homesickness and despair. What the backwoods of Canada are to the industrious and ever to be honoured sons of honest poverty, and what they are to the refined and polished gentleman, these sketches have endeavoured to show. The poor man is in his native element, the poor gentleman totally unfitted, by his previous habits and education, to be a hewer of the forest and a tiller of the soil. What money he brought out with him is lavishly expended during the first 2 years, in paying for labour to clear and fence lands which, from his ignorance of agricultural pursuits, will never make him the least profitable return, and barely find coarse food for his family. Of clothing we say nothing. Bare feet and rags are too common in the bush. Now, had the same means and the same labour been employed in the cultivation of a leased farm, or one purchased for a few $100s near a village, how different would have been the results, not only to the settler, but it would have added greatly to the wealth and social improvement of the country. I am well aware that a great, and, I must think, a most unjust prejudice has been felt against my book in Canada, because I dared to give my opinion freely on a subject which had engrossed a great deal of my attention. Nor do I believe that the account of our failure in the bush ever deterred a single emigrant from coming to the country, as the only circulation it ever had in the colony was chiefly through the volumes that often formed a portion of their baggage. The many who have condemned the work without reading it will be surprised to find that not one word has been said to prejudice intending emigrants from making Canada their home, unless, indeed, they ascribe the regret expressed at having to leave my native land, so natural in the painful homesickness which, for several months, preys upon the health and spirits of the dejected exile, to a deep-rooted dislike to the country. So far from this being the case, my love for the country has steadily increased from year to year, and my attachment to Canada is now so strong that I cannot imagine any inducement, short of absolute necessity, which could induce me to leave the colony, where as a wife and mother some of the happiest years of my life had been spent. Contrasting the first years of my life in the bush with Canada as she now is, my mind is filled with wonder and gratitude at the rapid strides she has made towards the fulfilment of a great and glorious destiny. What important events have brought to pass within the narrow circle of less than 40 years! What a difference since now and then! The country is the same only in name. Its aspect is wholly changed. The rough has become smooth, the crooked has been made straight, the forests have been converted into fruitful fields, the rude log cabin of the woodsman has been replaced by the handsome, well-appointed homestead, and large populous cities have pushed the small clapboarded village into the shade. The solitary stroke of the axe that once broke the uniform silence of the vast woods is only heard in remote districts, and is superseded by the thundering tread of the iron horse and the ceaseless panting of the steam engine in our sawmills and factories. Canada is no longer a child, sleeping in the arms of nature, dependent for her very existence on the fostering care of her illustrious mother. She has outstepped infancy, and is in the full enjoyment of a strong and vigorous youth. What may not we hope for her maturity ere another 40 summers have glided down the stream of time? Already she holds in her hand the crown of one of the mightiest empires that the world has seen, or is yet to see. Look at her vast resources, her fine healthy climate, her fruitful soil, the inexhaustible wealth of her pine forests, the untold treasures hidden in her unexplored mines. What other country possesses such an internal navigation for transporting its products from distant Manitoba to the sea, and from thence to every port in the world? If an excellent government, defended by wise laws, a loyal people, and a free church can make people happy and proud of their country, surely we have every reason to rejoice in our new dominion. When we first came to the country, it was a mere struggle for bread to the many, while all the offices of emolument and power were held by a favoured few. The country was rent to pieces by political factions, and a fierce hostility existed between the native-born Canadians, the first pioneers of the forest, and the British emigrants, who looked upon each other as mutual enemies who were seeking to appropriate the larger share of the new country. Those who had settled down in the woods were happily unconscious that these quarrels threatened to destroy the peace of the colony. The insurrection of 1837 came upon them like a thunderclap. They could hardly believe such an incredible tale. Intensely loyal, the emigrant officers rose to a man to defend the British flag and chastise the rebels and their rash leader. In their zeal to uphold British authority, they made no excuse for the wrongs that the dominant party had heaped upon a clever and high-spirited man. To them he was a traitor, and as such a public enemy. Yet the blow struck by that injured man, weak as it was, without money, arms, or the necessary munitions of war, and defeated and broken in its first effort, gave freedom to Canada, and laid the foundation of the excellent constitution that we now enjoy. It drew the attention of the home government to the many abuses then practised in the colony, and made them aware of its vast importance in a political point of view, and ultimately led to all our great national improvements. The settlement of the long-vexed clergy reserves question, and the establishment of common schools was a great boon to the colony. The opening up of new townships, the making of roads, the establishments of municipal councils in all the old districts, leaving to the citizens the free choice of their own members in the council for the management of their affairs, followed in rapid succession. These changes, of course, took some years to accomplish, and led to others equally important. The provincial exhibitions have done much to improve the agricultural interests, and have led to better and more productive methods of cultivation than were formerly practised in the province. The farmer gradually became a wealthy and intelligent landowner, proud of his improved flocks and herds, of his fine horses and handsome homestead. He was able to send his sons to college, and his daughters to boarding school, and not uncommonly became an honourable member of the Legislative Council. While the sons of poor gentlemen have generally lost caste and sunk into useless sots, the children of these honest tillers of the soil have steadily risen to the highest class, and have given to Canada some of her best and wisest legislators. Men who rest satisfied with the mere accident of birth for their claims to distinction, without energy and industry to maintain their position in society, are sadly at discount in a country which amply rewards the worker, but leaves the indolent loafer to die in indigence and obscurity. Honest poverty is encouraged, not despised in Canada. Few of her prosperous men have risen from obscurity to affluence without going through the mill, and therefore have a fellow feeling for those who are struggling to gain the first rung on the ladder. Men are allowed in this country a freedom enjoyed by few of the more polished countries in Europe, freedom in religion, politics, and speech, freedom to select their own friends and to visit with whom they please without consulting the Mrs. Grundys of society. And they can lead a more independent social life than in the mother country, because less restricted by the conventional prejudices that govern older communities. Few people who have lived many years in Canada and return to England to spend the remainder of their days accomplish the fact. They almost invariably come back. And why? They feel more independent and happier here. They have no idea what a blessed country it is to live in until they go back and realize the want of social freedom. I have heard this from so many educated people, persons of taste and refinement, that I cannot doubt the truth of their statements. 40 years has accomplished as great a change in the habits and tastes of the Canadian people as it has in the architecture of their fine cities and the appearance of the country. A young Canadian gentleman is as well educated as any of his compeers across the big water, and contrasts very favourably with them. Social and unaffected, he puts on no airs of offensive superiority, but meets a stranger with the courtesy and frankness best calculated to shorten the distance between them, and to make his guest feel perfectly at home. Few countries possess a more beautiful female population. The women are elegant in their tastes, graceful in their manners, and naturally kind and affectionate in their dispositions. Good housekeepers, sociable neighbours, and lively and active in speech and movement, they are capital companions and make excellent wives and mothers. Of course, there must be exceptions to every rule, but cases of divorce or desertion of their homes are so rare an occurrence that it speaks volumes for their domestic worth. Numbers of British officers have chosen their wives in Canada, and I never heard that they had cause to repent of their choice. In common with our American neighbours, we find that the worst members of our community are not Canadian-born, but importations from other countries. The Dominion and local governments are now doing much to open up the resources of Canada by the intercolonial and projected Pacific railways and other public works, which in time will make a vast tract of land available for cultivation, and furnish homes for multitudes of the starving populations of Europe. And again, the government of the flourishing province of Ontario, of which the Honourable J. Sandfield Macdonald is Premier, has done wonders during the last 4 years by means of its immigration policy, which has been most successfully carried out by the Honourable John Carling, the Commissioner, and greatly tended to the development of the country. By this policy liberal provision is made for free grants of land to the actual settlers, for general education, and for the encouragement of the industrial arts and agriculture by the construction of public roads and the improvement of the internal navigable waters of the province, and by the assistance now given to an economical system of railways connecting these interior waters with the leading railroads and ports on the frontier. And not only are free grants of land given in the districts extending from the eastern to the western extremity of the province, but one of the best of the new townships has been selected in which the government is now making roads, and upon each lot is clearing 5 acres and erecting thereon a small house, which will be granted to heads of families, who by 6 annual instalments will be required to pay back to the government the cost of these improvements, not exceeding $200 or £40 sterling, when a free patent or deed of the land will be given, without any charge whatever, under a protective Homestead Act. This wise and liberal policy would have astonished the colonial legislature of 1832, but will, no doubt, speedily give to the province a noble and progressive back country, and add much to its strength and prosperity. Our busy factories and foundries, our copper, silver, and plumbago mines, our salt and petroleum, the increasing exports of native produce, speak volumes for the prosperity of the Dominion, and for the government of those who are at the head of affairs.
It only requires the loyal cooperation of an intelligent and enlightened people to render this beautiful and free country the greatest and the happiest upon the face of the earth. When we contrast forest life in Canada 40 years ago with the present state of the country, my book will not be without interest and significance. We may truly say old things have passed away, all things have become new. What an advance in the arts and sciences and in the literature of the country has been made during the last few years. Canada can boast of many good and even distinguished authors, and the love of books and book lore is daily increasing. Institutes and literary associations for the encouragement of learning are now to be found in all the cities and large towns in the Dominion. We are no longer dependent upon the States for the reproduction of the works of celebrated authors. Our own publishers, both in Toronto and Montreal, are furnishing our handsome bookstores with volumes that rival, in cheapness and typographical excellence, the best issues from the large printing establishments in America. We have no lack of native talent or books, or of intelligent readers to appreciate them. Our print shops are full of the well-educated designs of native artists, and the grand scenery of our lakes and forests, transferred to canvas, adorns the homes of our wealthy citizens. We must not omit in this slight sketch to refer to the number of fine public buildings which meet us at every turn, most of which have been designed and executed by native architects. Montreal can point to her Victoria Bridge and challenge the world to produce its equal. This prodigy of mechanical skill should be a sufficient inducement to strangers from other lands to visit our shores, and though designed by the son of the immortal George Stephenson, it was Canadian hands that helped him to execute his great project, to raise that glorious monument to his fame, which we hope will outlast 1,000 years. Our new Houses of Parliament, our churches, banks, public halls, asylums for the insane, the blind, and the deaf and dumb, are buildings which must attract the attention of every intelligent traveller. And when we consider the few brief years that have elapsed since the Upper Province was reclaimed from the wilderness, our progress in mechanical arts, and all the comforts which pertain to modern civilization, is unprecedented in the history of older nations. If the Canadian people will honestly unite in carrying out measures proposed by the government for the good of the country, irrespective of self-interest and party prejudices, they must, before the close of the present century, become a great and prosperous nationality. May the blessing of God rest upon Canada and the Canadian people. Susanna Moodie, Belleville, 1871. End of Appendix B. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario by Moira Fogarty, October 2009. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna Moodie. Appendix C, Jeanie Burns. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Moira Fogarty. Roughing It in the Bush by Susanna Moodie. Appendix C, Jeanie Burns. This chapter was originally intended by Mrs. Moodie for inclusion in the first edition of Roughing It in the Bush, but was instead published in the periodical Bentley's Miscellany in August 1852. It was later revised and included in the book Life in the Clearings versus the Bush by the same author. Ah, human hearts are strangely cast. Time softens grief and pain. Like reeds that shiver in the blast, they bend to rise again. But she in silence bowed her head, to none her sorrow would impart. Earth's faithful arms enclose the dead, and hide for aye her broken heart. Our man James came to me to request the loan of one of the horses to attend a funeral. M was absent on business, and the horses and the man's time were both greatly needed to prepare the land for the fall crops. I demurred. James looked anxious and disappointed, and the loan of the horse was at length granted, but not without a strict injunction that he should return to his work the moment the funeral was over. He did not come back until late that evening. I had just finished my tea, and was nursing my wrath at his staying out the whole day, when the door of the room (we had but one, and that was shared in common with the servants) opened, and the delinquent at last appeared. He hung up the new English saddle, and sat down by the blazing hearth without speaking a word. "What detained you so long, James? You ought to have had half an acre of land at least ploughed to day." "Verra true, mistress. It was nae fault o' mine. I had mista'en the hour. The funeral didna come in afore sundown, and I cam away directly it was ower."
"Was it any relation of yours?"
Na, just a friend, an auld acquaintance, but nane o' mine ain kin. I never felt sair sad in a' my life as I ha' done this day. I ha' seen the clods piled on many a heid, and never felt the saut tear in my een. But puir Jeanie, puir lass! It was a sair sight to see them thrown doon upon her."
My curiosity was excited. I pushed the tea things from me, and told Bell to give James his supper.
"Naething for me the night, Bell. I canna eat. My thoughts will a' rin on that puir lass. Sae young, sae bonnie, and a few months ago as blythe as a lark, and now a clod o' the earth. Hout we maun all dee when our ain time comes, but somehow I canna think that Jeanie ought to ha' gane sae soon."
"Who is Jeanie Burns? Tell me, James, something about her." In compliance with my request, the man gave me the following story. I wish I could convey it in his own words, but though I can perfectly understand the Scotch dialect when spoken, I could not write it in its charming simplicity, that honest, truthful brevity which is so characteristic of this noble people. The smooth tones of the blarney may flatter our vanity, and please us for the moment, but who places any confidence in those by whom it is employed? We know that it is only uttered to cajole and deceive, and when the novelty wears off, the repetition awakens indignation and disgust. But who mistrusts the blunt, straightforward speech of the land of Burns? For good or ill, it strikes home to the heart. Jeanie Burns was the daughter of a respectable shoemaker who gained a comfortable living by his trade in a small town in Ayrshire. Her father, like herself, was an only child, and followed the same vocation, and roughed under the same roof that his father had done before him. The elder Burns had met with many reverses, and now, helpless and blind, was entirely dependent upon the charity of his son. Honest Jock had not married until late in life, that he might more comfortably provide for the wants of his aged parent. His mother had been dead for some years. She was a meek, pious woman, and Jock quaintly affirmed that it had pleased the Lord to provide a better inheritance for his dear old mither than his arm could win, proud and happy as he would have been to have supported her when she was no longer able to work for him. Jock's paternal love was repaid at last. Chance threw in his way a canny young lass, baith gude and bonny. They were united, and Jeanie was the sole fruit of this marriage. But Jeanie proved a host in herself, and grew up the best-natured, the prettiest, and the most industrious lass in the village, and was a general favourite both with young and old. She helped her mother in the house, bound shoes for her father, and attended to all the wants of her dear old grandfather, Saunders Burns, who was so much attached to his little handmaid that he was never happy when she was absent. Happiness is not a flower of long growth in this world. It requires the dew and sunlight of heaven to nourish it, and it soon withers, removed from its native skies. The cholera visited the remote village. It smote the strong man in the pride of his strength, and the matron in the beauty of her prime, while it spared the helpless and the aged, the infant of a few days and the parent of many years. Both Jeanie's parents fell victims to the fatal disease, and the old blind Saunders and the young Jeanie were left to fight alone a hard battle with poverty and grief. The truly deserving are never entirely forsaken. God may afflict them with many trials, but he watches over them still, and often provides for their wants in a manner truly miraculous. Sympathising friends gathered round the orphan girl in her hour of need, and obtained for her sufficient employment to enable her to support her old grandfather and herself, and provide for them the common necessaries of life. Jeanie was an excellent sempstress, and what between making waistcoats and trousers for the tailors,
and binding shoes for the shoemakers, a business that she thoroughly understood, she soon had her little hired room neatly furnished, and her grandfather as clean and spruce as ever. When she led him into the kirk of a Sabbath morning, all the neighbours greeted the dutiful daughter with an approving smile, and the old man looked so serene and happy that Jeanie was fully repaid for her labours of love. Her industry and piety often formed the theme of conversation to the young lads of the village. "What a gude wife Jeanie Burns will make!" cried one. "Ay," said another, "he needna complain of ill fortune, who has the luck to get the like of her." "And she's sae bonny," would Willie Robertson add with a sigh. "I wouldna covet the wealth of the hale world, an she were mine." Willie was a fine, active young man, who bore an excellent character, and his comrades thought it very likely that Willie was to be the fortunate man. Robertson was the youngest son of a farmer in the neighbourhood. He had no land of his own, and he was one of a very large family. From a boy he had assisted his father in working the farm for their common maintenance, but after he took to looking at Jeanie Burns at kirk, instead of minding his prayers, he began to wish that he had a homestead of his own, which he could ask Jeanie and her grandfather to share. He made his wishes known to his father. The old man was prudent. A marriage with Jeanie Burns offered no advantages in a pecuniary view, but the girl was a good honest girl, of whom any man might be proud. He had himself married for love, and had enjoyed great comfort in his wife. "Willie, my lad," he said, "I canna gie ye a share o' the farm. It is ower small for the mony mouths it has to feed. I hae laid by a little siller for a rainy day, and this I will gie ye to win a farm for yourself in the woods o' Canada. There is plenty o' room there, and industry brings its ain reward. If Jeanie Burns loves you, as weel as your dear mither did me, she will be fain to follow you there." Willie grasped his father's hand, for he was too much elated to speak, and he ran away to tell his tale of love to the girl of his heart. Jeanie had long loved Robertson in secret, and they were not long in settling the matter. They forgot in their first moments of joy that old Saunders had to be consulted, for they had determined to take the old man with them. But here an obstacle occurred of which they had not dreamed. Old age is selfish, and Saunders obstinately refused to comply with their wishes. The grave that held the remains of his wife and son was dearer to him than all the comforts promised to him by the impatient lovers in that far foreign land. Jeanie wept, but Saunders, deaf and blind, neither heard nor saw her grief, and, like a dutiful child, she breathed no complaint to him, but promised to remain with him until his head rested upon the same pillow with the dead. This was a sore and great trial to Willie Robertson, but he consoled himself for his disappointment with the thought that Saunders could not live long, and that he would go and prepare a place for his Jean, and have everything ready for her reception against the old man died. "I was a cousin of Willie's," continued James, "by the mither's side, and he persuaded me to accompany him to Canada. We set sail the first day of May, and were here in time to chop a small fallow for a fall crop. Willie Robertson had more of this world's gear than I, for his father had provided him with sufficient funds to purchase a good lot of wild land, which he did in the township of M, and I was to work with him on shares. We were one of the first settlers in that place, and we found the work before us rough and hard to our heart's content. But Willie had a strong motive for exertion, and never did a man work harder than he did that first year on his bush farm for the love of Jeanie Burns. We built a comfortable log house, in which we were assisted by the few neighbours we had, who likewise lent a hand in clearing 10 acres we had chopped for fall crop. All this time Willie kept up a constant correspondence with Jeanie Burns, and he used to talk to me of her coming out and his future plans every night when our work was done. If I had not loved and respected this girl myself, I should have got uncommon tired of the subject. We had just put in our first crop of wheat, when a letter came from Jeanie, bringing us the news of her grandfather's death. Weel I ken the word that Willie spake to me when he closed that letter. 'Jamie, the old man is gane at last, and God forgie me,
I feel too gladsome to greet. Jeanie is willing to come whenever I hae the means to bring her out, and hoot, man, I'm just thinking that she winna ha' to wait lang." Good workmen were getting very high wages just then, and Willie left the care of the place to me, and hired for 3 months with old Squire Jones. He was an excellent teamster, and could put his hand to any sort of work. When his term of service expired, he sent Jeanie $40 to pay her passage out, which he hoped she would not delay longer than the spring. He got an answer from Jeanie full of love and gratitude, but she thought that her voyage might be delayed until the fall. The good woman with whom she had lodged since her parents died had just lost her husband, and was in a bad state of health, and she begged Jeanie to stay with her until her daughter could leave her service in Edinburgh and come to take charge of the house. This person had been a kind and steadfast friend to Jeanie in all her troubles, and had helped her nurse the old man in his dying illness. I am sure it was just like Jeanie to act as she did. She had all her life looked more to the comforts of others than to her ain. But Robertson was an angry man when he got that letter, and he said, if that was all the love that Jeanie Burns had for him, to prefer an old woman's comfort, who was naething to her betrothed husband, she might bide away as lang as she pleased. He would never trouble himself to write to her again. I didna think that the man was in earnest, and I remonstrated with him on his folly and injustice. This ended in a sharp quarrel atween us, and I left him to gang his ain gait, and went to live with my uncle, who kept a blacksmith's forge in the village. After a while we heard that Willie Robertson was married to a Canadian woman, neither young nor good-looking, and very much his inferior in every way, but she had a good lot of land in the rear of his farm. Of course, I thought that it was all broken off with poor Jeanie, and I wondered what she would speir at the marriage. It was early in June, and our Canadian woods were in their first flush o' green, and how green and lightsome they be in their spring dress, when Jeanie Burns landed in Canada. She travelled her lane up the country, wondering why Willie was not at Montreal to meet her as he had promised in the last letter he sent her. It was late in the afternoon, when the steamboat brought her to sea, and without waiting to ask any questions respecting him, she hired a man and cart to take her and her luggage to M. The road through the bush was very heavy, and it was night before they reached Robertson's clearing, and with some difficulty the driver found his way among the logs to the cabin door. Hearing the sound of wheels, the wife, a coarse, ill-dressed slattern, came out to see what could bring strangers to such an out-o'-the-way place at that late hour. Poor Jeanie! I can weel imagine the fluttering of her heart when she spiered of the woman for ane Willie Robertson, and asked if he was at hame. "Yes," answered the wife gruffly, "but he is not in from the fallow yet. You may see him up yonder, tending the blazing logs." While Jeanie was striving to look in the direction which the woman pointed out, and could nae see through the tears that blinded her eye, the driver jumped down from the cart, and asked the poor girl where he should leave her trunks, as it was getting late, and he must be off. "You need not bring these big chests in here," said Mrs. Robertson. "I have no room in my house for strangers and their luggage." "Your house!" gasped Jeanie, catching her arm. "Did ye nae tell me that he lived here? And wherever Willie Robertson bides, Jeanie Burns should be a welcome guest. Tell him," she continued, trembling all over, for she told me afterwards that there was something in the woman's look and tone that made the cold chills run to her heart, "that an old friend from Scotland has just come off a lang, wearisome journey to see him." "You may speak for yourself," cried the woman angrily, "for my husband is now coming down the clearing." The word husband was scarcely out of her mouth than poor Jeanie fell as ane dead across the doorstep. The driver lifted up the unfortunate girl, carried her into the cabin, and placed her in a chair, regardless of the opposition of Mrs. Robertson, whose jealousy was now fairly aroused, and who declared that the bold hussy should not enter her doors. It was a long time before the driver succeeded in bringing Jeanie to herself, and she had only just unclosed her eyes when Willie came in. "Wife," he said, "whose cart is this standing at the door, and what do these people want here?" "You know best," cried the angry woman, bursting into tears. "That creature is no acquaintance of mine, and if she is suffered to remain here, I will leave the house at once." "Forgive me, good woman, for having unwittingly offended ye," said Jeanie, rising. "But, merciful Father, how suld I ken that Willie Robertson, my ain Willie, had a wife? Oh, Willie!" she cried, covering her face in her hands to hide all the agony that was in her heart, "I hae come a lang way, and a weary to see ye, and ye might ha' spared me the grief, the burning shame o' this. Farewell, Willie Robertson. I will never mair trouble ye nor her wi' my presence, but this cruel deed of yours has broken my heart." She went away weeping, and he had not the courage to detain her, or say one word to comfort her, or account for his strange conduct. Yet, if I know him right, that must have been the most sorrowful moment in his life. Jeanie was a distant connection of my uncle's, and she found us out that night, on her return to the village, and told us all her grief. My aunt, who was a kind good woman, was indignant at the treatment she had received, and loved and cherished her as if she had been her own child. For 2 whole weeks she kept her bed, and was so ill that the doctor despaired of her life. And when she did come again among us, the colour had faded from her cheeks, and the light from her sweet blue eyes, and she spoke in a low, subdued voice, but she never spoke of him as the cause of her grief. One day she called me aside, and said, "Jamie, you know how I loved and trusted him, and obeyed his ain wishes in coming out to this strange country to be his wife. But 'tis all over now," and she pressed her small hands tightly over her breast to keep doon the swelling of her heart. "Jamie, I know now that it is a' for the best. I loved him too weel, mair than ony creature should love a perishing thing o' earth. But I thought that he would be sae glad and sae proud to see his ain Jeanie sae soon. But oh, weel, I maunna think o' that. What I would just say is this," and she took a small packet from her breast, while the tears streamed down her pale cheeks. "He sent me $40 to bring me ower the sea to him. God bless him for that. I ken he worked hard to earn it, for he loved me then. I wasna idle during his absence. I had saved enough to bury my dear old grandfather, and to pay my ain expenses out, and I thought, like the good servant in the parable, I would return Willie his ain with interest, and I hoped to see him smile at my diligence, and ca' me his bonny good lassie. Jamie, I canna keep this siller. It lies like a weight o' lead on my heart. Take it back to him, and tell him frae me that I forgie him a' his cruel deceit, and pray to God to grant him prosperity, and restore to him that peace o' mind, o' which he has robbed me for ever." I did as she bade me. Willie looked stupefied when I delivered her message. The only remark he made, when I gave him back the money, was, "I maun be grateful, man, that she didna curse me." The wife came in, and he hid away the packet and slunk off. The man looked degraded in his own eyes, and so wretched that I pitied him from my very heart. When I came home, Jeanie met me at my uncle's gate. "Tell me," she said in a low, anxious voice, "tell me, cousin Jamie, what passed atween ye? Had he nae word for me?" "Naething, Jeanie. The man is lost to himsel', to a' who once wished him weel. He is not worth a decent body's thought." She sighed deeply, for I saw that her heart craved after some word for him, but she said nae mair, but pale and sorrowful, the very ghaist of her former self, went back into the house. From that hour she never breathed his name to ony of us, but we all kenned that it was her love for him that was preying upon her life. The grief that has nae voice, like the canker worm, always lies nearest to the heart. Poor Jeanie! She held out during the simmer, but when the fall came, she just withered away like a flower, nipped by the early frost, and this day we laid her in the earth. After the funeral was ower, and the mourners were all gone, I stood beside her grave, thinking ower the days of my boyhood, when she and I were happy weans, and used to pu' the gowans together on the heathery hills o' dear auld Scotland. And I tried in vain to understand the mysterious providence of God, who had stricken her, who seemed sae good and pure, and spared the like o' me, who was mair deserving of his wrath, when I heard a deep groan, and I saw Willie Robertson standing near me beside the grave. "Ye may as weel spare your grief noo," said I, for I felt hard towards him, "and rejoice that the weary is at rest." "It was I murdered her," said he, "and the thought will haunt me to my last day. Did she remember me on her deathbed?" "Her thoughts were only kenned by Him who reads the secrets of all hearts, Willie. Her end was peace, and her Saviour's blessed name was the last sound upon her lips. But if ever woman died from a broken heart, there she lies." "Oh, Jeanie!" he cried, "mine ain darling Jeanie! My blessed lammie! I wasna worthy of your love. My heart, too, is breaking. To bring ye back ance mair, I would lay me down and die." And he flung himself upon the grave, and embraced the fresh clods, and greeted like a child. When he grew more calm, we had a long conversation about the past, and truly I believe that the man was not in his right senses when he married yon wife. At ony rate, he is not lang for this world. He has fretted the flesh off his banes, and before many months are ower, his heid will lie as low as poor Jeanie Burns's. While I was pondering this sad story in my mind, Mrs. H. came in. "You have heard the news, Mrs. M.?" I looked inquiringly. "One of Clark's little boys that were lost last Wednesday in the woods has been found." "This is the first I have heard about it. How were they lost?" "Oh, 'tis a thing of very common occurrence here. New settlers, who are ignorant of the danger of going astray in the forest, are always having their children lost. This is not the first instance by many that I have known, having myself lived for many years in the bush. I only wonder that it does not more frequently happen. These little fellows are the sons of a poor man who came out this summer, and who has taken up some wild land about a mile back of us, towards the plains. Clark is busy logging up a small fallow for fall wheat, on which his family must depend for bread during the ensuing year, and he is so anxious to get it ready in time, that he will not allow himself an hour at noon to go home to his dinner, which his wife generally sends in a basket to the woods by his eldest daughter. Last Wednesday the girl had been sent on an errand by her mother, who thought in her absence that she might venture to trust the 2 boys to take the dinner to their father. The boys were from 7 to 5 years old, and very smart and knowing for their age. They promised to mind all her directions, and went off quite proud of the task, carrying the basket between them. How they came to ramble away into the woods, the younger child is too much stupefied to tell, and perhaps he is too young to remember. At night the father returned, and scolded the wife for not sending his dinner as usual; but the poor woman, who all day had quieted her fears with the belief that the children had stayed with their father, instead of paying any regard to his angry words, demanded in a tone of agony what had become of her children. Tired and hungry as Clark was, in a moment he comprehended their danger, and started off in pursuit of the boys. The shrieks of the distracted woman soon called the neighbours together, who instantly joined in the search. It was not until this afternoon that any trace could be obtained of the lost children, when Brian, the hunter, found the youngest boy, Johnny, lying fast asleep upon the trunk of a fallen tree, 15 miles back in the bush. "And the other boy?" "Will never, I fear, be heard of again," said she. "They have searched for him in all directions, and have not discovered him. The story little Johnny tells is to this effect. During the first 2 days of their absence, the food they had brought in the basket for their father's dinner sustained life. But to day it seems that the little Johnny grew very hungry, and cried continually for bread. William, the elder boy, he says, promised him bread if he would try and walk further, but his feet were bleeding and sore, and he could not stir another step. William told him to sit down upon the log on which he was found, and not stir from the place until he came back, and he would run on until he found a house, and brought him something to eat. He then wiped his eyes, and bade him not to be frightened or to cry, and kissed him and went away. This is all the little fellow knows about his brother, and it is very probable the generous-hearted boy has been eaten by the wolves. The Indians traced him for more than a mile along the banks of a stream, when they lost his trail altogether. If he had fallen into the water, they would have discovered his body, but they say that he has been dragged into some hole in the bank, among the tangled cedars, and devoured. Since I have been in this country," continued Mrs. H., "I have known many cases of children, and even of grown persons, being lost in the woods, who were never heard of again. It is a frightful calamity to happen to any one, and mothers cannot be too careful in guarding their children against rambling alone into the bush. Persons, when once they lose sight of the beaten track, get frightened and bewildered, and lose all presence of mind, and instead of remaining where they are, which is their only chance of being discovered, they plunge desperately on, running hither and thither, in the hope of getting out, while they only involve themselves more deeply among the mazes of the interminable forest. 2 winters ago, the daughter of a settler in the remote township of Dummer, where my husband took up his grant of wild land, went with her father to the mill, which was 4 miles from their log shanty, and the road lay entirely through the bush. For a while the girl, who was about 12 years of age, kept up with her father, who walked briskly ahead with his bag of corn on his back. As their path lay through a tangled swamp, he was anxious to get home before night. After a time Sarah grew tired, and lagged a long way behind. The man felt not the least apprehensive when he lost sight of her, expecting that she would soon come up with him again. Once or twice he stopped and shouted, and she answered, "Coming, father," and he did not turn to look after her again. He reached the mill, saw the grist ground, resumed his burthen, and took the road home, expecting to meet Sarah by the way. He trod the path alone, but still thought that the girl, tired of the long walk, had turned back, and that he should find her safe at home. You may imagine, Mrs. M., his consternation, and that of the family, when they found that the girl was lost. It was now dark, and all search for her was given up for the night as hopeless. By daybreak the next morning, the whole settlement, which was then confined to a few lonely log tenements inhabited by Cornish miners, were roused from their sleep to assist in the search. The men turned out with guns and arms, and parties started in different directions. Those who first discovered the girl were to fire their guns, which was to be the signal to guide the rest to the spot. It was not long before they found the object of their search seated under a tree about 1/2 a mile from the path she had lost on the preceding day. She had been tempted by the beauty of some wild berries to leave the road, and when once in the bush she grew bewildered and could not find her way back. At first she ran to and fro in an agony of terror at finding herself in the woods all alone, and uttered loud and frantic cries, but her father had by this time reached the mill and was out of hearing. With a sagacity beyond her years, and not very common to her class, instead of wandering further into the labyrinth which surrounded her, she sat down under a large tree, covered her face with her apron, said the Lord's Prayer, the only one she knew, and hoped that God would send her father back to find her the moment he discovered that she was lost. When night came down upon the dark forest, and oh, how dark night is in the woods, the poor girl said that she felt horribly afraid of being eaten by the wolves which abound in those dreary swamps. But she did not cry for fear they should hear her. Simple girl! She did not know that the scent of a wolf is far keener than his ear. But that was her notion, and she lay down close to the ground and never once raised her head, for fear of seeing something dreadful standing beside her, until overcome by terror and fatigue she fell fast asleep, and did not awake until roused by the shrill braying of the horns and the shouts of the party who were seeking her. What a dreadful situation! I am sure that I should not have had the courage of this poor girl, but should have died with fear. We don't know how much we can bear, Mrs. M., until we are tried. This girl was more fortunate than a boy of the same age, who was lost in the same township just as the winter set in. The lad was sent by his father, an English settler, in company with 2 boys of his own age, to be measured for a pair of shoes. George Desney, who followed the double employment of farmer and shoemaker, lived about 3 miles from the clearing known by the name of the English line. After the lads left the clearing, their road lay entirely through the bush; but it was a path they had often travelled both alone and with their parents, and they felt no fear. There had been a slight fall of snow, just enough to cover the ground, and the day was clear and frosty. The boys in this country always hail with delight the first fall of snow, and they ran races and slid over all the shallow pools until they reached George Desney's cabin. He measured young Brown for a strong pair of winter boots, and the boys went on their homeward way, shouting and laughing in the glee of their hearts. About half-way they suddenly missed their companion, and ran back nearly a mile to find him. Not succeeding in this, they thought that he had hidden behind some of the trees, and pretended to be lost in order to frighten them; and after shouting at the top of their voices and receiving no answer, they determined to go home without him. They knew that he was well acquainted with the road, and that it was still broad day, and that he could easily find his way home alone. When his father inquired for George, they said that he was coming, and went to their respective homes. Night came, and the lad did not return, and his parents began to be alarmed at his absence. Mr. Brown went over to the neighbouring cabins, and made the lads tell him all they knew about his son. They described the place where they first missed him, but they concluded that he had either run home before them, or gone back to spend the night with the young Desneys, who had been very urgent for him to stay. This account pacified the anxious father. Early the next morning he went to Desney's himself to bring home the boy, but the lad had not been there. His mysterious disappearance gave rise to 1,000 strange surmises. The whole settlement turned out in search of the boy. His steps were traced from the road a few yards into the bush, and entirely disappeared at the foot of a large tree. The moss was rubbed from the trunk of the tree, but the tree was lofty, and the branches so far from the ground that it was almost impossible for any boy, unassisted, to have raised himself to such a height. There was no track of any animal all around in the unbroken snow, no shred of garment, or stain of blood. That boy's fate will ever remain a great mystery, for he was never found. "He must have been carried up that tree by a bear, and dragged down into the hollow trunk," said I. If that had been the case, there would have been the print of the bear's feet in the snow. It does not, however, follow that the boy is dead, though it is more than probable. I knew of a case where 2 boys and a girl were sent into the woods by their mother to fetch home the cows. The children were lost. The parents mourned them for dead, for all search for them proved fruitless, and after 7 years the eldest son returned. They had been overtaken and carried off by a party of Indians, who belonged to a tribe inhabiting the islands in Lake Huron, several hundred miles away from their forest home. The girl, as she grew into woman, married one of the tribe. The boys followed the occupation of hunters and fishers, and from their dress and appearance might have passed for the red sons of the forest. The eldest boy, however, never forgot the name of his parent, and the manner in which he had been lost, and took the first opportunity of making his escape and travelling back to the home of his childhood. When he made himself known to his mother, who was a widow but still resided upon the same spot, he was so dark and Indian-like that she could not believe that he was her son, until he brought to her mind a little incident that, forgotten by her, had never left his memory. "Mother, don't you remember saying to me on that afternoon, 'Ned, you need not look for the cows in the swamp. They went off towards the big hill.'" The delighted mother clasped him in her arms, exclaiming, "You say truly. You are indeed my own, my long-lost son." End of Appendix C, Jeanie Burns. Recorded in Toronto, Ontario, by Moira Fogarty, December 2010. End of Roughing It in the Bush, by Susanna MOODIE.